I'ma pick up Beaulo.
Big C4 over the top, but it gets shot out. Resets is down. Nesk has got to do it all. Beaulo steps up for the challenge. It's a little bit of a 1v1 at the close angle. The Beaulo wins and sends them further into the upper.
Ooh, you guys are fun out of that guy.
That guy got fucking slammed.
Of the Invitational, 6 events we've had, half of them belong to North America, and this one is for TSM.
Ooh, boy. Hello. Hello. Hopefully nothing crazy has changed.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Hopefully my settings aren't fucked up since I've been gone. Maui, thanks for 25. Happy 2 years.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the
2 years in a row. Thank you for the 2
Happy
years,
2
homie.
years, brother.
Appreciate it. Sleepy Healing through the 14. RGN Trom through the Prime. At 8 AM C.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Through the 5. Thank you, thank you. Kiki, thank you for the 2. Thank you, thank you.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with
Oh, Lucas.
Long time no see.
Long time no see indeed, Lucas. Thank you for the 23. Almost on the 2 years as well.
Nobody
God
fucks with the
damn.
Jesus.
Super
God
striptease.
damn. Alright. First watch party, so this would be interesting. We're not doing commentary or anything. I'm not gonna like try to cast with this. I just want to let you guys know. I don't know what people's like expectations are, but we're just gonna watch. We're gonna chill. This is gonna be a nice stream, easy stream since I'm back from vacation. Real light.
What up, champ?
So hopefully it goes good. There's 2 games going on. Oh, heroic and okay. Is this? Can I do this? Hold up. I'm gonna unmute this. That's that. That's this. And bop, bop. Good. Is this too little? Should I not? Should I just do it like a? I think this is too little.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Less than 3.
What do you guys think? You guys just wanted like a big screen and cam, or do you like this? I feel like big screen will be better. All right. I think the screen is gonna go black in a second, so
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
bear with me. Ha! That shit just disappeared. Okay, bang. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Bop. We're getting there. Hold up. Can I copy this real quick? Let's just do. Is this gonna be huge? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is this? What is this gonna be? Oh, let's go. Should I try to stretch this? Is that fucking with anyone's OCD? That's pretty good. Okay, I think we're good. That's probably pretty good. Let me turn this volume up.
Good underdog story in the UK, Tim, and I think again, coming
Let me-
with low expectations, BDS, many are saying, "Oh, is this their chance to surprise we want, pull it out
Okay.
of the bag, and finally have that tournament-winning performance that we hope we might see from them at some point." Doesn't quite feel like it's right just yet, at least in game one. It's still early doors, right? There's 6 games to
That
play.
was what you were talking about. Yeah, that is what I was talking about.
As we were saying about some teams earlier on, Cool had a
Oh,
fantastic first
wait.
day, but will that continue all the way through to day 3? You've got to give them a bit of time to see if that performance really does start
we
to
good?
come out.
VDS should start to get a little bit
Are alerts working?
because Astralis, they're certainly not going to be any easier than Chiefs.
No.
And so
Sup.
if they lose
Yeah.
to Chiefs,
Yo,
that's
Dev,
2 out of 6.
Devic, thank you for the 500 bits.
2 out of 6 loss, you've then got a
Peter, thank you for the 22. Can we get a kiss?
and
Thank you for the 22. Jan on base with 11. Almost, Jan.
fighting for that
Unavailable user with a 7. Codeman Mitch with an 8. What up, champ? What up, homie? Thank you for the 8. Luker with the prime. Sean Prim with the 22. Thank you, thank you.
Person in last place, sorry, yeah, already.
Yeah,
Which would not be a good start.
It would be a surprise
Wow.
for BDS. So we're not counting them out yet. There's a long
This is gonna be
way
me.
to go. There's a
Do
lot
not worry. That's me. Do not worry. Nothing was unplugged.
It's 4-3.
Do not worry.
The Chiefs look
Okay.
like they've got all the answers at the minute, and particularly on
I can hear you, Steve.
I'm surprised by BDS. I'm surprised.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Push downstairs with the meeting hatch open and 2
Oh,
Chiefs players
God.
playing on and around that hatch. How on earth do you push down on an attack into the basement without
You said
covering
it,
that
man.
off? Because what
Nobody
happened?
fucks with the Jesus.
AS Power, thank you for the 12.
Sup.
What up, homie?
You just can't do it, and it surprises me that of all the teams, it's BDS.
How's vacay? That's pretty good.
For me, it was kind of like
Nice time away.
as well to push him pillar.
Dude, I
4 should be enough. You know, stick LMs up on the stairs, like smash
Honestly?
the meeting wall, for example, so you can see the hatch. Just perch yourself down on the list
You
of
said
the
it,
stairs
man.
of the tower going down. and then
Nobody
you can hold that
fucks
angle
with
for your
the
team,
Jesus.
but as we saw, 3 members of Chiefs
1
came
year
out on the
already
flank, but
and
I think
looking
even with
forward
LMs
to the
on that
next
angle,
one.
chances are
surviving through the
they
1 year.
they
Hey, here's for 2. Here's for 2.
It's not so good for them. Into the game we go.
Dude, I got back home and my mouse felt so fucking weird. It felt so weird. Like, if you're away from your computer for so long, it's holy shit. Who do you want to win the major? Who do I want? I don't really care too much. I would like to see...
will be of any use to BDS. Just slowing things down a little bit here. As we said, Chiefs, they're going to be going into meeting and kitchen, what we would usually associate
Probably-
with the choice pick. They will take it as
Probably
a
Exeter Astralis.
It's a little bit of sort of games here, sort of playing the side
Or-
like I said, potentially lining themselves up to get the win here on the difficult side and then head up to dorms where they might be even more confident.
Exeter Astralis.
Get themselves onto that magical match point. That's
Liquid, and then maybe a APAC team.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Realistically, I would want an APAC team
Welcome back home,
above
Liquid
all.
champ.
I like an APAC team to win. But then it would be Astralis Exet Liquid.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
I know that's a lot of options, right? It's not a lot of options after me
I was
saying
in
I don't
your
really
guessing
care.
ranks video and I was the one that you guessed champ, but the video said I was plat too. I just wanted to like that I am champ, so good job lol.
Hey, thank you, Neo. Thank you. Thank you for the 8.
Nobody
I don't know who trolled. My reports were saying that you gave false information. Thank you, the 8, homie. Thank you, thank you. No worries, though. No worries. Sam Tannic with tier 1. Tannel with the 2. Welcome back. Hey, thank you, Tannel. It's good to be back.
It's powerful. There's no 2 ways around it. You can hold down the angles that you need. You can protect yourself to get the diffuser down, and you can make life a nightmare for the defenders. But VDS choosing to go a different route, so we'll see exactly how this attack shapes up as we go on. We've got.
Where'd I get the brown button up? What brown button up?
6 across the bottom 3 operators, Finger Sledge and Diana.
You said it,
Feel
man.
like we've not really seen too
Nobody
much
fucks
use of
with
the
the Jesus.
BDS need to come in and match that Shaco.
Happy 13 Beaulo, by the way, if you remember, where did you get your brown button up shirt Ash 12 think?
Same thing with the 13, homie. Appreciate you.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
God damn, what is
Great to see
happening?
you, King. Hope you're having a good day.
Yo, weighing through the 16. I'm having a decent day. Decent. Thank you, my man.
2 male games on side, because only played 7 in APAC, then he could have been over the 100 kill mark as well. But speaking of Shaiko, I'm trying to put a bit of praise on him. Worthy goes, he is not worthy, gets the shutdown, 4 versus 4.
And a good shutdown to get as well. Nades on the side of Shaco. There's going to be 2 go in with him. None had been used, so that is a good bit of utility lost to Lems. He's going to find Ethan though, and that's advantage BDS once again as they continue this west-sided clearance. Also trying to get control over the top floor, so this would suggest to me that we're looking more towards a kitchen plant rather than meeting. Renshiro manages to find the last few HP that Worthy had and takes the castle out of the running. And Voide, he's finding himself under some serious pressure inside of pit. There come the final two. It's Rafal, it's Breedy, it's BDS leveling things up 4-4.
It's bizarre.
Do you need permission of Ubi to do a watch party? Yeah, you do.
The Chiefs were still out on the roam despite being in a 2 versus 4 and were looking to cause a bit of bother. Sure, a little bit isolated.
What map is this other game at? We're gonna still watch this one. Oh, another Oregon.
One where BDS didn't really have to go far to finish that round out.
Should we just start on a new, or do we want to finish this out? I do kind of.
I do want to remind you that once again it's 4-4.
I kind of want to start a new. What is this one? Heroic and. What is this? Heroic G2. Oh, I don't. What the fuck? Let me get this freshie. We're gonna watch this one. We're gonna watch this one. The other one's kind of a barn burner. It's 4-4. But I kind of want to start anew. All right, who wins this one? Who wins this one? Slash poll, boys. Slash poll. Who wins? G2 v Heroic. G2. Heroic. Probably Heroic. What's the groups? I'm pretty like I'm kind of late to this, guys, as you probably know. Major. Let's just click 6 Charlotte Major. Okay, let's pull this up real quick.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
How you doing?
Which one is this one? Oh. They lost, right? Who did G2 lose to? DZ? Has to be DZ. Yeah.
You said it, man.
Is this the group of death? Is this what people are saying? Or is this the...
Yo-oo.
It has to be this one. Wait, Exit lost to Cyclops? God damn. Dude, who the fuck gets knocked down this one? Holy shit. Gods, will you take the 21? Xena with the 26?
Below comp clips when?
What do you mean? Like the intensity of Pro League one? Not for a while. Start a story with the 16? I'm doing good. Did I get... Oh no, that was Wayne. Yo, start a story with the 16, homie. I'm doing good. How you doing?
Why would you do that? 2 traps usually enough to kill people. Yes. Why would you do it? I don't know.
Did I say who's gonna win this already? I think it's Heroic. I did. Okay. See, guys, I'm new. I'm new to this whole streaming thing. A blitz,
World is your oyster. In this case, that oyster.
and they're not rushing.
I guess it's kind of the same thing as getting really bad food poisoning, except it leads to an untimely demise. The other thing about those captain traps is that even if they don't go off, they're gonna get shot. And guess what happens when you shoot them? It's not cute.
Like a scrims video? I'm not gonna do a scrims video. I don't do scrim clips.
Just like as when you open up one of those banshees and you shoot it, does it slow you down? Probably not. But it is.
Maybe though. I didn't know so many people were doing those scrim clips. There was like that wave of like everyone posting a scrim clip, but let's see. Is the hatch cated? I don't think it's the hatch. Okay, they did. Cam froze. That's fucking cool. Already back at it. Already back at it. Oh yeah, I have to do this shit now. Plum's going at it with the... Damn! G2 won the poll? God damn.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
God damn. JT, they have the 2-1. How do you get back into Siege after break for a period of time? You just play it. Just gotta go back into it. Where the fuck is everybody back here? Oh, fuck. Is Prano gonna shoot? What? Oh, there's a mic? Hell yeah. Why is your cam so bad? It's not the cam, it's the fucking connector, man. It's stupid. Watch the CS major? I should, huh?
You said it, man. Nobody
Sam Eyebreath or the 2? A better major. A way better major. Dude, this major is actually so fucking scuffed, bro. I hope they learn. Like, dude, the US events are cool, but like, if you're not gonna be able, I don't know who's at fault. I don't know if it's the teams, like the organizations, or the actual event organizers who's at fault for like the visa issues and everything. But like, I'm sure it's a mixture. I'm sure it's a mixture of both, but that's fucking stupid. 3 teams playing online, 1 team DQ'd. So stupid.
You said it, man.
Creamer take the 2-1. Imagine grand finals, no teams on stage. Honestly, I would love that. I would 100% love that. 2 Brazilian teams in the grand finals that are not there. Was Sweden organization better? Well, I mean, they had all the teams there, right? Except for they might not have had any of like the Australians because, of course, the Australian issue. But I think Sweden might have had them all. I don't know. Who was there? Damn one, Cyclops, Invictus, I think was there.
You said it, man. Nobody
I don't know.
fucks with the Jesus.
I'm gonna sway through the 2. GCW with the 1 year as well. Thank you, thank you.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
1 year, wow.
Is this a good cam placement? Should I put it elsewhere?
You said it, man.
Blue Jay thing the 2.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
What's the website you looked at groups at? Wikipedia. Uh-oh. What? Dude, all I'm saying is if I was at Jaeger, I'm dead. What?
You said it, man.
Holy shit.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Discon? Is that how you say it? They're the 5, homie. Des. Thank you, homie. Why the team get DQ'd? Because they couldn't acquire visas.
Takes down Ali Mao, so back again, an advantage favoring this heroic roster. As now Slav marches up white stairs. G2 well spread out. It's a play by Attic, you see from Prano as he's standing inside of Trophy. He's got the window in front of him. And there goes
This guy's fucked.
He might cost his teammate of Doty his life, but no, Prano the perfect read. G2's guns coming alive, both teams lose 2.
Put in the center? I don't know if I'm gonna do the center. If anything, bottom left.
The diffuser goes down, and Uno tries to evade a nitro cell. Can't evade the bullets from the DMR of Prano's gun. Huge play from Prano inside a Trophy. Heroic, not flushing out that part of the map, and it cost them. G2 now up 2-0.
It did. It looked good for Heroic. They had General Repel, they had 1 person on Attic, and I believe 2 people on that big.
Wait, Blue Jay, did I get you there? The 2, homie. Thank you. Is there a sound video delay? I don't think so. I think the spectator shit's bugged a little bit. Let me, how do I group shit again? Group selected. Ah. Here? Let's see if that is decent. Oh, like you want me right here? Is this what you guys are saying?
This forces G2 to go into the tertiary bomb site.
Tertiary, fucking Jesus Christ.
We will see almost certainly every single bomb site.
That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, of course, the basement.
Let me make it a little bit cleaner.
Dorms tend to be the two most commonly used, but you've got this adjoining part of the map.
That's actually pretty good.
That's that's looks like he's cheating. Yeah, I don't know what Alamo was doing there, but that's what we haven't seen for a while. The adjoining bomb site, which is kitchen down below, connects to either meeting
Has the audio.
to dining / mess hall / cafeteria, whatever you want to call it. That bomb site is where G2 chose to go, which is a stylistic choice. Some teams like defending small tower. And
Oh my fucking god.
Citizen might like it, but it doesn't exactly prove to be so successful. Grenade from Sloth goes in.
Wait, why was Citizen even?
Sloth takes matters into his own hands, fishing for another kill. Benja not too far away, and down goes Prano. G2 will need to retake towards the bomb site as this move from Heroic nets 2 kills. Alimau swats away 1, but G2 still at a disadvantage. Alimau knows that there's multiple in there. Here's the Rat-a-tat-tav, the LMG. He's nestled safely inside a dining hall.
I guess that's one way just to ignore the small guy.
From above, small tower never fully cleared out as
Bro.
Virtue allows them to pass under his very nose. A lot of action with still 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Uno.
Dude, what the fuck is happening?
Traded back by Grizzly Benjin on the fun as well, and now it's Virtue to clutch.
Dude, Virtue is supposed to be the first guy dead here.
These are a statement from Virtue, as he tends to have quieter stats on G2. But this is quite a lot of work to be done now.
He's
because Virtue shot a player earlier on. Yeah, they know. Tank going down, third player outside of the door. Should be okay.
So a potential tough shot to make for the Sledge, but we're going to.
Why is he not ADSing? I think it's a spectator bug.
Stairs, and there you go. The Sledge swings into action. Gorgon takes him down.
All I'm saying is CS doesn't have spectator bugs
Comes on the tertiary
that I
bomb
know of.
site, and one that can often be tricky to defend. G2 fall apart as the first nade from Sloth heralds the coming of Heroic, and they sweep through the bomb site.
We can't see the player stats now? What do you mean? Yeah, you can.
Where the attack are supposed to win almost every single time, and it was a really great beginning for Heroic. Then it kind of stalled out, and it looked dire for a moment. Also worth noting, when we're spectating Alamau, he's not actually hip firing people. He is in ADS. That's
No,
like
he is.
okay. He is
He
actually
has
hip firing.
he has broken
said it, man.
He has broken the game.
Johnny Boy, they're the 15.
Just in case you guys are wondering, like, what was he doing? Went to small
TSM
tower,
Valorant
hip firing
needs
people,
you,
like, how many
Beaulo.
Yeah, they do.
he was most likely Parker ADS in that situation. That's gonna put us down
Look at the 15
stairs
helmet.
once again into the basement of things, where last time G2 tried
Hey, they
to
offer, I'm going.
of that backstairs attack from Blue and Big Tower. Virtue swung at the right moment, caught 2 players as they were cooking grenades, so we didn't really see the full execute, we didn't see the full idea from the brains of Heroic.
What was G2's placement in the league? Was it 4th? Oh, they were 4th. They were the last one, right? Little look at BDS? Yeah, fuck it. Man.
Laundry supply room with a potentially very different look from the way the defense will hold. I find it very unlikely that Heroic are going to allow anybody from G2, whether it be Virtue or somebody else, to just exist in that Harry Potter spot at the back of Tower Stairs. You want to drone that one out. Just as they didn't determine, maybe they did know where he was, but they didn't do anything about Prano inside of Trophy. So the 2 rounds that G2 won, largely capitalizations on Heroic not particularly being aware of a particular G2 player in a particular spot.
It's true. This time the G2 are roaming, like we discussed.
Am I still in
before.
6 and 10?
Typically, this is what
Yeah.
G2 will do.
Last time I played, I had been.
Kidstorm hatches open, never rotate to meeting, and meeting hatches.
They only made it because Rogue lost? Yeah, that's right. Rogue versus... It was the Rogue versus Heroic match, yeah.
Gotta escort Doty out of here from this first floor support, jam on the single wall. Heroic, they barely get there in time. Well, they don't actually get there in time because Doty barely gets out. He the way he survives, and it's a 5v5 still with 2 minutes left.
Regmaster involved in an altercation upstairs in attic, and we'll go for the long reload on that LMG as he was down to 34 bullets. The fact that you can go through that much ammo in such a short period of time is
He'd be shooting.
it's really fantastic.
Best team you
Just
scrimmed at the major?
hallmark of Finka, baby.
We haven't been scrimming.
Time though, 140 left. Doty's
We
still
start back up
scoring.
soon,
Have
but we've
absolutely
had time
zero
off.
here. Now just talking about the injury. Anyway, Alamar finishes off the kill. That means now 4 versus 5. Half the round in terms of times been burnt out, as well as half the drones from Heroic. This is
Don't worry.
a massive
Soon, though. Very
W
soon.
when it comes to the roam.
And look at that focus from G2 on the back tower is not as strong as it was. So G2
Too much
changes
Val.
the
I was on
approach
vacation.
here. This
I was
is
really
where
gone
the
for a
focus
week.
is gonna come from. Last time around, the focus was back of tower and then over towards freezer. Heroic's eyes are set on that freezer component. Of the
Don't worry. I think we're gonna be playing Siege tomorrow. Today, or not today. Tomorrow will be my first day back.
Oh, that sucks.
Since let's see, when did I stop playing? 27th. So it'll almost be.
And now Grizzly marches down Laundry Stairs. Beautiful shot on the Citizen.
Almost 3 weeks since I haven't played Siege, and I fucking love it. Holy shit.
Doty repositioning himself. His line of sight towards freezer blocked off by a smoke. 40 seconds to go. Waiting patiently. Healed up by one of those Kona stations of Citizen. The gadget will persist even if Thunderbird
Vacation was good.
off of the map. Alimao will need to be the one to get healed up next. Virtue takes out Benja. Alimo fouls. He had been downed earlier on.
Ah.
Crawling across the floor. It's a huge double piece from Doki. And Laundry Supply Room will be locked for the remainder of their defense as G2 goes up 3-1.
That everyone, I mean, that right there is again like kind of that unfortunate tale for Heroic. The first player
Was that
goes
BDS?
on the Ying, and that really
I heard it through this
inspired
stream.
when it comes to bomb site itself. So while they did roam clear, not greatly, but it was all right, so to speak. Once they got to the bomb site, they lost most of their intention. We see it right there. They injured the Doki, got to the wall, then Alama walked up the armory stairs, or laundry stairs rather.
Did I miss Siege while on break? No, I did not.
Really puts Heroic in the basket for that one. 1-3 now down for the side.
Hopefully I start enjoying it a lot more though, because I just I don't want to keep playing it for fucking ever. I needed a break.
He's really trying to bring as much value in these rounds as possible by bringing out the flexibility that he is able to.
Again, G2 goes upstairs. This rotation.
I'm excited though. I'm excited to go back to it.
It's only a 3-site rotation that you need. And, well, Dorms is.
I'm
Does
hopeful.
tend to work in your favor if you hold on to control of it with about 30 seconds left. You can get bogged down, and this was talked about before. Is when you've got half of the bomb site upstairs with walls that you can't quite shoot through. I mean, with the exception of that small wall in attic, with the exception of the 3-panel wall over towards Dorms, then of course the 2-panel there.
They have Alamo on that shield? The fuck?
Site of games. Everything else is a solid wall, so you can play on
Holy
the
shit.
defender in a much safer spot, knowing that you're not going to be down by.
What the fuck was that?
It means that the attackers can't use hard breach to open that up.
It's true. There's a threat or danger down below. We see Benji now. But we know there is no.
How the fuck did that guy just like TP away?
Does not.
Uh oh.
G2, they have reinforced these walls down
Actually, I don't think
below.
that'll
On the
kill him.
wing
Oh,
as
well.
well. Neck comes up, nice landing onto Prano. That means that
I thought it was gonna land inside of kids.
Lost for G2. They can make do without him, I believe. Virtue on this roam in the basement really
You
is
said
the
it, man.
key for
Yo, lucky shots at the 22.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Virtue can single-handedly save
Hey
the
Beaulo,
zone.
hope your day is good so far. Bojo 1, Bojo 2, Jess Koo Dance Pokey Cheer.
Third opening pick, by the way, for Heroic.
Day's going good. Hopefully yours is fantastic.
As much success as they did
Nobody fucks with the
Dude, these guys. How many nades do they have?
Doki before,
Dude, they have 4 sets of nades. Honestly, it's actually ridiculous, bro. You don't even need info when you have that many nades. You just start fucking chucking them.
still upright.
That's also ridiculous.
Uses all of his toxic canisters, so no worry about bringing
That's-
him to the grave. Another grenade goes off. This time, Citizen.
Dude, these guys just don't care.
He sustains some damage as well. Heroic using all of these to great effect. They've still got one in the pocket of Grizzly, but they might not need it as both
Holy
Virtue
shit.
and now are wiped off the map. Citizen in back tower, completely ceding control of the bomb site as Uno gets the diffuser planted, and now Citizen will have to go for the long
Billy Sims, take the 5.
shame all the way back and stare down the 4 players from Heroic. Almost certain now that Heroic will pull this off. I have no idea how Citizen is going to accomplish this, and I think he's in a position where he might not be able to pull it off two. He gets one, but Uno trades him out for his trouble. Heroic aim.
Do you think Nate should be nerfed?
This time on and it's because in large part they didn't need to isolate the players from G2. They punished them on the
I don't know if nades need to be nerfed, but I feel like just the like who has them. Like I don't think Finka should have nades.
You said it, man.
That'd be one easy way to nerf her. It's just all the people with nades are so fucking good.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
A second too late timing. Sledge just held the angle. He became a freebie, and that means that now we've gone through all.
I think nades are okay. I just want to see less nades. I think that's the main thing. I just want to see less of them.
Yet, speaking of bomb sites, Oregon in the it did happen.
All 4 bombs.
You said it.
All 4 bombs.
And G2 did it single-handedly. So good job, G2. Oregon in the EOL played 6.
Gone 6+ nation be a thing. Yeah, well that's why you see a lot of Yana Finka too, because it's like they literally have both of those.
Barely, you know, slight advantages to the defending. If Heroic can go 3-3 right now, given how unfortunate.
Frank X name the 3. Wad Wave, appreciate it. The Prime, thank you.
Arguably expected outcome if you're on the attacking side. You know, you have Kite open, you have Thatcher banned, so basement hedges can be like really fortified, etc. Walls are hard to get through. We'll see.
So foretold was the
Ranked? I might be playing tomorrow, or I probably will be playing tomorrow. So if you want to play. What? How many more matches are there? Let me see. Is there like a schedule? Wait, I think there's a schedule. One second, guys. I'm just gonna do this real quick.
Pog champ.
Poggers, poggers.
But with Nook already being in the building with 30 seconds to
said
go,
it, man.
you can very easily make
Nobody
your own
fucks
Where's the
Give away.
schedule?
And now the jig is up. They know
What is
that
today?
there is a Nook in back tower.
Is this stream A?
Surprise?
What is this? Is this?
Unfortunate.
said it,
The
man.
gadget makes you invisible to
Nobody
camera.
So there's
fucks with the Jesus.
one more game after this on this stream, and then
Another net goes up from Benja. Almost
3 more games on the next stream.
This means they can now start working on that
Damn, what the fuck?
said it, man.
towards the big tower.
Nobody
It's very
fucks with the
typical approach
Jesus.
of most teams in pro play. Gotta clear out the corners.
Lulu, think they're prime.
Meeting the sandbags in the middle, the sandbags on the right. We see one silhouette right there. This snake could do some damage, but it blows up very easily, or very quickly rather.
Sci-fi, I think the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Have I invested into a side hustle? A side hustle? My side hustles are playing other games.
But we'll see. I don't honestly know what is being visible to them and what isn't to us.
Oh!
Killing a beautiful shot from Virtue as he feeds Gorgon.
What do you think of 3 teams being online? I think it's a fucking joke.
As well. It forces an adrenal surge from Benja Master. He takes matters into his own hands, and down goes Ali Mao on sandbags. Benja's still flirting with that back a meeting. He can head towards stage whenever he wants. Diffuser will need to be escorted in, but first it needs to be retrieved. It has not been picked up. Grenade goes in.
I'd actually feel bad for people who are like, I don't feel bad, but it's like I think it sucks for the people that are going to watch to go to Charlotte and watch. It sucks. I would not want to be those guys.
In goes Sloth. He's going to get the diffuser planted. Does that toxic canister hit? Virtue sends out a second as well, and Sloth manages to get away, losing half of his HP. Down goes Sloth, and Grizzly will follow. And it's Benjamaster against the world, Nick. He needs to just sit and watch the diffuser. He's got the gun for it.
What just happened?
He's going to take out Virtue. I don't know what's happening right now. It's him versus Citizen and Prano, sitting back and waiting. 25 seconds to go. Great patience. Prano hops on it. The Yokai doing some damage, at least obscuring
Yeah, that
him.
boy was
Citizen
sticking it.
with very limited HP, an easy retrieve of the diffuser, and the first half goes in the books.
NRG selling the 200 bits. Where you been, bro? I'm missing my best friend's day streak. About 200 bits. I was on vacation, man.
Again, kind of like a quote-unquote expected outcome situation, but again, it's so close for Heroic having a raw start again in that round.
Imagine a final only online teams. I would love to see that.
We saw you guys missed a few seconds.
Bitch.
You got the kill into the meeting player.
Am I allowed to talk shit if I'm watch partying? Right? We're good.
He swung the big target, was holding the diffuser.
Just to show how fucking bad Siege is. I would love that. I would honestly fucking love that.
Got the second, backed out. There it is.
I'd like to issue a correction here that when I said the Yokai doing some damage, I didn't mean physical damage. Because
Mental
Yokai
damage.
doesn't actually do any damage. It was more so damage to Benja's position as it was given away, and he was disoriented.
Yes.
G2 now moving on to attack. Heroic will trail on defense based on what you said. 51% being the one side, 49% the other.
This is the 1% difference right there. You know, 1%.
I mean, that's not true. G2 has an upper hand just based on the way that this map is played, but we'll see exactly what transpires.
Can't they play from Mexico? Yeah, they are, but it's online.
Similar fashion that G2
With
showed in their
and for playoffs, it's spectators. Spectators are going to be there. So
the extension,
a grand final between two online teams that are both in Mexico,
meeting hatch probably opened up, again allowing the roam to be enabled
and there's a audience in a venue watching just a screen. It's literally a watch party. Your fan is hella loud. Yeah, I have it cooling off Plum. Ah, she's asleep. She can probably I can probably turn it down.
roam clear them out, which it looks like they're going to try and do.
The one real thing that I find for Heroic to be their worst, I guess, attribute at the moment is
She was a
the
bit
fact that
hot.
these players taking over the game. Sloth has stolen games for them. Benja has done the same.
Who are the teams in Mexico? It's all the Brazilians except for Liquid. So it's W7M, Furia,
You need to be faster than that. You need to be faster than that.
and
You
Team
need to be
1.
better than that. You get taken out by 3 players from G2, and down goes Grizzly as well. What is going on as G2 just bull rushes?
I said
3
G2, right?
players,
G2's
four
winning
players.
those?
There's 2 minutes and 5 seconds left, and Benja is the last player standing. Denies a flawless, but Alimau gets his teammates back. And I guess we're trying to speed run to the finals at this point, making up for lost time. G2 take the first round within a minute and 15 seconds. Their very first.
So I feel like Heroic just kind of, they just have fun.
Scratching my forehead right now because again, like it's a little bit bad timing, but
Honestly, I feel like G2 kind of just has fun too.
Getting grenaded, getting shot,
Nobody
getting
fucks with the
defused,
Jesus.
United Burritos, they have the 4.
Hey, Bo.
What up, homie?
So many things that went wrong in a 10 seconds time zone for Heroic. That was the entire round, literally in 10 to 15 seconds. And I think Mr. Officer agrees because tactical timeout has been called from Heroic. They need to talk about what's going on right now.
Do you think they're Ubisoft removing 1.5 in LMGs?
That's not what they expect from themselves.
I mean, it's a start, but it's not gonna help. You still have the
Nobody
ACOG.
fucks with the Jesus.
If they remove both the ACOG and you have to run 1Xs, it's still gonna be OP.
To getting stunned by G2, who looked much weaker than you just a few weeks prior.
Absolutely correct. The tactical timeout.
I feel like every EU team except BDS just has fun. I think BDS has fun too. They just
We would like to remind you
honestly, I feel like all the EU teams just kind of run around.
other team is also able to speak with their coach. Obviously, if you have some deficiencies going on in your game, it's a good thing to kind of hit that pause button. Take a deep breath, maybe settle the team down. Sometimes it isn't even necessarily strategic. We've talked to coaches in the NAL, as that's where you and I both work, and the coaches will say
I feel like the only team that kind of doesn't do that is like Empire.
Inspire them.
That was old Empire though.
Some of the rounds have not been great, but
So.
we're okay. And again, I want to reiterate that as high as Heroic was
Give me predictions for these? Oh yeah, I should probably do predictions. Hey,
for 4 of
I've been
them,
gone for a
this
week.
is their first major international event.
7 Zodiac through the Prime.
Did not necessarily look like themselves in their earlier matchup. X-Sets certainly did not look like themselves in their earlier matchup. Heroic are not looking like the EUL Heroic that we come to see. And I imagine that there is first-time land jitters for all of these
Certainly.
players. And you talk to teams, and they will tell you that, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on their
Would I
shoulders.
recommend playing Face
know
to improve as a
Heroic
player?
had a rough time getting here. You mentioned
I mean,
the
Faceit and Ranked are
torturous schedule,
honestly kind of the same
30
thing.
hours
You do find better. You're gonna play against better people in Faceit most likely,
There's a mental cost associated with that.
especially when you climb the ladder.
Who knows
So yeah,
exactly
sure.
what the reasoning was for it.
It's always
This is
different.
just point blank, this
If
is
it if it works for you, if you think that you're gaining
settle themselves down.
benefits out of it.
Their game, because right now G2 is controlling the tempo of this match.
And then fair play
Am I gonna watch BDS Astralis?
also playing on-
I'm sure this game will probably be over by then. Ah, no.
G2 playing a little better, therefore we now see a gap right now in that 5-2 scoreline. So I don't want to take anything away from G2 or just like slander Heroic. It is a multi-team situation here. As Alamau sneaks or almost snuck his drone into the bomb site itself. It's a little bit of a breeze here. We're chilling, figuring things out. Impeding
Jesus
goes out,
Christ.
exposing Prano and shuts down his drone. Minute has passed, nothing has really happened. That's massive.
Oh, let me pull up the stream so I can get my fucking alpha
G2
packs.
bringing out
Holy
both the
shit.
Osa and the Ying. Those are the two execution.
I'm watching this on YouTube right now.
That's what we
Okay.
care about in the last minute and a half or so. In the last minute when the bomb site becomes a priority. Until then, all eyes are on the finger.
L Twitch running on it.
To gain the map control.
It's so fucking hard to get your drone in in the Oregon basement. The best route is like blue early.
The toxic base from Uno, same story. No C4s outside of Sloth, which means there is limited utility that you
Or
can
Freezer.
use outside
Freezer
of
probably. Honestly, I think Freezer's the best. It's just so hard though.
Oregon is so commonplace now, and a big part of that is
Freezer through the 2 drone holes. So this is a Lamicki major. I.
As the Candelas obviously can make a huge impact on our but smokes and the hard breach secondary gadget are both incredibly potent.
Somewhat. I think it's like I think it's still gonna be a good major. It's gonna be as Lamicki as you can get it, right? No matter what. Yeah, it's kinda. But I mean, I'm probably not gonna. No matter what happens in an event, there's always gonna be some teams that are gonna discredit your win. I know there's teams trying to discredit our invite win. Calling that one a Lamicki.
Could pay off here because that urgency from G2, well, they drop and Benja can't do much more than one, but Gorgona can. Huge amounts of kills swatted away by Virtue. It's a 2v2.
Did they all drop? Okay, Piranha was tower.
2 players on either side.
Holy
you can
shit.
very easily propel yourself towards a victory. For G2, that means match point. Uno takes down the
Yeah, Heroic already lost this game.
Turns around and takes down Prano as well.
They didn't even did they open blue and then they left it?
And it is a round so
You have to have somebody blue. You literally have to have somebody there.
Huge round for them. It's a bit of a stall from G2, right? Those electric claws really bought so much time for them, and then, well, it looked like a fast execute, but once again, with the Candela changes, the flashes are less effective, but you get more of them. So you toss them out early, you buy yourself some time, some momentum perhaps, and you also confuse your opponents to when you're going to strike. And then, well, when they did strike, Gorgona was there. Almost down 3 kills, shut down the initial push.
Oh wait, that was G2. Never mind. My bad, guys. My bad. I wasn't paying too much attention.
You need to dispatch a body over towards pillar or
Okay, so Heroic hasn't lost yet. G2 is trolling on the attack.
On your E-box drop, or simply use the Candelas to your advantage. That was not the case. Heroic managed to stave off whatever push that G2 had, and you know, frankly, it wasn't terrible the way that G2 went about it, but Heroic were just the better team when push came to shove. And I think
Can we see the game? Thank you.
I don't know why G2 seemed to have that level of hesitancy. Maybe they just didn't have information as to where the players were. Maybe they didn't drone them out. I'm not entirely certain. That's something that I don't.
Why is the exit skin up?
Said it, man.
Late night, they were the 10.
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How you doing? They're the 10.
You said it, man.
Electric Beast with the 2. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say,
Bopet.
Opet.
G2 has had some sloppy Oregon rounds and games in the past, so you can almost argue maybe that they actually took the time to check the entire list, because
Am I gonna do a watch party every day?
missing a corner,
I'd like to.
bomb site, and bam, because the guy
I don't know about waking up at 7 a.m. We'll see though. Today, well, last night was my first day back, and I was fucking tired, so I wanted to sleep in. I was thinking about waking up at 7 for this, but
ultimately the round arguably Gorgona
fuck that.
his life. Solo roaming in Oregon is extremely.
I heard that anyone wants a clean feed. Yeah, I have the clean feed available, but
no information. You're working blindly off instincts. That's where some players have really got right. We got Citizen.
I don't know. We'll see.
The absolute, like, most ridiculous. It's like he just knows what the enemy is. Like, he's ready for it every single time. I bet you he told his teammate, "Hey, I'm gonna rappel here. Open the window when I tell you to. I'll get a free kill." I bet you he said it. And
clean feed. What's a clean feed?
Two players with the
It's the game without casters, without the overlay, without anything. I don't know. I'd have to see. I don't know if there's like special rules for it, because you might need to like add stuff. I don't know. That's the only reason I haven't done it, because I don't know if there's like extra rules on top of it.
Don't count out Gorgona either, who has been, in my opinion, even though he doesn't, or I guess technically he has the most kills now, has looked like Heroic's most formidable player and is their best asset. You talked about solo roaming, and there he is with the DMR in hand. That's 2 to 3 bullets that can drop just about any body anywhere
said it,
across the
man.
map. If G2
Nobody
do not
fucks with the
understand this,
Jesus.
they can very easily get pounced upon from that flank that Gorgona has going.
that nade actually did damage onto Uno all the way back in Attic, so that was almost a Kobe.
Almost. No healing potential there either.
Oh, fuck.
That's a kill.
Yeah, that should be, but Grizzly gets away with just a single
Holy
point
shit.
of HP. There's at least one other nade on the board that can be tossed out by Citizen. That's all she wrote. And there goes one of those volcanic canisters from Banjamaster. 20 seconds will feel like eternity.
Which the pro player earns 10K a month in Siege? It'd be rare. That salary would be rare in Siege.
A single bullet will do so much to him, and he loses the fight. It leaves Sloth in a 1v3 that becomes a very quickly a 1v3.
Siege is starting to get up there in salary. It's nothing like Val or CS though. Val and CS are fucking crazy. Holy shit.
Find themselves in this battle of Europe. On top, on match point, 6-3.
A bit scrappy, a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic that round, I would say. But, I mean, it's working. G2 right now
That's
actually
crazy.
thriving in the chaos more often
That's
than not.
unlucky.
And, well, we can judge them from their
Dota is crazy. I don't know about the salaries in Dota. The thing is, honestly, I don't think the salaries in Dota are that much. I don't think so. It's mainly just like the fucking prize winnings. Like, they're probably high, but I don't think they're as high as like CS. I don't think so. Mainly just because TI is like where all the money is.
Referred to by so many as the group of death because you've got the best team in LATAM, you've got the best team in EU, you've got the fourth team in EU who's currently beating the best team in EU, and then you've got the fourth team in NA. But there's not really any weak teams at this tournament.
No.
And even though W7M have to play from Mexico,
You said it, man.
they still showed against
Nobody
Dark Zero
fucks with the
what they
Jesus.
are capable of. Now, for Heroic, even if you
John Sens, you think the two? Renslow, think the prime.
or lose, you have W7M up
You
next.
said it, man.
League of Legends as well. League of Legends salary is really high. Yes.
Whether they are playing
League salaries are fucking crazy.
or not, W7M have just looked unstoppable.
I was mainly just talking about FPS though, because like,
Heroic is currently being stopped
you know,
by the team.
because Dota you have crazy not crazy salaries, crazy prize pools. League is just fucking stupid how much they get paid.
It was a clubhouse matchup between Heroic and G2. Heroic won 7-5. It was close-ish, I suppose, but it was ultimately Heroic victory. Now we see Grizzly extending up above in tier 3 of Big Tower. So like the tiers, like the level tier 1 is first floor, tier 2 is second floor, tier 3 is the catwalk right here, in case you guys are wondering. And that's a very common position to be in to kind of stop the attackers from gaining the ground that is Big Tower, because you need at least 2 or 3, if not more, members to remove Grizzly from his position. So if they don't want to commit all those resources, they'll have to just walk around and find another avenue.
Are they going to commit to this tower guy?
Which I thought for a second they were going to do, but trying to sneak this Garage player from Doty, get some damage, not a kill, but LML gets Grizzly as well. That is the big target.
I mean, we were going to talk about Tower. You said that roaming on Oregon can be so hard and so isolating. Nice shot by Sloth. He lost some HP earlier on. He takes out Ali Mao. Down goes the F2. Now it's Benja to sustain some damage, but they bait them on in. Gorgona takes out Citizen. Suddenly, the upper hand is Heroics. And back upstairs, Benja will scamper off. His rat plays down below.
You guys get paid slowly from prize money? No. There's salaries. There's salaries in almost every game.
For his team, but G2 still trailing. I like this from Heroic. This is gutsy. They are bringing the fight to G2.
Usually orgs will take a cut of your prize pool. It kind of helps offset the salaries.
We're going to take a ton of damage through the wall. Look at the HPs of everybody in the lobby. Almost everybody has been winnowed down to nothing.
It's risky gameplay. I would say consolidate.
At the end of the day, it's really hard to be profitable in esports.
Towards D2, and there are still these grenades coming out. Virtual almost kills the wrong player, himself that is in this case. But he does stay alive. Has one more frag in his pocket, 3 flags from Prano. Maybe they can make a play with 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Depends if Heroic are playing together or isolated. That's always the name of the game in these 2 versus 3s. The team that has more people next to one another playing that trade game will usually come out on top.
We know the only player with 50 seconds left that has full HP out of the 5 that are still up in the server. G2 looking to put an exclamation mark on the day.
LMG meta, I don't like it.
Results against DZ.
I play Fink and I hate it. I would much rather go back to the Zo days. Like, dude, the Zo days were so fun, man. It like,
Still ticks away. Heroic on defense. They just need to wait patiently for G2 to
I
come
don't know.
Prano with diffuser in hand. He's not going to be able to live through a single one of Uno's 2 toxic canisters. So there is denial.
is Prana going Balk? I really hope he's going Balk.
Incredibly winnable round for them. The Kingmaker is going to be Virtue. Do they know what
God
it is?
damn.
They don't, and Benja gets caught running through.
Where's
trouble.
Prano?
Puzzlingly, Uno against his former team for redemption. A toxic canister tossed out over towards Trophy. He's got a great spot on the Virtue, but it's Prano to seal the deal. G2. And they might have lost in the regular
Oh,
season
5
of
minutes.
EUL, but internationally, G2 gets the last laugh.
That
What
they
the
knew.
fuck is that?
That final round is gonna hurt if you're Uno, because you had just tossed the Toxic Bay White Stairs. The second one went towards the breach.
Why am I here?
Onto Closet, and then Benjamaster running away in that 2v2, back turn towards Armory when you, like, arguably...
Why am I
that's
here?
where one of the players are going to
Why'd you
be
throw
at.
me in there,
I do
Skittles?
not big fan of that 2-2 situation, not the fact that Heroic had the lead in that final round and then somehow managed to throw it away.
I mean, there's going to be a lot to talk about between these two teams. G2 always seems to elevate themselves internationally.
Always.
Doesn't matter who's playing on the team. They are just so consistent. It's like NIP. NIP almost always elevate themselves internationally.
TSM.
FaZe elevate themselves internationally. TSM,
Dude, he said us.
absolutely. But for G2, they walk away today with a loss in overtime, a win in regulation. That's 4 points if my arithmetic is correct, and that's huge for a group of death. For Heroic, a disappointing first match and a disappointing international debut.
Let me check these groups again.
Squad, and things frankly don't get much better because they have W7M right up next. But before we get there,
So who did these guys beat? These beat G2 OT and then lost to W7M. And then W7M has to play Heroic. Is it right here? Oh yeah, they play like right after this. That'll be a good game. Damn. Honestly, after watching that, Heroic might go 0 for 2 on the day. And then these guys will probably bump up. Honestly, probably in regulation. And then they'll go to 5. Liquid. What's the schedule for... Let me pull up these schedules here. So, W7M, Heroic. Not... Wait. Did I fuck up? Oh, it's right here. And then this is...
You said it,
Furia
man.
XF, Furia.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Furia XF. Interesting. Alaki, they're the prime. Get predictions for each group. I mean, I didn't watch. I don't know. I don't really know how Dire Wolves play, but honestly, I'm probably just gonna go with Dire Wolves. They're gonna probably get knocked out. I don't think it matters on this group. Doesn't. I don't. I want to say. Ugh. So wait, Cyclops already beat Exit, right? Cyclops. Yeah, Cyclops beat... Dude, this shit is so confusing. Okay, so Cyclops beat Exet. I mean, I want to say Liquid and Exet, but... What was the Cyclops score? 7-2? I'm still gonna go with Liquid Exit. I think Liquid Exit do it. Oh, wait, Fury hasn't played a single game yet? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, this is easier. Wow, thank you. Furia Exit, Furia Liquid. And then Exit Liquid, Exit Furia, Exit Liquid, Exit Cyclops. I'm gonna go Liquid Exit, and then on this one I think it's gonna be W7M and I don't know. Is it? It's. I don't want to knock Heroic out already after just seeing them play, but.
Welcome back to the A stream, where we're about to get underway with BDS's second game of the day against none other than Astralis. They've already had a victory today against a European team, a French one at that. So maybe, Tim, it'll be 2-0 for Astralis on the day.
Certainly could be more of the same. One of the, well, the top team in...
I don't know,
NL so
W7MDZ,
far.
let's go with that.
Already today, Astralis are some people's favourites for the tournament.
Wolves.
They're certainly one that people expect to go a long way, and this...
BDS, Astralis, Chiefs. Damn, Chiefs already lost twice. Ooh, dude, going 0-2 on the day? It fucking stinks. Holy shit, that fucking sucks. Dude, how did Astralis play? They lost, right? They lost. Oh, wait, no, they won, actually. They won. They beat LFO, right? Yeah, they beat LFO. Or Wolves. Fuck. I want to say Astralis BDS. But Wolves are already up 4. No, I think they can still do it. I think BDS Astralis. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think BDS Astralis. Yeah, so recap. Doesn't matter. Dire Wolves, I think, are going to get knocked out. Liquid Xset, W7MDZ, BDS Astralis. And I'm saying that because I want Astralis to go. But I also think they will. Look at that.
Right after that iconic clutch in the 1-on-2, they were all firing. Iconic going
Why is this?
a quad kill for him in that round.
And he gets the hook. Doesn't have a ton of time to right the ship because they go up against the #1 team in LATAM.
Am I going this weekend? No, I'm not.
You heard that correctly. The #1 team in Europe versus the #1 team in Brazil in just a couple minutes. Ready for you, and then we'll be coming back with the final match.
Oh, this is the W7M game. Sick. Same with the LFO roster. Well, I was also saying that because I want Astralis to win. I don't know. Isn't what was LFO or Wolves? They were second, right? Were they second? It was Heroic. They were third? Were they third? Oh, BDS was second? I don't know. I just think... in EU matchup, I just think BDS would probably win it. I don't know how they did in the EUL. Like, guys, I haven't really watched EUL or anything. So I don't truly know domestically how teams match up. But oh my god, Plum is snoring. I don't know. I think BDS will. Is that what I said? BDS X said? I think they'll make it out. It would be kind of cool to see BDS not make it out, and LFO and Xset do. Because I don't want 2 EU teams to go, and I would like to see the kind of like the, not necessarily the underdog, because I think people like them, but a new team out of groups, other than BDS. Where the fuck? Stage. Oh, okay, stage 1. BDS beat LFO 7-4 on border. something new in your name. What you got? Minus R6 plus checkmark. Oh shit. Fuck. I didn't even notice the checkmark. Shit. Look at you, Ice Cold. Look at you. Inspirational. Inspirational. Mowgli best killer. Wow, you guys are hyping up Mowgli. Alright, we'll see. We'll see. Well, we're about to watch tomorrow. This is Stream A, isn't it? Oh, shit. Oh, this is BDS. Well, this is in 15 minutes? Fuck.
So the Hatch Queen will be present through a number of these rounds. Mira then also going to be our final ban away. So really the Nook the only one there that looks like an outside ban. Everything else pretty run-of-the-mill, to be honest.
We're going to be getting into the thick of things now, and I'm looking forward to this one.
50k on Astralis?
Astralis play already, but I'm really looking forward to casting Astralis.
Is this still in prediction mode?
Breakout stage so far.
Fuck.
And now we see them here at the
Dude, I got 119k. I gotta throw down.
What they can do here on Bank against what should be one of the top EU teams.
Where I feel nervous already, looking at these lineups, as we go down into the basement to kick things off, is we don't have a smoke on side, we have Bride on that Chanka. Now, I sound concerned. Chanka we spoke about a number of times, not really super solid when it comes to denying people from pushing in. Like, they can step into a site, they can walk over the flames. It's no
movie smoking on screen for a minute. I think on like coastline. But that's coastline. Coastline doesn't count.
This map, we know how much teams love planting just inside the door.
No!
Blockers or the security room, sorry, on the downstairs. So, with how that plays out, pretty effective on the
what?
Side. You just got to make sure you've got that ping pong pinball with
oh
down
my god.
Team. Otherwise, you can give
dude.
land that the attacker can step inside and get off a
it just started.
The problem with the Tachanka that we've seen specifically, Des, when you talk about getting them into the right position, it's when playing against the Ossa. So quite often the Ossa will breach the wall. Well, won't personally.
You said it, man.
The wall will be breached.
Nobody
Zip my G Fuel, they say one.
Put the Talon shield down and try to plant behind it. Now, the difficulty with that is when you try to get those Shumiker launch canisters in behind the shield, they bounce off the wall above and they bounce back clear, and the fire doesn't reach behind the shield. And that was something we've seen teams have a real difficulty with when they've been trying to play against that Talon shield plant. And so that could be something that Astralis might use. Get in there, use the Ossa, get the shield down,
fucking
just make it really
wisdom
difficult
to this fucking my shit right now.
And to prevent that plant going down.
Some people call me a lunatic, Tim, but genuinely think Chanka needs a small range buff on those Shumikers. Not a massive one, just a small one.
Yeah, you don't want to turn it into like Goyo fire.
I mean, everyone was like, oh man, Goyo, going to be so bad without his shields, and now look at him, he's like so obnoxious.
Yeah, it is.
Like Citizens played it almost exclusively so far today, for example. It's just so good.
I love now that they're not part of a shield, I love the changes that we've started to see for the Goyo. And it's a little bit of a sidetrack whilst we get the rehorse going. But yeah, I love the changes that we've seen from it, particularly using those canisters on reinforcements and on barricades.
Yeah.
And just completely shutting down a rush. It's just such a smart way of doing it. You know that once that wall gets open, once that door gets open, window, whatever it might be, there's going to be at least 20 seconds until any action comes through there.
Can you please share your opinion about this tournament's being BO1? It's clear that the better option is BO2. What do you think? Well, it's a BO1, but you play each team twice. So, I mean, if you want to think of it, it could be a BO2. I mean, BO3s are nice, but...
I mean, that first game particularly, he put some work in.
I'm sure he will, and much more is to come. Right then, Lockers and CC. We are getting back underway with exactly where things started out before we had the rehost. Everyone must take the same operators, which I imagine will mean you'll see the repicks going the same way. The one thing I'm looking at and thinking, Tim, okay, there's no smoke for Big Dinar. There's a Chanka to kind of slow the attackers down. which then makes you think, okay, then why do they want to slow them down? What's the game plan here? And part of me leans in towards Alems on that Vigil, an old operator that he used to play an awful lot historically. If he can get a roam off on square, for example, and come down behind the side of Astralis, that's where the real damage is waiting to happen.
As I said, it's definitely something that they need to be, you need to be utilising, is getting out in the map here, BDS, and it's not something that they've always shown us is necessarily that effective for them. We're going to have Brede doing all the work inside the site at the minute. Obviously, the big LMG from Tachanka makes that pretty easy to do. Now the hatch has been opened up.
Tommy T, you think of the 3, homie? Sure.
Bow punch, bow punch, bow punch, bow punch.
What's your opinion on Iconic? I think he's a good player.
There. We're having the
I always thought he was a good player.
We are going to see this sort of vertical extension of the site. We see it sometimes, not all the time. We'll see how BDS play out with it.
Well, sometimes does tend to mean not all the time, Tim.
It does.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you picked up on that, Des.
Just always checking you, mate. Don't worry.
You're so sharp.
100%. 100%. Let's see.
They're knocking the table out. Why are you doing that?
Shaiko looking to be a bit cheeky around Marble, but could dip his way back down towards the basement. We've got to get into this argument.
Hey,
we always have to
lesson learned.
hold inside of Open Office.
Lesson learned, BDS.
Have that debate today.
You said it, man.
Can Roji-chan take the 4?
It's grown on me a little
Thank
bit,
you.
but still not massively. Still not massively. I think I'm okay with it like
What the fuck is happening?
When
There's a lot coming in through the front entrance here, and there's a hatch on the other side of it as well. It's like 3, 2, 1, all drop together.
One lobby. Where's the other guy at? Is he going garage?
Forest looking for Rafal, but Rafal might be able to find one. He misses the shots. How do you miss a 3v2k inside of the vault? But they've stormed their way in.
Oh, he's fucking dirt.
Come back for BDS. A 3
That works.
versus 3, a 3 versus 2, all inside 60 seconds. They've come in at pace. Alems coming down Marble. It's a massive recovery effort coming out of BDS here as well. But 2 kills come in from Astralis. That hot drop rush completely captured the French side off guard.
It really did, and that was impressive from Astralis, just doing things a little bit differently and just completely circumnavigating any defense that BDS had put in position and just work straight route 1 into sight. It was the double kill from Forest that really opened things up then.
Again, really, I felt like Rafal should have had a kill, if not 2, as he came flanking in on the south side there, because he had access through the window. He saw 2 players, he took some shots, they connected.
Yeah!
Wasn't enough to finish.
Let's go, Astralis. Fuck.
If he gets 2
Fuck him up.
That rush stops. There is no more momentum for Astralis. They've lost 2. There's 1 player stuck in Narnia inside a gold vault or something, where he can do very little. But again, this is what it comes down to sometimes, these single small moments, and that is one I'm sure BDS can look back on and say, we really should have had that one.
What the fuck is that? What? Wait.
Extension. I think so long as it's limited.
What is that skin? That came out?
No, you asked me the question.
When did that come out?
It's just, it's limited. If it's limited in scope, as I would suggest it is here, then I'm kind of okay with it. We see it working. The problem I have is when teams overcommit to it and they put castles up there.
Watch them do this shit again.
Bulletproof cameras up there, and they've got the reinforcements up there, and it leaves them seriously light on sight in terms of utility, and they get chased out of there in 45 seconds a minute, and they're straight down the hatches. And it just gives up far too much to me. So I think it's very important, if you're going to have that vertical presence, that you really manage the level of utility that's being put into holding it.
Fix the M762. Yeah, you want me to fix the Zoe AK?
Coming in this round, it's Alems going across onto the Valkyrie as number 1. That change away from being on the Vigil will give them more utility, hopefully help them catch if the second rush was coming in. But it's one of those whole, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. BDS should not get caught up by the same sort of play once again. Astralis have also slowed things down here, because already we're 60 seconds into the round, and it's not a 3 versus 2, Tim. It is still a 5 versus 5.
Much better from BDS, that much has to be said. Surviving the first minute. Shuttle is going to be taken down by Shaiko, and that is a much better start. Shaiko is going to play on the hatch here. He's going to look for a fadeaway.
Dude, that's such a scary fight. Holy shit.
As he dips himself back down the hatch. He's got Renshiro in support at the minute as well, who decides,
oh my
you know
God.
what, it's time to go. Him and Shaiko leave open area to Astralis. They are going to have control of the hatch, but that is not a bad first half of the round.
Wait, how did Shuttle die?
Getting the kill, dropping back down to side,
What
burning
happened?
through 90 seconds. A good start overall. Now though, Astralis are trying to get themselves set up, looking at what the next step is going to be, and those hatches slowly being chewed open. Interesting, by the way, that in this attack they're bringing along the Ace and the Thermite. I mentioned earlier on that Hibana's not banned away. Why wouldn't you bring her along? There are so many hatches on the downstairs that you have to chew your way through normally. I think it's 5 is the count that you can possibly open up. Nothing is ever going to top a Hibana at getting those opened up.
Forest moves downstairs with diffuser in hand.
Damn, is he about to go for this shit?
Here, but out come those Shumiker canisters,
Perfectly
and that
placed.
is going to make it difficult. Breeder hitting the spot.
Fuck.
LMs, he's going to get taken down by DP Fire, and that.
Oh my god, iconic.
Forest is going to continue trying to push forward here, but Shaco manages to find a second on the round, and that is going to be Renshiro in on the action as well. 4v2.
A bit
Forest
explosive.
moving in, trying to get that plan down. He's going to look to stick it, but no,
Breeder.
it's going to be the Shumiker launcher
Holy
that gets
shit.
the kill. Breeder looking to prove a point about the Tachanka, and that's BDS with a good defensive basement this time.
That might be the most effective we've
That's a
seen it be.
blue-ass
However, I
room.
will say it's comboed off with the C4s that came out as well, because when the Shumikers were burning down on the Thermite wall, they also had a C4 come out a little bit deeper towards the server wall on the east side. So in combo, they locked everything off, but it's still a big 3K for Breeder, who was playing inside of sight, just trying to like pinging them over the top of the shield as well, getting them just inside of sight to stop the plank coming down. A good round for BDS and showing that round 1, all right, cool, you caught us out. This time round, we are more prepared. Staff room and open area, arguably the most popular site on this map at the moment, is where we go to for round number 3.
I think that round sets us up beautifully for the rest of the game here, because we've had Astralis sort of steal around with a bit of a cheese
have a Discord?
play, getting in there with the rush,
Exclamation
but
mark
then
Discord.
when they try to play into BDS's strategy cleanly, then it's a little bit of a different story, and BDS lock it down, and I could see that being a little bit of a pattern as we continue forward here. It's going to be staff and open area this time for BDS defending in round 3. Breeder putting
love that
the
bulletproof, by the way.
bulletproof cam into
You said it, man.
We've seen that bulletproof.
Spectacular, Prime.
I think it's just super effective because you can't shoot it from the side very easily, and it gives you all this visibility of what's going on inside of the lobby. It forces someone like J90 to whip out the impacts and burn through it at distance. I'm pretty sure historically we've seen teams stick a bunch of ADSs inside of the front desk area as well, and just catch out tons of utility as it came flying through.
The BDS won the game before? Yeah, they won against Chiefs before this.
This is it, but the information that's getting fed
You know what? All teams could not make it to the LAN, or is it only Elevate? Elevate was DQ'd. W7M, Furia, and Team 1 are in Mexico playing online.
Open there, J90 moves away, so he's not going to be in a position to make any sort of direct challenge onto it immediately, but it's going to at least open up that long line of sight, and we can just hear the LMG chewing away there.
I think you got DP Fire rotating around
God.
himself in lone office as well, so he controls the Beepers hallway halfway up Marble. Meanwhile, for other members of Astralis, they're working their way out towards Square and down towards this quad wall. Something we always see the focus being is around here, and normally you'll see 2 mute jammers on it, as we've got here. It does mean the very center of the wall, though, is susceptible to being open. It just stops teams opening up either side of it as our second EE1D of the round rings out.
No real push coming in line with that. It's just freezing BDS in place.
Or they DQ, they couldn't get visas. Same reason the LATAM teams were in Mexico. I don't know what the difference is of Elevate not being able to do what LATAM is doing. Maybe it's something with Mexico and not letting them in, but I have no idea.
And he's going to keep the ability to at least rain bullets up through that floor. Doesn't have Nitro in hand at the minute, but can still make challenges. However, DP Fire with a beautiful angle from the vertical there. Finds LMs for the opener.
That's what you want. And the pings of the drones coming out as well. They know where these players are, so they can just keep on raining down death from above. Iconic, hoping to hold the angle, but the man goes just about punching away. There's a couple of kills that come through, sure. Rafal finds one back in all the mess, but Astralis still have the numbers advantage of 4 versus 2 and 65 seconds to play.
How come teams don't run Thunderbird? Because sometimes you gotta run different utility. Because TBs only heal you. Instead where you have a castle that blocks off doors, a Malusi that slows
Beaulo
people,
first LAN was
Maestro
terrible.
info, Valk info, and new jammers for walls and drones. Mainly for walls for this site.
Renshiro's got one thing to his advantage.
Yeah, I could do the
And fact that
16.
he's
First
got
lane was
Powder in
terrible.
hand, but Forrest able to
Unlucky.
drop and start getting that diffuser down, and there's very
16,
little
homie.
that
Appreciate it.
Renshiro can do
Thank you,
about this.
thank
He needs to wait for the smoke to clear, and he just needs to hope that there's an opportunity to find himself
Asked
a
win.
kill or two to
Asked
get
win.
things going, but
Ah!
watched from the window. He's shut down by Shuttle, and that's going to be another round to Astralis. 2-1 now.
A little bit comfortable in that round, and this is where things really start to get spicy, because it could be this back and forth, answer for answer, between BDS and Astralis in terms of Astralis attack something.
Bro, I would honestly be so heated if I was Elevate. Holy shit. Qualify for a major, and they just had to throw in the US, and either, I don't know if it's the org or the organizers of the event trolling, but you just can't go. That's so stupid.
Plenty of excitement. Yep. The thing is, are we going to follow the same pattern? Do we have BDS this time able to adjust, adapt, able to lock it down as they did with lockers last time around, or will Astralis this time be able to squeeze a little bit more of the same out of the round and get this one? I mean, they were
Icon I think it's T1. Where do you shake to?
It wasn't much of a challenge from BDS at all.
It wasn't, no. There wasn't much fighting him in a way, right? Being picked off for free. They'd find one kill back in the middle of it, but it was already a 4 versus 2 by that point. Not that it really mattered at all. And it was here where Rafal was playing that we saw a lot of the trouble, really, because inside of this area where Breede's also sat, you know, inside of Tellers and Archives is where they were getting picked off from above, where the pressure was being applied, where there were drones from Astralis seeing every single move that BDS were making, and BDS almost a bit too stubborn to pull back to sight as the ceiling above them started falling down. So here in this round, maybe that's going to be the focus, is forget about trying to be hyper-aggressive in Tellers and Archives. Let's get back a little bit sooner and not find ourselves sat in a 4 versus 1.
J90 once again blasting out the castle barricade, so all very similar from Astralis so far. Just nice play from the book there. It's just great. Shuttle using that upside down rappel, window open, and just blasts that wall open. And we saw
The problem is that Ubi probably can't get them visas until they qualify. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know whose fault it is, but it's just like, if you have 4 teams that cannot physically be at the event,
in sort of the early to mid round, and it just really
don't
left them on the
put
back
it there.
foot.
No doubt, though, for the side of Astralis, it's going to be why change, what ain't broken.
Like, I get the whole reason of, like,
let's get some nades down there, hold those angles.
like North Carolina is like, there's like a tax incentive, like an esports tax incentive. So that's cool and all, but like, is it worth having a fucking Mickey Mouse ass tournament for it? If you make the major, you automatically get SI points. Yes, you get like 225, I think. I think all top. Is it all top 4 that get 225? Yeah, you get, if you're top 4, you get 225 SI points out the gate, and then at the major you can make more.
Clearing that floor out and looking for those vertical angles. We saw him able to get the kill last time around. Will it be the case this time? Can't quite see anybody as of yet. Shaiko finds one on the reverse angle. Iconic was just about to dump a nade in there to clear that Banshee as well. That is perfectly timed from Shaiko.
That's the problem in a way, because they've also got things like, well, the nades are 2 of their big things to destroy away this gadgetry that was inside. They've now got the Zofia with the impacts.
But Toronto, yeah, put them in fucking Canada. I think they're more compliant for visas and everything. The US is just hard to get into.
Looking good for Astralis once again.
Gonna be Breede just holding the angle onto the window. We've got the utility raining in, takes his shots, not gonna find anything of the zone.
Does TSM already qual? No.
They're just looking to continue peeking around this corner. We've got a little bit of debris in his way.
We currently have 0 SI points.
Of this line of sight with that LMG. See if he can get anything working, but Breede keeping himself safe for the time being, and Astralis just feeling with 30 seconds left to go like they're struggling to get themselves into a position inside.
J90 finds one, make it a second as well. They found the kill,
God,
but Rafal pulls 2 back, but can they shut him down here? Sat inside a bleeper, C4 over the top, diffusers on the ground, and 15 seconds to play. J90 makes it 3. Astralis with round 4, BDS now down 3-1.
Not looking good for BDS at this point, struggling to get themselves into this one. They've had the 1 round down in lockers. I mean, the positive for them is to go back there now after trying staff twice, but given what we saw against Chiefs,
You get points inside the major, your regional league.
Yesterday, not really waking up and not really getting into things on bank. It was a map that I was a little bit concerned for them. Playing staff and open, nobody up on the top floor. There's nobody at any point trying to make that challenge. They were Astralis able to go in there and use those verticals, and BDS for me, like I said, Bank is a big map where you got to use the roam, and BDS just aren't a team that are doing that right now.
I'll go back to that magical word once again, Tim. I have a feeling it's going to follow me all of this week.
Has it been 15 minutes yet?
Exotic team. It feels predictable at some levels.
I want to watch that game. But I do want to watch this game. Fuck. You don't get any points for being previous SI winner? Nope. It's just everything restarts. Everything restarts once the SI is over.
But it's not giving you the rounds that you need to get over the finish line.
Everything, it's like a new year. But then the next stage starts in like fucking 2.5 weeks. 3 weeks.
I think it was M&M versus G2, where G2 in their prior bank game had ran a lot of Monty. Then it came into the next play day against M&M, and they just rolled a lot of Ossa. So changing up what shield operators they were using, changing the way their executes worked all together. So I like how for Astralis, again, they've got different ideas in the back pocket. Even though they haven't got a massive need to change anything here, they're going to do that regardless. That thermite wall doesn't look very reinforced, Tim.
No, I mean, they left it open last time around, and Forest was able to get in there and try to push to put the diffuser down, but BDS obviously confident that Brede on the Tachanka is enough to prevent that happening. It was last time around, to be fair, he had to push in.
BDS gonna come back? We'll see. I mean, very heavy attacker side on those. But honestly, I don't know. I think BDS is just kind of getting outclassed at the moment. They could turn up. Yeah, like Astralis is just feeling it right now. J9's feeling it. Iconic's feeling it. I'm sure the rest are feeling it too. Alems is literally, his mental is chalked after that. There's a guy in fucking garage.
Exactly where he was and knew that he wouldn't have moved a great deal. Look, I'm not seeing an Ossa used down here.
What the fuck is happening?
He's got himself set up right in the bottom side of the garage here, down behind the ambulance or the red truck or whatever you want to call it. Pretty sure you don't see an ambulance in the bank, but here we are. Down at the bottom side of it, he now has a wonderful line of sight straight through into lockers, which one, puts Brede under a little bit of threat, but also stops BDS comfortably crossing across this point, which Rafal is now looking to go through. But Iconic was forced to back away as the Shumaker's reined in, finally gets itself picked off. So now that control in garage reduced massively.
Beauty of a kill from Rafal there, but DP Fire continues to apply that pressure. Going to be playing up behind the shield there, just going to be able to lock himself in and get out the Selma charge. Gets shot off because it is onto a soft wall.
If they can just go plant on the hard wall inside of CC, it's literally shocked.
Down for the time being, probably looking to bait out a bit of utility as well. Going to have to make a second attempt.
Just if they can get there.
He's just going to continue firing these Shumaker launchers over. The stun grenades are going to try to slow him down, but for the time being, he keeps them exactly on the money.
I'd love to see him make use of the smokes here from Forest as well. You've got them on the Twitch, you know, why not go for it? But instead they go shallow. There's no C4 on time.
It's gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna work.
Any Yokai's on side? The answer apparently is no. Shuttle with 2 massive kills, and that should be enough to get them round number 5 here. A 3 versus 1 for Astralis in a post plant, and they're still being pinned down by this man inside of the garage. That is a wonderful attack out of Astralis.
Does Ubi give pro players all skins? No. Ubi does not give any pro players really anything.
One angle coming out of the Ossa shield. Wonderful stuff.
BDS need to be very careful here, Des, because right now Astralis are starting to run away with this, and the thing is, if they get 5-1 and go on to the defense, they can just start locking things down. All they need to do is find one side that they can win. That's as simple as it is. If they've got 5 on the first half, Astralis find one side, lock it down, win it twice, done. They've won the game.
Understandably, BDS take that time for attack timeout. They know they need something here, right? You can probably stomach a 2-4 half on defense on bank. A lot of teams do well on the attacking half of bank. I think it's actually our most attacker-leaning map in the pool. I think in EU at least it's like 37% attacker win rate, defender win rate, sorry. So it's very good for attackers. You'll take it. It's not ideal, but you need this round. It goes to 5-1. I can just see Astralis finding some kind of crazy round, pulling it out the bag, and suddenly you're sat facing down the barrel of match point constantly as you try and fight your way up that mountain as BDS. That doesn't really feel too climbable right now. The guy's looking a little bit deflated again. Astralis in full spirit because you can hear just how noisy they're being.
Absolutely, they're enjoying playing, that much is clear, and they're looking at potentially walking away with 5 points. I don't think we've had anybody better that today, have we?
I tell you what, I'm going to take a stroll around the back of our desk, mate. I'm going to take a pew.
Take a little stroll. I don't think anybody's had 6.
Wait, Ubi doesn't give charms to the winners of events anymore? I don't think so. I think they literally gave it to SSG, and then that was it. I'm pretty like 99% sure that NIP didn't get one. we haven't been told about one.
We've hit so far. So Astralis, they will be the first team on 5 points.
I'll tell you what, they're looking good for it at the minute. 4-1 as we head into round 6. BDS's final roll of the dice on defense is going to be up on the top floor. It's going to be CEO. And to be honest with you, Des, I feel like this site maybe suits them the best on Bank because, as I've said, they've not been playing the roam. They've not been at least using it effectively.
What's this one? You guys got nothing? Not that we know of. I mean, we get medals, but we haven't actually gotten the medals yet. Everybody gets like little medallions.
A little bit more. They can just lock it down, turtle up, and make Astralis' life difficult by preventing the max.
But haven't gotten them yet.
Don't really see that these days. I think the couple of times
We should be getting a charm. I'll fight for it. If SG gets one, we're getting one.
But he's playing very much solo by himself, off on the roam here. Doc, of course, can self-heal himself quite a bit these days. Got all the different scopes you can play around with. And I think mainly part of it comes down to the fact that bulletproof is very useful for the information. And it's like, well, what else can we play here that's got a bulletproof? Sure, there are answers to that question. But anything we sorely need, like the gadgets of, if not, let's make our roam even stronger.
Shaco just playing outside of stock there. He's very much bunkered it in. He's got reinforcements on the side of him. He's got
the hammer. We don't get the hammer.
Keep himself in behind that wall. Renshiro with a nice pick onto Iconic to kick us off here, and that is exactly what BDS needed. Taking the Finker down, the nanobot heals go with her. Potentially a couple of nades as well, and BDS just really wanting that advantage inside of this round. They don't want to be 5-1 down at the half.
Yeah,
how many points do you need to qualify for SI? It's just the top 20 teams.
Gadgetry that set up things like shields as well. You're now
just top 20.
On your finger to get that done. Okay, Flores as well.
So the 20 teams that have the most SI points go.
So far in this round, the halfway in,
oh, and Smithy with the 5.
Flores doing in the first half around is using those drones, but someone else steps out. DP Fire once again is ready and waiting on this repel. They didn't have a man there at first, but now he's doing a lot of work. And here comes their push up the main stairs. The Monty of Forest charging up first and foremost. The Yokais, whatever, just shooting away for scrap metal at this point. They double back down, grab onto that diffuser, and now want to work their way up. I wonder if they know that Rafaldo is sat here inside of the elevator.
They must have an idea as the bullets continue to rain through. J9O has hit the deck. He knows he's waiting for the challenge, but he thinks he's on the left. But really, the Echo is on the right. Rafal needs to take this peek, but he won't know that he's prone. He finds the man, absolutely removes his head, and he's not going to over-peek this, I don't think. He's not going to give DP Fire the opportunity. That was the mistake of Ilems, but Forrest, he finds him with the pistol from the Monty. He's able to recover the diffuser as well, and with 45 seconds left to go, there's a real opportunity for Astralis to get in and get a plant.
Absolutely, it's looking tough for BDS here as well. Again, facing down the barrel of a 5-1 scoreline. Not the ideal scoreline they wanted to walk out of this first half with, but Astralis are leaving them with no other choice. Shaiko inside of Janet's got some work to do. Brede also holding on to 2 more smoke canisters in back pocket. Can stall out a little bit of time here, but is it going to be enough? Absolutely not. DP Fire into a triple in the round. Forest coming in with the plant, and poor Shaiko can't see the forest for the trees here. A 1 versus 3, a plant going down. BDS, it goes from bad to worse. Astralis up 5-1.
Astralis just absolutely cruising at the minute, Des. There is no other way of putting it. The EU fans, they're going to be sat heartbroken at the minute.
What the fuck is happening?
BDS, and there comes a point where we've just got to say, BDS, they already look like they're going to potentially struggle here. Major, it's been a hard-fought game against Chiefs. Astralis absolutely running away with this, and I don't know, I just don't see much of the team of old 18 months ago that was dominating a lot of games.
No, not forgetting as well that Wolves are the other team in their group, right, who themselves have put on a pretty good show today. Sure, they lost in overtime. They won their first game of the day, though. So BDS are now going to find themselves fighting it out with Chiefs in that bottom 2 to even have a chance to fight for second place if this carries on. Hopefully it's just
I literally feel like every fucking time Stream A and Stream B are playing the same map. Just have with Oregon, right? And I think I saw someone with Cafe. A bunch of Cafe.
Playing a Kavira in round 7.
What the fuck?
As you say, it really could be iconic. But, you know, looking at Bank, you said it yourself, there's not a great defender win rate here. So BDS can maybe take something from that. They come out, they have a better attacking half, get themselves a couple of rounds. All of a sudden, it's 5-3. And, you know, maybe that's the toehold they're going to need to get themselves back into it. But already, the difference that we're seeing here from Astralis, players on the top floor. We saw BDS struggle to hold on to staff and open. They tried.
Is he just going to jump out?
Successful, and they didn't play any anybody on that top floor. They didn't make it difficult for Astralis to get in there and use
that a
those
clone?
verticals, whereas
That is not a clone.
Astralis doing that straight away. Lems, however, walks straight in and finds J9O, shuts him down, and that's
Are any of y'all going to the major? No.
Where the heck has he
I'm
come
not.
from? He's just got
None
away
of us
from
are.
him when he was at the top of the stairs as well. But I think now Astralis are aware. Okay, you got away with one.
Maverick Soul, I think that's 2. Owen Smith, did I get you? I think that's 5, if I didn't.
Lems has really snaked his way through the defensive lines there and caused a bit of damage and caused for a bit of concern on the side of Astralis. Now got to be careful, but Iconic, he's on the prowl, Tim. He really fancies finding himself something here. Might find his way in through this front desk door. Lems could be his target. He could be the prey here, as in they come. 2 of them stepping in for
What the fuck?
No interrogation today.
Dude, Iconic is just going.
Straight in with the trades. It's going to be shut down surely here as he challenges.
Holy shit. Dude, everyone is just fighting for archives. They're just committing to it. I fuck with this heavy.
Oh my! Astralis fighting Shuttle with a huge double. Exactly when the North Americans
Holy shit. See, 100%. Who did they just kill? Was that Renshiro?
2v1. It's up to Breeden.
Somebody else. They 100% were not expecting a fucking third guy. And then behind that third guy was a fourth guy. They thought they were safe.
Glad to
That's
see
fucking
some
insane.
assets again from Bo. The mental reset will be good for you and the boys. Looking forward to next stage
Yo,
from
routine.
the
Thank you for the
boys.
19. I appreciate it.
Side of sight, it will open things up for him all the way through that wall, and Shuttle seriously low healthy and needs to be careful.
And now Breeden is down to it all by himself. Still with one drone in the field if he wants to utilise it, but I guarantee that's watching a flank somewhere, so a little bit stuck. Gonna have to force his way in, try and find a fight. Immediately being called out there by the Banshees. They know where he's coming from, and there's an evil eye watching him, Tim. This is brutal. BDS not able to get rid of any of the utility. Astralis with a very comfortable round 7. Just when BDS thought that Caveira was as bad as it could get, Shuttle finds a 3K.
Honestly, Astralis are tearing BDS apart here. It's the only way to put it. There's just nothing that BDS can do to get themselves into the game. It doesn't matter whether they try to play quickly, aggressively, they try to turtle up, they try to do anything. Astralis have quite simply got the answers.
They have. BDS just look a little bit lost. 7-5 against Chiefs. Okay, maybe they warm up, maybe they turn up here in this game, but Astralis looking to be the team that want to charge ahead to the forefront of this group. Walls so far, arguably the most convincing after them. BDS and Chiefs then really fighting it out for that 3rd spot, but with that win,
What's happening this game? Passion. This is really passion playstyle. A PP.
How Astralis do on their downstairs defense, because here, Tim, it's not just one Plantanar in the form of the Chanka coming along, it's 2.
Why is BDS playing 2 games?
They've got the
Everybody plays 2.
They are really looking to shut down this BDS attack.
That's it. There's absolutely no way that they are letting the diffuser go down here. We saw Astralis in round number 1, of course, use that little rush in through the main lobby hatch.
Everyone has 2 games today. I think other than whatever group Elevate got DQ'd from.
Stock standard Rafale switches onto the Monty, so I would expect this to be a push straight down dirt tunnel and into server. Try and get control, try and get the plant down, but look at Astralis, by comparison to BDS, they are all over the map.
There's a smoke on top floor,
very difficult for BDS to ignore that.
I mean, Iconic's running around on top floor, but he has got the FMG, so he's not playing like shotgun SMG, no. He's picking up the sort of thing that we saw Citizen Pioneer for quite a while in EUL on maps like Chalet. He'd run around with the smoke, and we asked him why one day, and he said, well, the team needs a shield. Smoke's got a shield, he's got a good gadget, the FMG's a decent gun. Why not play him on the roam? He hasn't got to just be an anchor player, because that's what we've all known and seen over the years. So Iconic here very much playing into the same sort of style. Has got himself back on the downstairs now, mind you. Quick rotation down as they realise that it's a Monty coming in from this server side. Rafale, you're playing straight into their playbook here, because again, Astralis have got the perfect comp to deal with this. They've got the Chanka, the smoke, C4s, the Echo. Everything is engineered towards stopping a plant like this coming down.
The big problem for BDS at the minute is that hatch in Square Skylight. If they don't deal with that situation above them, it's going to be a problem, because they're going to
How did that not...
They're just going to get shot from the back, shot from above, and that is definitely something they need to be aware
How did that not kill the fucking... What?
Just to get J9O, that is the Echo down. Yokai's gone, and the Chanka, the Shumika launcher coming out there and just burning half health away from the Monty.
Alen's working his way up to the garage here. It's no Ossa, but it is Iconic looking to meet him as well. A second kill coming in, making a third. It looks like they might have found the answer here with those Shumakers still raining through.
Is he out?
Have got the numbers advantage they were looking for. Alem's working his way up to the garage here. Forrest looking to greet him on the way in here. Goes for a swing. Not quite quick enough. The Frenchman winning that gunfight. A 1 versus 5 and Iconic. You can really put yourself...
Is Shaiko not going to tell them? Did he not?
Finds one. The second, smokes out the spot. Goes and finds the second man. Expects a man to come top of blue, but there's no one there. Feels himself back with a nade from Shaiko was there to meet him. BDS find their second round, but Tim, it is a long hill to climb.
There's a long way for BDS to go before we even get excited about the potential of a comeback here. 6-2 now on the squareboard, but they dealt with that very, very well. Of course, we saw the 3 players pushing down into service, but the big question was those Astralis players in and around square trying to use the hatch, and it was Shaiko and Alems that were working up above, and they had the answers. They got the kills that were needed, and it protected the players.
I'm kind of hungry. I ain't gonna lie.
Fell apart for the Astralis defense, but like I said, the problem with Astralis going 5-1 for BDS is all they need to do is lock down one site. So they try somewhere else, and then what are they going to do? They're going to go back to Staff and Open that they've already won, and they're going to rinse and repeat and try to take that result.
That's exactly it. Yeah, for here at least, we try and tell us on archives, and a number of teams said, you know, playing C.
Knock actually worth playing? Yeah, Knock is super annoying to play against.
Has already made it super obnoxious to play
super annoying.
Anyway, but window play is just super strong. And Astralis seem to be a team buying into that whole idea, given the 3 sites they've rotated through so far. Not quite the same as what we saw out of BDS, but it's going to be all about that vertical play. So keep an eye on where BDS come pushing into, and equally how it's denied by the other side. I'm looking at that C4 in the back pocket of the Mutant, thinking, damn, that's a lot of damage, son, if they can get that used well.
We've seen some big C4 plays today, to be fair. We've seen some real plant denial. We've seen multi-kills with the C4s. And like you say, it can be some absolute freebies available if you can get the information to really utilize them well. Now then, DP Fire is going to be playing upstairs directly above the site. Going to be trying to hold on to CEO for as long as possible. He's got a little bit of support from Forrest as well. Inside of Janitors, he's got a rotation through into CEO so he can move in and around and try to support the WAMI. And BDS, once again, as they did in the last round, they're going to need to get in. They're going to need
do they not have anybody on Windows?
That top floor and open things up, but they still trying to work in behind the big shield of the Monte that's come along with Rafal once again.
Yeah, they're really trying to put everything behind that.
There's one fucking guy
to really make it like sing for BDS, right? It's quite readable at times.
I thought this was CEO.
Down on the upstairs, not out yet, but that nade likely coming in from ATMs from Renshiro, enough to at least force him back, which gives BDS a little bit of breathing room, and they're starting to look at their way in from here.
Here the gadget of Thorn just going off there, the Razor Bloom detonating, not going to do any damage, usually more about area denial than actually trying to find kills or get any damage done. And TP5 is actually going to be picked up.
You guys got a Trump for SI, would you rather just be for you guys, or you like to see some fans converters and you get rev split like R6 share?
Into this, but they are making good progress. Iconic's going to get a freebie, just waiting on the inside of the doorway there. Lems comes creeping round, and it is nice.
I mean, it'd be cool
to just snap down and shut the push down. Shaiko manages to find Shuttle with a headshot though, levels things up 4v4, and BDS they are in a position to start pushing towards
that. I mean, it would be cool, but
and it's a big but. They haven't got
to have like everybody have it
right?
and make money off of it, but
otherwise, out the window he goes.
I mean, it's nice having it be exclusive. It's really nice to have it exclusive. Alright, please close this out, Astralis, so I can take Plum out.
Man running off to the side, it's J90, pushing round towards the side. Iconic bringing one back. 4 versus 2. It's Monty and the Shaiko against the world. It's not looking good. Iconic with a 3K is down. Forrest with the close. Views coming through.
Alright, let's put this on. I'll be right back, guys.
That was a great early start, right? I mean, the double entry, Benja taken out as well while he was in the smoke. A second one to come through elsewhere on the map. And suddenly it's a 3-on-5 situation. Heroic, not really anything. I mean, you can always come back from it, right? It's never over until it's over. But theoretically, you shouldn't be losing a 5-on-3 situation as W7M. Of course, you're not here. You're playing in a bit of ping, but that still goes. That still counts. You play that trade game, and they did that well here in the end. So 3-1. We're just halfway, past the halfway point for this first half. And that means that round 5 currently on the way, back towards the open area. Heroic still looking for their 4th as the bare minimum and looking for 5 as a potential extension.
A bit of growth here, a bit of opportunity for W7M to see if they can try and work on what they did before. When they were playing against Dark Zero, it was back and forth throughout the whole game.
Oh.
It was rarely a moment where there was at least a round difference. It really was sort of tooth and nail all the way to OT. Our second one on the A stream on the second game. It really opened in a manner and a way that the game intended to continue here. And Heroic, I think they knew that they suffered a bit from the intel. They've got the Mozzie, they've got the ideas of how they can catch and stop this. They're locked in on open, but is the pace of W7M going to change a little?
That's it, right? I mean, they just found quite some success by getting up these early entries, so they might be trying to find
Almost a year with my
find
boo.
more of them
Ayo.
by maybe taking these fights to the inside of the building just a little bit quicker. Find yourself an early entry and one that currently goes unspotted. An E1D pops off, that's going to give some freedom of movement towards the side of W7M. Barricade will get punched by the side of Gorgona, but won't be spotting anybody, so he'll just fall off as W7M seems to be aware of the position of one of the roamers! The runner from below, Grizzly, able to find Herds as an entry kill.
I was pointing, I saw it just on the sliver. I was going to say that there's 3 bodies, but you can see Grizzly was going to move it in amongst it. Gorgona drew attention, and Grizzly struck from the underneath there, was able to take out Herds, obviously a big player on the previous round. Another E1D echoes around here, but they're not quite able to find anyone behind it. They were using it as the pressure before. The quick drop with the Gun 6 down underneath. They're going to widen the attack and the approach. They have themselves stacked up on at least all 3 stories as the drones are whirring their way ahead. Benjamaster trying to keep himself a bit of an eye here. Preambling and angling towards the rotation there from the top as Volps takes a bit of control of Janitors. They have JV92 underneath as well. They want to see if they can try and force a player into a rotation for JV to go for a catch.
It is something quite usual, right? Holding the hatch, hoping someone will be misplacing himself and basically making himself vulnerable for a pickup through that hatch. Either way, hatches are being opened up and Volps just decides to enter the site. Almost went for the triple kill there, but will be shut down just before. But we're still in that 3-on-3 situation here. Sandcam's being used as well. Quite sure what that grenade was supposed to do. I think open up the hatch, but failed to do it.
Yeah, a little bit of a mystery there from Uno. There's a drone that's just come down the hatch behind him as well. I don't think he's seen it. Kays, in the meantime, suffers just a tiny bit. It's a long gun to reload, but he's got a moment. He's going to take it. This grenade is going to go right to his feet, but not quite close enough. Uno is able to find some safety. He's waiting for the drop on the hatch. There's pings on the intel that's giving the read. There it is. They went for the drop shot, and it was the grenade that almost forced the pickup there. Kays finds 2. Threw himself into the site. They're looking for the pings. The spray over the top. Sloth finds 1 and finds at least an escape. 30 seconds and a rotate. If he can get this, the planter, this is huge. The C4, it doesn't quite connect. Wow, it's one of those unfortunate moments.
I think, no, he got himself stuck on the little beeper there. If he was out just a little bit quicker, he would have been able to potentially pick up the... I'm not quite sure if he died and the explosion went off right after, making him invulnerable to some extent, or if it was just too far out of reach. Either way, W7M finding their second round here. Very important for them to stay in this game and make sure that Heroic is not going to be allowed to get too far ahead of them here. And 3-3 suddenly on the board for them. Didn't really seem to be the case before, and of course you lost someone to that run out early on, but they were able to strike back, able to retake that control from the tellers and then go for that drop. Uno missing most of his shots there with the Alda doesn't really help either. And that puts you in this 3-on-2 situation here, where W7M is just a single round away of tying it up and basically finding themselves in the driver's seat for the defensive half.
Well, Heroic, they've now lost 2 in a row. W7M, as you said, they found a bit of power, a bit of a windfall, a bit of success over the past 2 rounds. They've approached themselves still with this aggression, with the Lion, and they're making sure that they're actually in a position to fight behind it. That's the big difference from when they were trying their pushes and their swings before with utilities and gadget. Let the guns be the driving factor. They know that they're playing a little bit with ankle weights on, and they've got to try and make sure that they're using that into their game to the best effect. Still another setup here. There is the blitz as a possibility. He's just checking how much of a direct route he can take, but the couple of softs mean that he's got some work to do. There's a body. The pops up towards the top of the stairs. It is that lock-in with the shotgun, more drones, more intel, and they're about to meet a blitz train.
He's just waiting for that door to be opened up. He knows there might be something hiding around. You know, sometimes you have a camera there, but since Valkyrie's ban, not really the case, so might be looking for some other piece of utility that could be stuck up there. You never, of course, know if there's a thorn suddenly on the board. Either way, has been opened up, and VODS is just waiting now, potentially for a drone to come around just as the EU on the smoke canister pops, but that will not stop him! He just jumps over and swings that shield, gets the kill into Benjamaster, and that is an early entry yet again.
I mean, it was very well played. He knew where he needed to be. The smoke didn't stop him. Taking the hot hop over the shield as well, it puts him in a bit of a tricky situation now, but he's got control of blue. He's taken out a huge blow, and obviously the smoke canister's gone as well, so early is a bit of a big loss. Sloth brings the Echo drone to a position where it might be able to strike. They're getting the idea that the push is going to come from this opposite side, and W7M can use this time to open up their angles, get themselves some idea of how they want to go for the strike. As we said, the biggest change that we saw from Bank was that extra hatch, was the width that you can now apply to an approach here. You don't just have to sort of funnel yourself in from the side of the servers, you can stretch yourself over towards the vault and actually have some viability this time round.
Now there is a lot of utility currently aimed towards the A-bomb side here. We have a mirror window, we have two Vulcan pockets or hot pockets set up as well to just blow up whenever the need may be there. And as the smoke canisters get tossed in, they might want to be trying to go for a little bit of a bait here. Hope that they start pushing these hot pockets, because there's a lot of time to be wasted here, especially with those yokais as well. So that's the first, but there's still another one around. That's the second.
There's the second. And you can see GDN is rotating their way around with the kit. They know they want to try and go for this default plant. There's still the Echo drones. There's still a C4 and another C4 in the pockets of Uno and Grizzly. Now, obviously there was a bit of a latency before, but if they can try and get that connection here, they just need to try and get that drop. Still an E1D though, and still some of that stress and stretch that they can do. One more, and the fire starts to go, and they realize they've got to have some width. Over to the hatch. The roll and ready for the burn. There's the pop, there's a blind that just gets the catch. They can't quite get the angle that they want though. They're not entirely sure, so they swing the C4 early. There's a spray, there's a catch back. They're going for the plant, the stick. They're just over the opposite side. Do they have the angle? Do they have the idea? They forced them off. They can't quite get the connection. Sloth's going deep, but they're going to try and double it down. Suddenly it's just Gorgona versus the world above the hatch. He can't quite find it. There he is! He's able to get it. 2 seconds left on the timer. They pick it back up, but it's Gorgona. He just needs to find the last player. Thought he had it. Now he does.
Gorgona with a 1v3 clutch there through that hatch, just able to find the angle, finds the injury on the second player as well, and as the time runs out, as the time hits 0, all he needs to do is drop and secure the round for Heroic, and they will find that 4-2 in the end there, but it seemed for a little bit there that W7M might have been able to get away with it. But they didn't have anybody on top. They didn't have anybody left on top of that hatch to make sure Gorgona wasn't able to play there, and that was their big mistake.
I mean, it was that little bit of rotation, that positioning there from Gorgona, the strike onto the kit, the pickup on the player who was downed, an important connection from a player who was, to be fair, you know, he was almost not able to make it either. He just had miracle that got him here, and now he's going to see if he can do some of his own.
Luckily for Heroic, that is, because that round he just managed to pull in, and you know, you never know if that round might be the difference between 3 points or no points. So with that 4-2 currently on the board, Heroic needing only 3 to find themselves with those 2 points, 2 to find any at all. And as we get underway yet again, let's see how they will fare.
4-2, W7M, now they have a few more things working in their favor onto Bank. As I said, it's usually, you know, it can be good with attackers, but I think in the situation of defense and the movement that they're playing, they can start
I really hope she doesn't shit.
Back. It is a 4-2.
She didn't do a whole lot of shitting outside. Hey,
see if he
hey.
can try and be the lead in. He suffered a little bit to quick pacey movements, and he wants to try and return the favor as quick as possible. Nook over the top floor, past the cameras. There is a player on the top. There's a ping through. There's a spray. Doesn't get the full connection, though. Hurts. He sees his life flash before his eyes and decides he doesn't like what he saw. He wants to see if he can try living a little bit more. And
That's what happened when a 9mm gun going through the wall there. Your damage is going to be significantly reduced there. This VODS is going to be opening up one of those hatches inside
4-2.
of the elevator. He's
And they're on,
himself
oh, they're on
way
defense?
back to the side. The pressure becomes too
Man, my
much.
predictions are
Decides to
not looking
take it as
so
well.
good
2
today.
minutes left on the clock, and I believe it's just keys left here.
Wait, did I say Astralis was going to win that last game, or did I not say anything at all? Freight Train, thank you for the 100 bits and the 11. Thank you, thank you. KNG, thank you for the 2-1.
Himself in a really good position here, Keys. If he can hold himself just around this area and he goes unchecked, it's the thing that
Want some
double-edged
water?
sword of too much bravery sometimes means that those mistakes can be punished. You also add in the fact that Oryx can explore if they want. Well,
What?
not anymore. Benja swung around the corner and caught them just before they were able to catch themselves to drop on the hatch. There is still Keys. He is still loose. He is still in a power position if he can play it well. If he goes unchecked, that's that big question. The grenade doesn't quite get the full roll down. JV, to get a bit of response, heard the call, the audio, and decided to respond like that. There's another catch around the bottom of green stairs, keeping themselves at bay, but now the hatch is opened via a grenade.
Easy if you jump.
JV there heard the pin being pulled out, decided to go for a quick peek because he also knew it's either a grenade that lands on top of me or I'm taking him out right before he actually tosses it in. And once the grenade is being pulled, it cannot shoot back, so he took his chances and was able to get the most of it. But Keys here in that crucial position, you said it before, there's someone just on the other side of the wall.
Going down? Okay, come on.
This is the opportunity there, but this could be even bigger here. Finds one, goes for the second, but he's not able to connect. The Roni actually runs out of ammo there, and Grizzly will be able to find the trade.
Grizzly got stuck on the rotate as well. It's a little bit buggy there, but there's the player down here on the bottom of green. Just going to flash him out, pull himself back 30 seconds. You can see they're opening up themselves. That drop onto the elevator hatch itself. VODS is going to watch the back. There's gold. You're going to need a rotation from GDN here. Suddenly there's a player in a little bit of a tight spot, but Grizzly with the kit is isolated. If he goes down, then the round might suffer quickly. There is a player there. It's ring around the rosies once again. The spray doesn't connect, but they find a second. There it is. Picked up on the split side.
One down or not?
Second too late. Finds the rotation, and now it is just the man with the kit on the far side. And a lock in there from JV.
Keys on the flank there actually important. I mean, he might have not been able to pick up that second kill, but definitely still struck some chaos amongst the heroic ranks. As he picks up one, deals a little bit of damage. I mean, the Roni doesn't have the same ammo capacity anymore as it used to have, so ran out a little bit too early. But still,
just do it.
Got one kill, created some chaos, and I mean, Venture, he made the right call first by jumping as soon as he heard that bait of trying to pick up the kill.
Hold up, don't do that, don't do that. Not that hard.
Greedy too ambitious, possibly, with that grenade there. Use the boys to reel them all in as the new sheriff he is.
He is. The Sheriff of Charlotte.
Yeah, the Sheriff of Charlotte.
Yeehaw.
Tips cowboy hat.
It's time to talk because, you know, it's always this sort of situation when you
What breed is Plum?
We've said it before. It's
Golden
a
Retriever.
game here because you're looking at the shape of the table. You can't be the only team that hasn't been able to pull anything from today. You have to at least put a notch into the board. You have to be able to pull something. Obviously, W7M.
That's not yours, Plum. Hey, no.
If they take a full 3 here, they're at the top of the board. They know this. As the team that's obviously had such a good stage one, it is a big shame we don't get that full experience. I think everybody feels that. It would have been nice to sort of have everything in, but with how difficult visas are at the minute, it's just a shame. And I think that's one of the things here is they're still going to be putting in a fight. They're going to see how far they can get, even though they are unfortunately not quite able to give us the full taste of what they offer on their national.
Of course.
Week in, week out.
And they will also be missing this, right? I mean, it is a team that was consistently running in the last 2 places of BR6 last year. And they made some changes, and suddenly they're the top team. Like, something just suddenly clicked. Everything seemed to be working. And now they miss out on their first LAN, on the crowd as well. Crowd's gone back. They were supposed to be here. That is what every player in Siege wants, besides lifting the hammer at the end of the year.
But 4-3 Heroics still have themselves a bit of a lead around ahead.
I had to make it more dog safe around here.
Try and make it work. They lost that open,
right?
And they're going to try and refuse to lose any more here. The stretch still comes across the top. Got themselves logged in. Benja's back on the Nook to see if they can try and do a bit more of that surprise gameplay that drove them through it before. There's No line, none of that play.
I'm telling you, one of these days that she's gonna be in the background, she's just gonna shit.
7M, there is still
It's gonna happen one of these days. Today might be the day.
And that's always the one, as I said, I really just love how that operator influences
Hey.
and plays with this map. But I guess intel and control over that isn't what they think they're missing right now.
No, the Argus cams definitely don't seem to be what they want to use here. It's the hot droning from Benja in here. He will be able to find that very first kill. A great kill on JV, and that is going to be opening the site and the middle of this site quite big as well.
Didn't drop the bulletproof. Opted instead to take the drop into the hatch, hoping they could catch another person, keeping themselves alive and keeping alive nature of this gameplay. There's the back here over the top. The sledge goes for a swing, and we saw a jump out massive before. We don't see it again. Gorgona pre-fires through whether he had the intel. He definitely had the smarts, and that was to fire through and find that kill too quick. Both into their favor now. Obviously, two big players off the board. The remaining three still might have a bit of a chance here. VODS has got himself into quite an aggressive position, just waiting on the other side of the double door with a glance towards the new lobby door to see if anybody might go for a bit of a roam. It's dangerous, because if he gets caught in a camera, well, he's going to get out of there now. They pre-fired to see if they could get him loose, but Benja in the meantime finds GDN.
Yeah, and that leaves it in that 2v5 situation here with a minute 20 left on the clock. Ami, it's plenty of time for Heroic to do the preparations they want to go for. Hurts, however, active and aggressive towards the elevator hallway. We'll be able to find...
Is your dog like what? What? What's my dog?
Gemini Replicator and a Gun 6, all out of the hands of Heroic, and that might definitely hurt them in the end, but still they have that massive advantage in terms of men count.
Is there something wrong with her? What do you mean? He's just fucking rolling around.
They've been able to already find a body from this, and they're going to see if they can try and continue that. There is rotations, options available to them, and angles. And
wait, is this?
They can try and get a bit of a split of pressure here. With an idea on the hatch in only 40 seconds, you've got to make sure Heroic in the city doesn't fall away from the break of Janitors. Does force this play. There's a drone that just catches a side. Will they catch the player? Do they know?
They don't, because the drone was driving away from him there, so they don't seem to be aware of her position here.
No,
and
not
Uno
yours.
is carrying the diffuser with 20 seconds left on the clock. It might have been a 2v5, but it seems like if Uno gets
what
down,
the fuck just happened?
it might be the end of it. It's 2-on-2. The diffuser is indeed dropped.
Flashes
no, it's not.
Over the top. No, they know where the player is. They've been able to get it. And Uno just pushes in. That was almost tragic there for Heroic. They left themselves with 20 seconds. It just needed that single player from the side there of W7M to, instead of choosing that first fight, find a second. And I guess it's always that thing from our position of omnipotence. We know that they don't know, but we also know that both of them don't know.
For a second there, I thought Uno got dropped because suddenly a lot of kills came into that direction, and we also knew that there was still herds around in that position, but unable to actually find a kill in the end there, leaving it 2-2, and eventually Heroic being able to carry those across. And that puts him at 5-3. 2 rounds away, Emmy, for 3 points. And they would gladly take those after that defeat they had just a little bit earlier against G2, because that will just, you know, put them right underneath them in the standings.
I was going to say, it puts it in as... If they take the full 3, then that pushes, I believe, Dark Zero down to last.
I'm not playing FPL lose.
They lose the head-to-head and the round count, technically, versus W7M, who would be on 2 points as well, but they would be in 3rd, because they obviously...
It depends on round differential first, and after
well,
that...
I think they get it because it was... They won...
It's total round differential,
They
right?
won 8...
Yeah.
Oh, is it total?
I think it's total for, like, the entire group, so...
Where's Cobbett? Cobbett!
Cobbett! Is he watching? I know he's around.
He's technically working.
He's sitting there.
We can ask him
later. Either way, it doesn't really matter for now how the standings all point out, because, I mean, nothing is decided as of yet. It will be decided at the end of Wednesday, and with a 5-3 currently on the score, and this only being the second match for both these teams. It is still many more to go. So Mary Chaps are being caught off by magnets there, and they will blow up quite early. They won't just deploy there. But still one more put out by Benja here, but he finds himself picked up by Keys.
Yeah, he tried to swing back into the pre-fire there, but Keys just decided to keep firing. It was very well played there with experience. There's a little bit more of a break, another stop as they're just wasting and burning through utility here on the top. Sloth tries to find a fight into stock there and suffers a scrape on the other side of it. Wants to pop the concussion, and well, the timing came through a little bit
cheap,
there.
bro. I think it's good. I also think you should do your research on the headsets.
But it gets Sloth inside the building. there is still players underneath. There is still a bit of concern, and there is now the E1D, the rush they're in. They're trying to get control over the top, but it's the bottom that gets the drop round in. Hey, what's that diffuser? Oh, it's a post-plant situation, and now they're on the windows, and it's a 2 versus 4, but still, if they can try and get themselves angled in for some control here, Grizzly, he's tucked in. He's waiting for audio.
Even though they're on the windows, it's hard to fucking fight this.
They've got to try and time this perfectly. Are they going to go for a run out on the door?
It's really hard to fight this.
They're going wider and wider, and they're going to actually lean into it first. In the meantime, Gorgona gets one more, but they're holding onto the kit. There it is. Another body goes down, and they're off the diffuser. Gorgona swings round, but they're dropped outside. It's a 1 versus 1.
Oh my god.
There's the reveal.
Oh god.
Grizzly! Just barely, though. It was a long gunfight outside, and
that guy.
That was very smart from W7M because they knew there's only one person on the rappel, and that person on the rappel, that's the most important one in that post-plant situation. As it was going on for that gunfight, Gorgona had to push in with the MK14. Not really the best gun if you want to be, you know, in a close quarters 1v2. He managed to get one, deal some damage on the second, but by just enough time.
That guy ran at ATM kind of trolled. He could just stay ATM and fucking kill that guy.
And find that final headshot. And now Heroic find themselves here at match point, a single round away.
Top TOS, they have a tier 1. Tied with the 3 bones. Why Doggo tweaking? You put in Doggo food? Dude, she's just having fun. Here's a 3, homie. Appreciate it.
Doing the right decisions. They're doing the right moments. It's little bites and fights, but it must be.
Instead of running out, like I could have just chilled. Chilled in ATM and watch for the swing up. Unlucky though.
Run out there on the door. Some of these fights I think are getting a little bit scrappy, a little bit longer than we've otherwise seen them do inside of the National League, and the performance they've been able to put in there. Heroic from our perspective in EUL, they always have a fight. They always love sort of engagements, and they'll keep going into them. It's not always the sharpest, though they can do that.
Terrified of the 1 year. Thank you.
Successive pockets. Little bit of a difference is here. Heroic are sort of pulling W7M into their game and saying, well, let's show you how we do it over on our continent.
I kind of want to say, though, I really liked how they went in with 2 to go for that plant, right? Like, you had them going for the plant. You had the LMG over the shoulder. I believe it was going for the pre-fires.
Are they doing it again?
They're doing it again. They're going very fast here. And this might actually just work out as well. They don't seem to be fully aware. The hatch has been opened up. First missed attempt, though. That is definitely going to be given away some time. I remember how the corner is definitely throwing this round off here.
Oh, a great push from gets into a position, but there's Uno biting back a 2 versus 1. JV is all that's left.
This guy's up here. I think this Habana knows.
Looking cute this May 16th at 4 6 p.m.
The man with all the experience. He doesn't even get it.
Gave him the 1 year. Man, fuck.
Heroic from the dregs of a loss to G2 pull themselves up to 2nd place. And the fight in this group continues.
They went for a quick push there, and as they drop through, I mean, the first miss spray, that is going to be giving it all away. They know exactly what is going to be happening there, and, you know, as they tried to rotate back, they definitely had some good moments. They had some good kills on the W7M side. The Heroic already too far through.
You said it, man.
Masara? Same with the Prime?
Just hold
Thank you.
There it is, Mr. Officer, the man of many, many words, is definitely going to be filling them in, but it's obviously a lot of congratulations for a lot of different teams. We gave it to W7M earlier for winning their first game on the international stage, and now it's Heroic that get to have that under their belt as well. They are able to take some points on the grandest stage, and I cannot tell you how much of a relief that must be for any team.
Yeah, it must be a massive relief. You do not want to start off your major run, your first major, with an 0-2 in groups.
Wait.
You want to make sure that you're constantly competing, constantly fighting, constantly in the mix of things.
Where's the other stream
to
at?
make sure you have that good shot on Wednesday to make it out of the groups, to make it to the grand stage, to the cloud that is returning after such a long time.
So, no one in this
Is there a delay?
is able to find themselves the full 2 group. So it's still up in the air, and we'll have a little bit of a closer look at how that game.
So how many more games is this? There's, I think, 2 more games, and it's both Furia. Furia Exit, Furia Liquid. Interesting.
You said it, man. Nobody.
Kurazime? Kurazame? To the front. Thank you, thank you. Do I still stream Elden Ring? No, I haven't played Elden Ring in a minute. A fucking hot minute.
I think it's going to be a bare knuckle brawl between these two. Furia has always been a team where we've seen them use that mechanical ability to try and really take it to the opposition, but a lot of times that usually ends up in something like an overextension or something inside of that vein. But for Exa, they
said it, man.
Earlier today
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Furia, it's gonna be a nice start to the
Was up below you playing Siege tonight?
I will not be. They have the 4. Royal, thank you, thank you. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Wait, what's like the times? Hold up. When is this scheduled to end? 8:40? We're about... The stream is about 40 minutes delayed. Or like the schedule. So, they're supposed to usually end by 8:40 Eastern time. So we'll probably do tomorrow is we'll probably watch some of the games and then play some Siege, and then we'll see what happens after that. Civic Garlic in the front. Hi to your fans from Lebanon, yo. Ooh, hello to Lebanon. Greetings. What's high in? Yeah, what's high? What's high over there? You going to the major? Nope. Nope. Thought you were going to play Siege until after the major? Yeah, I thought so too. But coaches are saying to start playing now, which makes sense. What the fuck is happening?
Especially with Xset kind of being a fusion of NA as well as LATAM coming into
You said it, man.
What the fuck was that?
Nobody fucks with the
Hybrid, they have the 2? I think so, Prodi. I think Ash does. I don't know. Pizza or burgers? Depends on the mood.
Very, very excited to try and attempt to get this win under their belt. The very first competition. So we're gonna get to the map bans here, folks, and see exactly where we will.
Yo, Large. Damn, Large is there? Fuck. Man. Large is the only reason I would want to go there. Even to play.
That'll be the battleground for this series, ladies and gentlemen. Just a best of one, as it will be the case throughout all of our groups here. So pretty much the Siege map.
Club? Macy? With the raid? Hey, thank you, Macy. Hopefully you have enjoyed the matches so far. Hopefully your stream was a blast. Damn, this is about to be online. Online match. Oh my god. Is that Fantasy with the Bolo Charm purple hair? Wow. Thank you, Macy. Little SO command. Did you already do it? You already did it. Proddy, thank you. Check out Macy, guys, if you haven't already, which I'm sure you have. Drop him a little follow. Appreciate the love.
Oregon's very straightforward. You're really not going to do something that's going to be unorthodox or out of the ordinary because, as you said, it's played out. Everyone knows the perfect way to attack that map. But for Clubhouse, you're still going to have some wiggle room. I mean, even on CC,
I'll turn this up a little bit. Maybe I'll keep it like right here. Can you guys hear it? Praying for a Yog Dog sweep. It's not just a low. Can I do the... I kind of want to just do the clean feed right now. Let me see. Who else is streaming this right now? Do they have the clean feed up? What's Raza have? I don't know. Let's see here. Someone else has to be streaming it, right? Is this clean feed? I have the clean feed. I just don't know. Is Lycan streaming it? Let me see Lycan. I just don't know if there's any extra rules I have to follow. What the fuck? I don't. This is a Mass Effect stream. Is this stream still the Lycan? I'm just gonna go through his VOD. Sub only? Are you fucking kidding me?
Despite that, however, for a lot of teams, he kind of moves out of the way for comfort picks, so we're not going to see him be brought in just yet by Furia. They won't necessarily need it as teams have, of course, found plenty of ways to execute into these sites without necessarily needing that style of utility. For X said it's going to be downstairs to the basement initially here.
Said delay? Oh. That makes sense. I think the... Yeah, I think it's, it's like super up to date. You just have to be careful not to link the clean feed. Yeah, I know. I know that part. I know that part.
Not any huge surprises showing up inside of this first round. That will have to wait until a later point in it, but okay, wow. Handy. He run out? A surprise kill. Oh no, there was a punch hole. Wow, fantastic eyes on Handy for that. That is definitely one that's pretty difficult to see at that range. Pretty impactful player going down too. Yaga being removed from play. Hopefully all the cameras were set up, but okay, things are going very quickly. Furia gonna make mincemeat of the words I said, where they tend to play a bit of a slower style of Siege. Not the case here at the start. They're taking as much control as they can of this top four. They want to clear out this roam early on, and so far they're succeeding in doing so. But Gomez is still alive and well here. He'll need to be dealt with before they can focus on the site. He's gonna start to respond a little bit here. Brings Fantasy down, gets the confirmation too. We'll try to ditch through the hatch. It looks like
what happened?
Retreat. He still needs to
it's basement. Handy. Damn, Gomez is in.
Even past that, if he's allowed to just exist here, he could potentially rotate back in later. Handy's actually not even going to drone him out. Looks in the hallway, tries to find him inside of billiards, but obviously nobody home. And this is going to be a huge time sink here for Furia. Continuing to creep forward here, looking to make a secondary amount of impact against the push from Furia. This is a big mistake with for a bit of a haphazard clear of the upstairs hold.
That is tragic. Dude, all these barricades are so tragic.
Confidence to move forward further into the basement while he's here, and oh my goodness, they let him out. They just let him out. No one has Overwatch on main stairs. He was hiding out here by bathroom pretty much the entire time, but he just wraps right around them as they try to push him and heads downstairs. So he'll survive, and now we just go into a normal 3v3 late round. Yeah, the biggest grin on his face as Furia practically opened the door for him and allow him to just escape back to.
That's crazy.
Furia now have to try and figure out a plan.
I want to see the ping. What's the ping on this?
We still have some options here for soft breach potential to try and get some verticality across the top of Armory, but it's going to be hard fought. Definitely still have some hard breach. They'll be able to pop these hatches.
Damn, they can't make any holes. Is this a... What is it? This is going to be a blue moto end? $80 versus 1? How does that work? God damn. Where's your homies at?
Picking up the next frag. Kino as well, shutting it down. Furia cannot maintain in the 3v3. And
That was a troll.
Excited
Turn it up, yeah, I'll turn it up. Honestly, guys, I don't really like watching games with casting, but I'll turn it up for this.
And a pretty interesting
Next stream, I'll probably do clean feed.
opening part of the round is Furia just ran up into the building. That was it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, aggressive, sure, but I mean, in the most grandiose possible way.
I am assuming what ended up happening was after the kill against Kino or Yaga at the beginning there, they probably think, all right, there's gonna be like one person max remaining up here. We just overwhelm with like 2 to 3 of us, then we can focus on the basement too. I don't think they were expecting as much resistance, and for them to be as well prepared for that type of a push as well when it finally came to bear against them.
Yeah, well, also for Xset, I mean, I think they capitalized on the situation pretty damn well. We saw them, you know, have those late rotations come through the top floor, especially for, I believe, DS that ended up actually climbing up the, it was either him or Gomez that ended up actually coming up cash stairs there for a moment, and ended up eventually rotating back down. But it's those little, you know, side pieces of pressure that...
Not that bad. Furious VPN in the LAN servers. Yeah, they got the Hamachi going.
Not exactly suspecting another defender to try and rotate into them, especially at a time frame like that. So now for Furia, more than likely going to slow things down a bit and try and gather more map control before immediately trying to take it to Xset.
The real round begins now. Here is Furia. Just to clear out the second floor home that Xset has gone for here. No huge change-ups from the Xset side of things, just the appropriate ones needed for the secondary site that they fall into now. As far as Furia is concerned, a lot of the same as well. Maverick being kept in, Ace also swapped out now. Going to see the rest of Furia try to work their way through here. Continue. Clear out the remnants of Xset. Away from that, though, already seeing Miracle work on opening up this main balcony access point. Shouldn't be too much of a delay past this. This is usually the first thing we see our attackers go for. Again, not much resistance in there from Xset either. They're just going to let this one get opened up, as is kind of the way this generally plays out.
Yes, indeed. And it's going to be a bit of a lull here initially. First minute, is Xset able to stave off Furia?
The event predictions? Event predictions? I think so. I'd want, out of the 4 teams I would want to win would be Xset, Astralis, Liquid, or an Apex. Doesn't matter who. But prediction, I think.
In order to take the fight, and he'll get it. That was gorgeous from Gomez. Those beautiful mechanics made out on
Treasure. I think this might be Liquid's moment, or their time. I just think, you know.
Fantasy gone, STK now gone as well, as Yaga will take him out inside a bar connector, and Spirits potentially with one as well, but no, it's Yag yet again. Miracle will go down. Spirits, some amazing
goddamn
shots,
slaughter.
Xset with a flawless round.
Xset beautifully done. Starts out well right from the beginning of it too, with Gomez getting aggressive outside of the.
I just think it's their time. Out of any of the events, I think they could definitely win this one.
And seemingly Furia had built up for themselves on that rappel position, and from that point forward, it's just domination. Whether it's the front door,
You don't like DZ?
inside of the catwalk.
I'm not saying I don't like them. I just think Liquid would beat them.
Go to the third expected one now, Jim bedroom before they rotate back down to the basement on round 4.
Yeah, that was just strong across the board there from Xset. Strong garage hold, Spirits playing that out masterfully, as well as continually applying pressure to Furia across the board, whether it be through secret stairs or just having Yogg rotate around and try and hold one of the cutoffs near the center of the map. And all of it puts extremely well. Xset now up 2-0 on their defensive half.
Continuing on the warpath here in Furia, looking for solutions in terms of how to get them off of it here.
What did Liquid do from SI now to make everyone think they're going to win? Well, they basically dominated the regional league. I think they came in first on BR6, right? Oh, no, that was W7M. And then I think it was W7M versus Liquid in the finals. Is that? I think that was the finals, right?
Multitude of shields here at the top of Cash, John. I do believe we have a few ADSs to go along.
I think it was them in the grand finals. But on top of that, I just think Liquid has, I mean, just more experience. W7M already lost their first game, which is only second game? Have they lost twice already?
And now for Furia, about we are, as they'll be coming in from the west side. We're going to have, I believe, Ace or something along those lines.
Has W7M lost twice?
logistics, but we definitely did have something. Yeah, STK and his Selma charges going off. I do believe that's over on Jacuzzi. Weren't able to
W7M has already. Oh no, they beat one. They beat DZ in OT, and then they lost the second game of Heroic.
Back. Fantasy was a very serious damage. He'll go down. He's picked up by Kino. Diaz trying to get in behind yet again, but it won't happen.
Unlimited take the tier 3 for 34.
Hashtag beast.
The 34 homie. And the tier 3 on top of it all. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I just think Liquid usually does good at events. Right? They usually do good. And I think out of all the events they could win, I think this would be, you know, better. Am I saying it because, you know, we're not there, SSG's not there, some other teams aren't there? Maybe. One team is already disqualified. And then the Brazilians that they're playing against are online, which I think could swindle into their favor.
The first to take challenge at the top of main stairs wrap, but it's going to be STK though to win it out against the second player from Exit. Everything going to fall to our internal bathroom player Kino, but he won't be able to maintain. And now Furia finally picking up one of their own.
Well, it wasn't the easy road, but it was theirs, and they were able to claim the round. Furia finally getting one on the board after round 3 in a pretty explosive manner. I mean, immediately trying to drop into logistics and take as many fights as they potentially can. I also believe that was partnered with a rush in from the Jacuzzi wall and potentially someone trying to fight around main stairs or balcony. We really didn't get.
And plus, I kind of also just want to see Liquid win. I like the Liquid guys.
So either way, Furia able to make it through the thick of it.
I want to see Exet and Astralis win too. There's a team that got DQ'd. Yeah, Elevate because they couldn't get visas.
Coming out from them once again, playing a very, very fast style of attacking side at the moment. Well, Exet responding to it quite nicely in those scenarios there. Unfortunately, just falling a little bit too
Right, I don't think that's 21. Thank you.
Previous round there, part due to their own choices and in part due to the kind of claustrophobic nature of the gym.
Because you're not there. Well, because we suck right now.
More expansive pastures in the basement.
Even if we were there, if we got gifted a spot, you know, maybe things would change.
Signify that. Not only the Mozzie coming through, but the mute jammers for Spirits is he'll be able to hold up a lot of these reinforced walls.
Let me see Cactus. I want to see an APEC team win. Above all, I would want to see an APEC team. Do I think an APEC team is going to win? I think Cyclops has a good chance.
Too much across the board. All good for Fantasy, who is now on IQ 552 Commando.
STK starting things off well for Fury at the beginning of the 4th round by being able to knock out Gomez, catching his aggression this time where previously didn't work out too well. Yaga still a factor, however, on the inside of this upstairs room, but there's a lot of pressure broiling itself out, ready to knock him down, and we're going to see it come to bear immediately. Fantasy, with the pre-fire lineup, has no trouble knocking Yaga out. This is a much cleaner fight so far from Furia, but the response is still there as Spirits reascends upstairs and is able to trade back against Fantasy before more than likely falling back now that he's been able to make the numbers a bit more winnable.
It's a huge pickup. Getting rid of the IQ in this position with Valkyrie in play means that Exet's going to have a lot of info game going into the later parts of this round, but it doesn't really matter if Furia kills everybody first before we get there. Spirit's trying to swing out and equalize. He'll be able to do so and at least get it to a 3v2. A lot more powerful than it was before, but still a really long road ahead of them. STK, he'll get the information on Spirits rotating back to site, which more than likely signifies that the majority of this map is clear, and they just need to start working on their verticality as well as their hatch work.
Oh, not a bit of a surprise here for Kino, and he gets away with the kill. There's a second player following him up as well. Waits for the spray to finish and sneaks right through. How does he do that? As Furia, Handy surely would have traded that back out, but no, is not able to find him. Kino runs away, keeps himself alive, and evens out the numbers.
Wait, Rattle, did I get you? I think I did. Thank you, though.
You said it, man.
Pensy, they were the gifted.
STK from up on top, or rather Handy, I should say, from up on top, and STK working his way in from dirt. Except it's all been left to Kino and Spirits. Already see Kino play out just a few seconds prior, of course.
Is there any teams out? No, this is only the first day of groups. There won't be a team that gets knocked out until probably late tomorrow. Because if a team goes 0 for... If a team goes 0 for 4, then I think the only teams that are 0 for 2 right now are Chiefs and
clutch
It might just
potentially
be
brewing here for the Furia roster. That would tie the game up as well, but a bit more work needing to be done.
Dire Wolves are 0 for
Until
1, but I
he
think
can
they
be
only played
eliminated
once.
here in this specific case. He knocks out that camera on the back line, won't give an angle over to Kino as he now swings out from the bottom of main stairs. He's going to try to deny this first attempt. No! It'll just outright deny the round as the Toxic Bay finishes off the very low HP of Handy.
That was an incredible round there from Kino. And Xset overall, like we were talking about how the initial round was pretty scrappy, but that right there was the only way back into the round was aggression. They had to.
Dude, did DS just do like a little 360 right there? What the fuck?
Accomplish that, especially with the way that Kino is. I mean, that's not, oh, I'm just gonna hold the main stairs and hope somebody peeks me. He is going in.
Let me get my food real quick, guys.
On main stairs and still able to gather that kill when it mattered most. Equalizes and forces Furia into a really bad situation where they actually have to split both the remaining members. One has to go dirt, one has to try and hold things down on Hatch, and they just don't have the pressure any longer to try and take it to the two defending Xset members.
So, an interesting attacker repick if we see it get locked in there. Take a look at Fantasy real quick, as we're going to potentially have a fuse coming into play here. Very specific use cases for it, and this might be one of them if they end up going for it. So we'll keep our eyes locked onto that. But aside from that, Xset, of course, retaking their control with the successful basement play. Now just looking to move right along schedule here to their other hold, which is going to be upstairs inside of Cash with CCTV. Same operator lineup as the previous hold. They want it, of course, so why not lock it in? And speaking of locking things in, we are indeed going to have the fuse play with Fantasy.
I love to see it. Just to update you guys on what has happened to Fuse recently. He got a big bump to his cluster charges. Yes, he does indeed have 4 of those now. And also, just for that little icing on the cake, they go through hard walls now. So he'll be able to put those on, say, like CCTV or the single panel in construction and just run amok of the entire setup of Xset. The cluster charges just spew everywhere.
Here we go.
It's really, really strong for him, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. And here come the hockey pucks.
Throw those in. Unfortunately, only one may be eaten up by that ADS. The rest of it is going to knock out quite a bit of utility hanging out in the walls. One doesn't make it too deep enough, so you're still going to see that Banshee in the back left corner survive it. But now that has gone by. They'll also breach the walls. No more opportunities to deploy the remaining 3 of those charges.
Still going to have some other opportunities around the map to potentially use them, but more than likely it's past the point of no return for Fantasy. Not really a moment where he's going to be able to pick that up and potentially use it as an exploitative chance. But now it's going to be down to Furia's drone game to try and see what their next potential move could be. They do have to worry about Yaga currently inside of construction, but Xset have practically sat on their hands for most of this round. Not too much action here for round 5 just yet, as Furia's only gotten the CCTV wall open. Now with some angles here, trying to see if we can potentially find anybody playing around the construction area. Beautiful drop here from Miracle. He'll catch Yaga completely off guard, and that's going to be the open frag they were wishing for.
Continuing to hold this back now. Waiting for the repeat to come in, and he's has the correct patience. Indeed will succeed in picking up the killer. Almost like they went the other way, but not in this case here. Miracle able to secure the first pickup for himself against Spirit's actually second one now. Managed to take down Yaga a few seconds prior to some great early impact coming in from him, and Rare is going to stack on top of that Xset, getting a tad too aggressive here, giving over far too many early gunfights, and leaving themselves with a shell of their former defense in a 2v5.
No, I wouldn't even say it's that. I think it's a pure patience from Furia, as Xset has they've been practically murdered every single time they attempt to do anything at all. I mean, even for Yaga, he's
just wins this, right?
Construction, and he has somebody just jump off the roof and take a gunfight with him. Furia had more calculated in that, and they earned that flawless round.
Learned indeed, so we will wait and see if we're going to see Xset decide to retry this site, given the fairly one-sided nature of how that just played out there, or if they'll extend over towards Jim, where once again also managed to drop that one earlier on. You're going to see go contested there for a second as they click it for themselves before the IGL made the call, but it does end up going towards Jim once everything is said and done here. So that's the cycle we'll try to play out here, feeling that won't count in CCTV. I would generally tend to agree with this choice.
Yeah,
what happened to the audio?
I agree with you here. I think that Jim Bedroom, is, at least through the years for Clubhouse, became an easier and easier site to play, especially as we've added more ops to be able to assist with this. I think that also Jim Bedroom makes quite a few teams very creative in the way that they want to hold things. I think we've seen like a multitude of iterations of whether it be operator lineups or the way that people think that you should hold things across. You know, and it's always been such an amazing site in order to do that, especially with the play that you can have around, you know, cash, like what Xset's doing right now. You can connect
what's bro eating?
Panel there, or rather the single panel with construction and cash. And that's really nice.
It's like too good right now because I mixed it all up. It's like a
and also extend all the way
like a bowl, like a rice bowl with like shrimp and shit.
It just makes it such a nuisance to clear. Because for the most part, when you're trying to go for gym bedroom offense, you're really looking to try and get that jacuzzi wall open, start applying pressure to the master balcony and stuff like that.
Bopet.
That takes manpower. Trying to clear out cache sites starting at the cache stairwell requires a lot of manpower.
Am I joining Thomas
all of a
rank
sudden,
now?
you know, you're running into a couple different rocks in hard places, and you're trying to get things figured out. The good news is well, John, we don't have to figure it out. Furia does. So we'll have to see what they want to do here as they're finally out and about. 30 seconds in.
Oh, my fucking wisdom tooth hurts. Holy
You're
shit.
going to be attempting. There's no real surprise to start things off. They do need to clear this extension into CCTV and cache. They'll pop open the wall corresponding towards it. Not going to be much resistance inside of the CCTV room itself, but a little bit deeper than that inside of cache. That's when things will start to get a bit more troublesome here for the Furia clear. You can see them only making a headroom clear here, not even actually opening up the breach entirely so that they can take down anyone who wants to get aggressive against that breach, but not going to be able to see them respond.
No, coaches are not allowed to talk.
The angle that was created. You can see as well, this is a bit tricky for the members of Fury. You've got Diaz holding on his own with a red rotate being opened as well, and then Spirits has this chopped up ceiling, or rather top wall, I guess you'd call this, to be able to try and chuck out a Nitro through the breach, waiting for the rest of it to be opened, I believe, for an actual entry attempt to be made. You might have to watch out for garage presence too, as it looks like another member of Furia has managed to sneak themselves over towards Catwalk.
Yeah, only during tag timeouts, and sometimes during prep phase. Sometimes they let you talk during prep. Not prep phase, not prep phase. Ban phase. Definitely not prep phase. I think that might just be because they forget to turn it off.
Top Beaulo, how was your day, bro?
Not too bad, finisher. I think the 15. Hopefully your day is the best day you've ever had.
Spirits thought he was dead to rights there when they had the lock on him through that box sitting on top of the cache desk, but wasn't able to follow him through, unfortunately. And a great response from Spirits. Saved his own life there, bring the numbers down. Maybe an even more dire situation for Furia. Spirits still on deck, waiting for the swing to work itself in here. And you can see they are trying to get a little bit inside so they can start putting pressure on construction while still having not cleared out Spirits, but they'll finally accomplish that. Now he's been baited towards the door. It's going to be some great play from STK to accomplish that. Finally get their first kill on the board. If they can work together to get one more, they're in even territory. The problem is that time bank starting to get a little bit low here at around 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a little overzealous from Spirits, but able to get a lot done inside of that position. So we just got to give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes down to that. Gomez in a pivotal position here inside of logistics. Andy will be holding on.
All mics should be turned off during tech timeouts. Yeah, I think some games do that. I think Val does do that? I think Val does that. I think you're right.
Diaz takes down one, Diaz takes down two, and Gomez will wrap it up with a bow, making a 4-2 half.
That's where R6 casters are 10 times better than Val casters.
Down the way it did when you consider how things opened up there. So much control inside of Xsets before the play even began, with Fury trying to clear out the extension inside of CCTV and cache. Some good attempts to battle it.
I don't know about that.
Catch, as you said, an overzealous Spirit speaking towards the door, but even that kill wasn't enough as they were still down by one, and just too claustrophobic of a push inside of Jim. Allows for Xset to get revenge for their last attempt on that site, lock it down, giving them a 1-1 record on the half, and as well securing the 4-2 overall scoreline. As the team will switch sides, and it's Xset's turn to go on to the attack. They need 3 rounds to close this one down.
It is indeed, and this is where things get potentially damning for Furia, because Xset's...
What do coaches do? What do coaches do in basketball?
I mean, very, very aggressive fronts, especially with the way that Spirits likes to call for this team. We could see a lot of calculated plays come through. So, but again, it's going to be pretty hard to say for you and I, because we didn't really get to see Xset's earlier games. So it could be, you know, a little off kilter at the current moment. But luckily enough, we're here to find that out for all of you at home. Maybe some setup still to be done here for Furia as they'll prep the hatch for impacts. Although STK, the only one with one.
Attackers must locate and it's just Nitro cells for the most part beyond that. 3 of them, in fact, so Fury actually looking to make heavy use of that inside.
The best way to counter hard breach is to chuck a Nitro cell out.
Just blow them up.
Exactly.
They're going to blow us up, so it's fair.
An eye for an eye, as they say.
Either way, Furia here looking to really make their mark, and they need to right off the bat.
So psychotic, man.
Trying to go for a crazy swing, exposes himself, and it's going to take quite a bit of damage. Fantasy also getting hit a bit too, it looks like.
Spirits
struck by a bullet. He's outside! Spirits getting hit up there! Oh my goodness! Alive in a corner, he's been brought down, trying to self-revive, but he had already used that adrenal surge. You can see he was affected by it in the midst of that fight. Gomez gets revenge.
Didn't Aerosmith the Prime?
Once again, it is Xset
Holy
to take
shit.
the lead here. And you can see Fantasy creeping up on the breach currently being made by the main balcony, as Fantasy's going to try to get in the way of this too.
What an incredible moment there for Gomez. When your number's called, just like we were talking about in that previous game, sometimes you have to step up, and Gomez almost instantaneously refrags onto STK.
Bodab,
Furia
Bodab,
worse for
Bodab.
wear yet again here, and Gomez almost sneakily gets in through Oil Pit, but Miracle will shut him down with the SMG-11.
That's the free one, though. That's the one that Exit doesn't necessarily need to worry about. Yoga on the chase, but Handy! He gets the over-the-top rope kill this time around, spins it back onto Yaga, and as well, Furia just going to race themselves back down into the basement where they'll be much more secure for this remaining minute and a half.
Well, the boat doesn't react to anything. I was eating.
Work to do, and thankfully, they've got a lot of time to do it, but this setup is going to be tough to clear, even with the health advantage.
Yeah, pretty miscalculated here from Xset in the later part of the round as they're just caught off guard by Furia's rotation.
We're group set SI BO3.
Stairs get really punished, and now the 2 versus 3, but a lot of potential here in this position. Minute and 10 seconds remain, and DS.
I don't think so.
Potential. That's exactly what he'll be on. Also,
wait.
All of these members for Furia at the current moment die within 1 to 2
Were they?
bullets. So
I know SI 2021 was BO1.
Fantasy will actually end up spraying down Kino. So many bullets flooding in through the wall of blue at the current
Was it a
moment.
BO2?
Likely will have so many crosses held on him here.
I don't.
It's gonna be pre-fire
Was it
central
BO3?
as he bounces back
I don't remember.
the AC unit here in blue.
Just panic peeking so much to try and find anything he can work with. Nearly is able to negotiate a kill right there, but instead it is Miracle that wins out the fight. Furia, with a definitive start to this second half here, puts themselves on the board for their basement hold, and sets themselves up for a comeback as well, as they're immediately just 1 round behind Xset's scoreline by taking the first round of the second half.
You really got a feel for Xset there. It felt like to them that they could get away with a lot more than they definitely could.
All matches are BO3, okay.
As soon as they try to overextend themselves towards site.
Okay, so it was play each other once,
to them,
and it was a
unsuspected,
BO3.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, yo, we're gonna sneak down here. No one should be exactly ready for us to be inside of blue and trying to take these aggressive fights, but they were wrong. Furia has definitely dealt with these situations before, and they're gonna handle this one quite handedly yet again.
So for Xset, their lead stands at a precipice here, able to negotiate a very successful defensive half at 4-2 with some pretty
Precipice,
play
tertiary,
that's kind of what we expected from
regulation.
here, but generally speaking, you'd expect
What
a
other
closer game.
caster words are fucking annoying?
Mixed results, the mixed gunfights that come with that. Xset though took the lead, however, are now at risk of losing.
More or less, whatever ones you hear the most. Is there any other words?
Sight coming up here inside CCTV and Cash as well. Xset looking to breach through here. Plenty of hard featuring brought to the table to accomplish that. No real surprises on the attacker lineup, and more importantly, we're only going to get that 1 repick, it looks like, over towards a Lion instead of a Buck for Yaga.
Pretty strong pick here as it'll isolate a lot of these Furia members and make these gunfights a heck of a lot easier.
What the
It won't be a lot to
fuck?
move when those E1Ds do indeed go off.
Done and dusted?
As for the rest of Xset's lineup, it's fairly
I don't know if I hear that one too
Mav
much.
coming in
What's
as
that?
well as the Ace to try and help with the wall. And speaking of the wall, Furia potentially aware that Xset could be rushing, but obviously not going to be the case here. We have no thermite, so won't have anybody just explode the wall open and instantaneously gain access for everyone that wants to try and play plat. But that's why we saw Furia having that gas canister on the wall. And up here, we'll start things up for DS as he starts working things across, and we'll soon have this wall soft. Gomez pop this open and actually get down to these gunfights.
Defenders did chunk it a little bit, the wall there. If you guys noticed those bits of soft breach from the shotgun hole, that's just
Homie G Slice with the prime. Official CK through the 3. IKK through the prime.
We do have that Koyo canister sitting on the other side of it. Oh, nice spot from Gomez too. Gets a bit of damage, and I believe onto Miracle there. And Miracle even testing it a second time here.
Do you want to win this game? Xset.
Like I said, that Goyo canister sits on the other side.
Unfortunately enough, though, as you were talking about the holes being shot, the whole reason that they do that is because it makes the breach so messy. Look at the amount of time DS has had to stay on this torch. And it's all because this bottom portion of the wall, there's a little pixel that's still holding it over towards the left-hand side here. You can actually see it towards DS. He literally just pinged it. So that right there is what's holding up the wall at the current moment. DS will actually
What the
take a
fuck?
lot of damage via that Goyo fire that leaks out of the breach. And STK almost with a kill there as well.
Dude, this shield is so weird.
Trying to find a way through this round
Why?
at the current moment.
It's actually a really smart play from Handy to do that, putting it on the wall there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see other teams start implementing that. Another top rope swing here from STK. He pays the price for it, but Fantasy immediately exchanges. Yaga maintains control.
Who was
now
that?
with a second
STK?
pickup for Xset and brings it down to a 4v3. It's all going to be on the site players now as we broil down to the last minute.
Well, it's starting to boil up to a point here. X-Set, they've gotten control of Garage, but they still need to get things cleared out and have the setup start pointing towards an actual plan. Kino going to take a lot of damage, but Kino's going to down the member instead. Miracle actually won't be able to be picked up just yet. Hopefully can get in behind the green box and potentially get picked up here by Rare, but no, Handy's going to go down before then. Kino, I mean, he's on fire at the current moment. Not literally, hopefully, but as of right now, they're doing a bang-up job of holding things down on this offensive side. Rare's going to try and rotate around.
STK getting a little active. Yeah, a little bit too active.
Has a shotgun as he'll move down through the lounge area. Won't be able to get up the cash stairs as finally Gomez will pick him up. They're going to rush up the back end as well. Miracle, so much to deal with at the current moment, but he does have an opportunity here. Frag grenades out, stun grenades out. Gomez with a lot of damage dealt to him. Miracle with no potential answer just yet. He'll get one, he'll get two, and John, that was getting close there if he's able to produce that shotgun. A lot of damage potentially coming out onto the X-Set members, but they'll lock it down.
Dodgy there, but thankfully the round aside from that, pretty one-sided towards X-Set there. The constant aggression roiling in, and it's a shame because I like what we were seeing from Furia, especially with the Goyo canister positioning. You probably saw that second one that was just beyond the breach, so even if that first one did minimal damage, they can still wait, deploy that second one when the actual execute comes in and hold them back once again there. Unfortunately, when those Goyo canisters were exploded, there was far too much remaining pressure from other points on the map still coming out against the setup, so they weren't really able to capitalize on it as much as they would have liked to.
X-Set's patience game is really what got them so far inside of that round, especially for Yaga. Yaga just sat downstairs inside a garage and was like, all right, I'm just going to hold down here. We'll see what potentially happens with the remaining time that we have. And then Furia just jump over the balcony and gift him a kill. That's all he wanted that entire time.
I keep thinking I have a fucking bloody nose.
Just those little
ever since being back.
Decision-making where it's either overextend, try and take
dry ass state,
or just sit still, let your team try to build things up to a certain point around the map and pull Furia to different points and make it where they have to focus on other things. You might randomly have a Jaeger jump down from a balcony.
Bringing this back and really highlights the kind of mishmash of regional playstyles that X-Set has gone for here, because they're executing into that last round in very much the same way that Furia was doing back in the first half as well, using that patience to really suss out some of the members of the defensive side there and be able to take them down when they finally take that extra step or two into the open that they necessarily wouldn't have been able to do.
As for Furia, though, they have to get a hold of these nerves, John. I mean, if we start to see them be more and more antsy throughout these rounds, X-Set's going to continue to punish them in very comparable ways to what we saw inside of round 8. But now for STK, he's feeling
what a cool guy.
Downstairs inside of Billiards.
Cool guy.
Window, but won't be feeling himself for much longer.
That's dirty.
Has a pulse. Fantasy will be able to capitalize on Kino, though, so that'll be the ace off the board, but we still have some hard breach in the likes of DS and Maverick.
I always go there and I never see any fucking asshole run around in bar.
I'm going to assume that that won't happen a second time there. That's just a bit of an unlucky maneuver with what ended up happening with the wall. Didn't ultimately trip them up from winning the round either, so he said able to get over that without too much of an issue. Going to be looking to accomplish the same thing as it is once again that hold on the inside of CCTV and Cash. You can already see Fantasy paying attention to the breach just in case our Maverick reveals something a bit too much, but now he's going to make sure he starts from the corner this time to avoid that problem from the previous round. And I'm pretty sure he got the left side of it. So I think he's good, and there we go. Just needs to get the last remaining bit of this half, and we should see the wall fall away. Oh, no.
Yep. It's literally right in the center, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah.
How does this happen twice in a row, though?
I mean, DS, you're just not the map, man. Just give it up.
Where is it?
It's right.
The crappy part.
There you go.
There we go. The crappy part about that is that, like what we were talking about before, when they end up breaking that wall, you have to lay prone in order to guarantee that, but that almost guarantees that somebody shoots at you as well. And that's why we see a lot of people try to crouch and torch it, but that makes it to where those lines that are made when you break that soft wall actually don't torch through the reinforcement properly. So you have to hit that prone, but I mean, at least he's able to get open this time around. The problem is now is that it seems like it's costed them some bodies in order to do so.
Yeah, this is not looking like the confidence we saw out of X in the previous round, nor just the amount of setups we saw before. They don't have these angles bearing down on the defenders. As you can see, Diaz swinging in to pick up that trade at least, but it's too late. The 1-for-1 is not going to mean a whole lot at this point here because Furia can do that, pick up one more on their own, and now this is already a nearly unwinnable situation for Diaz. He's got a 1v3 set before him. He does have a fairly healthy amount of time to play into, and so much to clear out. This is a winnable fight at top red. It doesn't look like that player has a lot of support. He's going to mask the unpinning sound of the nade as it goes in, though. Looks like it's going to get eaten up by one of those magnets, so Andy has his life saved by his own utility. Good placement of that there Nice attempt at it from DS, but doesn't ultimately work out. That's an even better one, though. Rips the head right off of Miracle. 2 more players to go. You got about 10 seconds for each one. Let's see if he can get the job done as he enters the site. Already has pressure against him. He's going to go for a plant attempt, actually, to bait players out. No one takes it. Oh, I correct myself. Rare does. He comes out into the open. There's the stick now, probably, as Handy's got to re-rotate into CCTV. He's gone up, but no! Handy just barely closing it down for Furia as he gets this 1v1.
That was so very scary there. In fact, I thought Handy was just playing for the audio cue. I thought he was just trying to bounce back and forth and get him off the case and then potentially rotate into Ash to try
Be broken through the 4. What up, homie?
They actually had there, but gives TS a chance instead and wins it handedly. So now for Furia, after we go into this tech timeout, they will be within 1 round of catching up to Exit here on Club.
Very, very close between both of these teams right now. Furia, more than likely, not wanting to take any risks in this upcoming round as they'll be repeating the basement.
What's your favorite NA team to play?
Fairly well secured on this
I don't know.
one as they
Whatever's the easiest one to beat.
At the outset of this half. But still, their coach, as you can see here, has a lot of input to give. They have not used the pause just yet. There was still a phase of...
Wasn't a whole lot of those this last stage.
Exit was truly dominating, so probably some input from back then, making sure that they don't run into those same pitfalls as they make a rerun. And actually, if you'll notice, the site has changed since we went into the pause. They're actually going for gym bedroom hold, so it seems like they got something to throw at Exit here, possibly.
Honestly, that's always a weird question to me. It's like, who's my favorite team to play? It's like,
some castle barricades.
I don't have.
To make it more fun, you know, you want to try and
I don't really have favorite teams,
especially on a site like that. If you're
to play against,
locked down on, say, like the main stairs, that makes your life a whole heck of a lot easier instead of having
honestly just whichever one is the easiest.
Top of main, but past that, I mean, there's so many different ways you can utilize castle on this, whether it be, you know, the master side windows or what have you. There's always going to be some avenues that they're going to be able to shut down. So see that brought to the table as well as a Nook coming through for Gomez.
Let's take a look here. Let's see if Exet can maintain their lead. They've been staying ahead by 1 or 2 throughout this half so far. Have not managed to drop the outright lead as we started 4-2, of course, but as you can see, Furia has kept right on to Exet's tail. We did have a Blackbeard pick initially for Iago, but it seems like that's being re-picked away, so that's definitely not going to be staying here. Yana is already locked in there for the re-pick. More interesting one, though, is going to be down towards Gomez. He's potentially going to be swapping Zofia for the Nook, and more than likely, that's going to stay as well. Of course, we're seeing more and more out of her because she has the nades and, of course, the utility kit. Players finding out how to use her more and more. So, going to continue to see.
They also have FTX on the shirts. Yeah, Furia. Yeah, Furia partnered with FTX.
That's super sad, honestly. Just looking across Furia's board.
Relive watching a movie or show for the first time. What would it be?
There's not any barbed wire. There's nothing to have to worry about. And in fact, they
probably
so they're more than likely leaning more into their info game and trusting those cameras as to what they're seeing. And that's where Nook capitalizes. So
2 movies, or no, 2 TV shows, 1 movie. Breaking Bad or Sopranos, and Gladiator.
So, you know, there's no real argument's sake there, but it would have been really cool to see Nook in that situation.
There's no Flores in play.
Breaking Bad, just so I could live through the scene of Skylar singing to Ted Beneke. Just so I can experience that all one more time.
Potential for soft breach too if Yaga ends up going down earlier on here. So at this point we didn't see the Nook as well. He's definitely seen it before, but Fantasy ready to fight off immediately against this pressure coming in from the balcony wall there. He's going to fire at least 1 bullet back against Yaga, but quickly falls away from that and takes up a security position instead.
He'll get droned out here inside of construction and finally catches
Game of Thrones. Oh yeah, Game of Thrones too. I kind of forget about Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones would probably top them all actually. Yeah, Game of Thrones. Fuck, I keep forgetting about it.
Upstairs, no one check out Secret, and that is where Rare currently resides. Does definitely have a few different facets he can potentially abuse here on these Exet members as my grin grows by tenfold. Simply sitting in this moment. Potentially try and go for Garage. Also Cash here. Stairwell, but it's all going to be
Flynn Ninja, they have 2.
Bopet.
Bopet.
He's got to get through quite a bit of utility, and he's actually just going to straight up shoot the drone and leave. So now Kino's going to be looking down towards Cash here for the time being, but still so much time on the board for Exet, and a lot of damage dealt to Spirits here from STK off-site, so might be even delaying a little bit more.
Lining themselves
Damn.
up on the outside of the building here to push themselves forward. Nitro is deployed.
Holy
is
shit.
able to grab Spirits. He's brought down to about 1/3 of his remaining HP after that blows up, but still staying alive.
Dude, if he didn't fuck that up. That's kind of a hard Nitro.
So he'll be able to boost himself right back up right around 50%.
When you free ball it, unless you like really know it.
Bank just a little bit. It's and doing a bit of damage to these players. Your Spirits just can't get lucky in this situation. We are going to see as well that battery go down, but unfortunately it's on the wrong side. So it's not going to stop this break from being open. Kino going for 3 at the start of this
Where the fuck is Kino?
3 members of Furia knocked out.
Oh, he's on the
STK,
wall.
Fantasy, and Handy all eliminated.
Kino, overheating. You have the pistol out.
Just one, but a second as well. Furia are not done fighting this just yet. Rare needs to reinsert himself into this, but he's been read into. Diaz and Spirits get the last 2 kills. That's Xset up on map point now.
How the hell does Kino even get that? That literally makes 0 sense as to how that breaks down, but 3 kills practically.
Super loot, they have the 3.
And they'll walk away with yet another round. It's going to be attack time.
How are you, Beaulo?
I'm good. I'm good. How you doing?
On
The 3.
ice, that has to be a tilter after what we just saw.
Yeah, again, Furia, keep in mind too, the tactical timeout that they just took like 1 or 2 rounds ago to
Wait,
build
Xset
up all
called
the
this?
strategy, build up all of this prowess to finally stop Xset from running away with the game, but it doesn't work. And now Butega wants to give some input as well. You can see him very emotive at the moment here. They just need this one last round. He wants to make sure that his input is noted for this potential final round.
Were they stacked? What the fuck? I think 2 of them were stacked. The other one was probably like books, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, it was like bathroom, maybe like flipped mattress, and then
Something to experience.
For a team that's been together for like
books.
2 months.
Yeah, for a team that's been together for
Or
2 months, but
TV.
also for an org that's been in siege and dedicated to this product for so very long to not have that yet. I mean, you have to be extremely excited for them. But Furia definitely do still have some opportunity here to at least force it into overtime and give themselves a chance to steal this away.
Pause has ended, folks. We're going back in game now, and it is looking like it's going to be a retry of the basement hold from Furia. So let's see if this will become their graveyard or if it will become their potential rite of ascension to get themselves back into the game and into overtime.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
It's the NA special, baby.
It's the NA special, baby. Made famous by Mint, the coach of Dark Zero. The Blitz is in play, as we've seen it time and time again on maps like Oregon, and well, really just Oregon. Blitz can still get a lot done
He's nice
across
set.
the map when
Good
it comes
team.
to clearing out those really hard to reach spaces. You know, unless you have something that's explosive like a Toxic Babe.
Manny Fist is
it
the
just
one.
gets to run at you, and as soon as you pay too long
Thank
enough of
you.
attention, you're now flashed, and you have practically 0 chance in order to win that engagement. I mean, even earlier, we saw a Blitz hop over the deployable shield and elbow on Oregon and melee the shield player in order to win out that engagement.
I've seen quite a few melee kills coming from the players on Blitz, so I think
Blows
it's
my
pretty
mind.
often, especially like you said, that construction wrap from
Zenio?
Oregon, common spot for
Zenio? I
them.
think the 2.
It's now
Maybe.
going to mean that Furia really need to reinforce their extensions, but we can have something else in play.
This
here.
guy
STK,
got a
you can
big
see he's
dick
lining up for
fucking
something
out this
outside
wall.
of this soft breach, and he's got an impact in pocket ready to play. Ooh, trying to pre-fire
What?
as well.
Hey,
Some
man.
team intel. We're not going to find it. Unfortunately,
Syax,
shots
thank you for
do
the
get
2.
away, so he backs out.
Appreciate you, homie.
You'd be surprised by the amount of times that you pre-fire those 2 garage doors and somebody just magically dies outside. So if you're ever hanging out in garage early game, just shoot a couple bullets. You never really know. So either way, though, Xset, they're going to take their time here, John. They do not want to try and...
Is there 4 guys outside of blue?
We're already 45 seconds
Oh, no,
in.
only
They
3, okay.
haven't exactly exploded into any part of the map. In fact, they're droning things out currently over near stocks and everything else in between, trying to see what
They're gonna
exactly is
bypass the
happening
upstairs
inside
clear.
of the lounge. And yes, it's going to be a drawback here as Miracle trying to force his way back. It's a blitz. He's got to hightail it out of there. Spirits is in, and he's dead as he immediately ADS's, trying to get into sight.
That had to be the scariest thing ever. Just a full speed blitz sprinting directly past your Toxic Babe, not even giving him a chance to really be hit by. I don't think he took any damage from it, but unfortunately, his opponent got way too far back, and he had support from teammates. So Spirits quickly shut down, and the blitz play just doesn't really work out.
I think it's worth it to get R6. Still, I've heard it's dying. It is dying.
Also trying to
It is,
control
but
of blue if Spirits did get anything done.
I think it's still a good game. If you want to get into it, don't let the state of the game, you know, like if it's losing players, losing interest, don't let that discourage you, because you might enjoy it. There's still a player base. There's still a big community, no matter what, and it's gonna have it for a while. It's just it's losing its more, I guess, casual player base.
And that's more than likely Furia with
So get into it. Get into it and try it.
Will go down to Kino.
Xset, unfortunately, in my opinion, banking a bit too much on this blitz play here, and the fact that they've ignored the upstairs clear is going to come back to haunt them in this final minute as you have those dissensions from the upstairs holds looming against them. Xset have to keep a constant flank watch because of this. It'll work out okay, though. Yogg is able to catch STK as he works his way back down here. A 2v3 means that only one of these players needs to pick up an extra kill. Aside from that, just 1-for-1s will win it out here for Xset. If Diaz get 1 and Yogg gets 2, we've got that 7-4 scoreline locked
It's declining, but
in.
it's no way dying. What is declining? annoying.
about this current situation, and you can tell they're not moving an inch out from their hard block positions deeper in the site there. They want Xset to take this first step forward, not the other way around.
Frag grenade out. Rare will take down Yaga. Now it's a 1v3 for DS Lucas. Fantasy.
The game's dying. It's not going to die for a while, but there's a losing player base. It's losing interest.
I have to agree with you, John. Too many eggs in one basket with the blitz play there, and really oversold their hand as well. It really looked like they had a lot of faith in what was going to go down as Spirit swings that door, but like I was saying before, super ill-advised. The fact that you're running through dirt, ADS, as blitz coming out the door, more than likely somebody's going to shoot you right in the face 9 times out of 10.
The game isn't dying. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's dying, but it's still going to have a community for a long time.
That's fair.
If they had done that, there was a possibility, even if the blitz...
Dying's not like a bad term.
They didn't have the flanks to worry about, so they wouldn't have had to constantly keep someone on flank wise.
It's got a little bit of a stigma to it, but I mean, that's what's happening. People are losing interest. The player base is falling. It still has a player base.
It's one of the things that, like, he's just an unstoppable force. You don't want to deal with it.
That,
So you immediately
the
back
problem
up.
is if you use it for the roam clear, you can't really use it for the site take. Because
Exactly.
now they know it's there. So
Well, they know it's
immediately
there.
respond to it.
They know it's there, and also you more than likely took a decent amount of damage because you are blitz.
Yeah.
Like,
See, if you were to say that it's like a dead game, then it's a little
shots,
bit
his shoulder
different.
gets tagged up a little bit. You know, that shield just doesn't fit his body.
That's all subjective.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So Xset still on map and match point here. But for Furia, only one away from triggering overtime now due to Xset all-inning on the blitz play in the previous round, leaving them with only this extra one to play out. Gomez will repick over towards Ayana, not too surprising there, seeing as we were missing it. Those extra nades certainly going to help here, as they would have only had 4 aside from that. Sounds like a lot, really isn't inside of Siege right now, especially with how much utility mitigation is still generally played into it. They actually got a pretty light amount of that, speaking of...
I will say, another thing, that Val coming out did not help Siege at all. I always hear about people leaving Siege for Val. It fucking sucks.
Become an extra set of kills here for Xset if they can position them in the correct spot.
Like whenever I get like noticed or anything, I always ask like the person. I always say, "You still play?" They say, "No, I play Val." I left around this time. I'm like, man, fuck. Fuck Val.
So what a find there for Xset. STK also taking a lot of damage as he tries to recoup this situation, but this actually might be the death nail if he ends up getting tagged up yet again and goes down.
Other problem with Fantasy being the first to be eliminated too. Keep in mind that those My Disc deploy rapidly or continue to become available for him as the round goes on. So the deeper into it you get, the more you will have available or can potentially be thrown out.
Why?
From the earlier
What's the point?
Already used. The fact that he's died at about 2:30.
Do you like Val or not? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I think it's an okay game. I'm just saying fuck Val in the context that it's fuck Siege. Because people like Val more than Siege. Or they have migrated to Val.
Have too much to worry about, so they're simply not going to sweat it. Some drones in just to confirm positions here for Xset as they continue to try and get this jacuzzi wall open,
Unlucky.
which I do believe they achieve here on the right-hand side. Also, an Evil Eye over inside of this space to try and hold things down. I do believe an
The reason is Val is like you need teamwork, not just aim. Siege, you need that.
Still be able to get in behind the Xset members who are seemingly unaware of Cash still being held down by the defense.
Bandit in the night as well, just runs right up, picks the kill, and dashes away. No chance for a refrag there for Xset. They're gonna have to find it in other pastures here. Is there?
Oh my god!
What is going on with this wall right now? No, man.
That's
Xset and these wall breaches are just not working out today. It was over at the main balcony, over by CCTV, and now they're struggling with this one too.
Very unfortunate circumstances for them at the current moment, but Xset still can capitalize here.
Thumper, yeah, the prime.
Miracle awaiting the drop here for logistics, but he'll be discovered by Yaga, who could potentially swing into this quickly here. A nitro cell inside Rare's pocket, but nothing here for Miracle. As
That's pretty crazy in Apex.
Smoke, so
Shala like only plays Apex. That guy plays so much Apex.
no flares will help him out. No shotgun either as he tries to run out of the actual room. But now for Xset, it's brutality.
I'm pretty sure Shala plays more Apex than Siege.
Every member, and Yaga will clean it up in 7-5 fashion as Xset find their very first.
Wow. Now Furia has to go from an L to play Liquid.
Just yet one loss on the board, and unfortunately at the bitter end of regulation, won't even be able to get the extra point for going to OT there as well. They'll probably be a little disappointed about that, but they they can't stay that way as they have another match coming up immediately after this, an inter-regional one versus Liquid. So you guys are going to definitely want to stick around for that.
Absolutely. I'm so very excited for that.
Damn, Furia could very easily.
We've already gotten a Furia to see them go up against a team like
Let me see the matchup here, Wikipedia. Furia could very easily go 0 for 2 on the day.
It just seemed like, honestly, Xset could have been even more dominant inside of this, depending on how some of these strategies went. You know, we could have seen 7-4, 7-3. Would have been
Furia, Team 2.
Really questioned it all either with how that game was going.
I'm curious if Xset had the same opinion of
Liquid,
Furia that I had
Tears, all tournament types, all.
weren't going to play as aggressively as we saw them do, at least inside of those first few
Can I just do
Maybe
this?
that's what threw them off initially here, but either way, after a few bumpy rounds, they're able to get control of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we do come back, we'll be breaking down this matchup and getting you ready for the next one, the final matchup of the day.
Wait, they really haven't. The fuck? They only played him once? Oh, is it because... Interesting. They've only ever gotten beat on Bank and Chalet. Liquid.
You said it, man. Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
You slay DW, you get to go to next major.
Yo, Juven, maybe the 23, homie. Thank you, thank you. Almost the big 24. What the fuck is this? Oh, is this Extraction?
Come on, man. Can I learn this with you?
I really wish Extraction was on Steam so you could see the player base. Do they do the review on the 23rd? Yeah, they'll probably do it right before Grand Finals. Is there... What's the bracket? There's no losers, right? It's just single round? Yeah, single round.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the major. What a matchup we just had there between Furia and Xset. Xset getting redemption for their initial matchup earlier today versus CAG, where they unfortunately faltered inside of that one. Been able to correct course
Damn,
and take
dude,
this
single?
one at the very end of
Holy
regulation.
shit.
So a clean regulation victory going into their pocket here. That's going to be a solid 3 points for them. Furia, unfortunately, will get none as they drop.
Wait, what?
Well, as of right now, because we
Oh, this is just like achievements?
matchup, John, he's got Liquid on the docket to finish out the day here, day one of groups. Charlotte. So for them though,
Did these-
into that last match and seeing exactly what
Did these guys go to
initially,
Sweden?
John, you thought that Furia was going to be pretty slow moving, pretty
Uh,
calculated in the way that they went
Could be, though.
Yeah, but, you know, quite standard. Try and play around that info game and just play for your picks. That's what
Damn,
we
they got
expect of
Groot?
a lot of teams by default, but that is not what we got in round one.
Gigacut.
Very explosive Furia. In some extents, rushing directly in to take a bit of map control.
Wait, DC got
Especially when it
grouped?
came to that upstairs clear on the initial basement hole from
Really?
Xset. They paid zero respect for it, tried to clear it out. As we saw though, players
fuck?
like Gomez able to hide in these corners of the map and waste massive
Fuck
amounts
this
of time,
game.
in some cases massive amounts of player bank too,
Fuck that game.
and really round by round just allow for Xset to negotiate control. Furia though able to battle back
said
there
it,
once in a
man.
while. We still had a 4-2 out,
Nobody
relatively
fucks
close.
with
in my
No,
opinion,
no, fuck that
at least
game.
as far as clubhouse standards are
Hi,
concerned.
Bo.
It's a little bit of a
Riot, they with a 3. Rhea, Riot.
but inside of that
Steven with the
that's when Xset
42
really came
giga
alive with
chat.
solid execution,
God.
as you're seeing
Who we talking about? You? Me? You? Thank you, Steve.
Gym bedroom
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, and, well, to be expected, that's what I thought we were going to see. Kano at the very top with Gomez, rounding things off there for the double-digit kills. Obviously, Fantasy and Miracle getting some of their own as well.
Feels weird that R6 is constantly changing the game that will get to the point where they can't release something really good for the game.
Definitely got a couple
there's always something you can do.
Kills, but I just like to highlight Yog and what he was able to accomplish there. Yeah, he might have one of the lowest costs on the team for this, as 3 of them are tied for 58%, but a lot of those really, really big rounds is where Yaga stood
I kind of like this.
inside of Garage, or what we saw inside of that last round where he just goes nuclear. Able to
Damn, that shit was just back-to-back, except for the first two.
Force Furia
Crucial.
Terrible positioning.
Pay attention to the cost over on the Furia side of things too. Looking at it,
And which is via zombie next stage? Yeah, that's just gonna be crazy.
And I can really justify this when you look back at that match from Furia. There's no one I can really call back to as like a constant contribution to winning rounds or making the
So
difference
Xset is
at impact. It was always somewhat different, and it was always kind of a hit or miss thing where they'd pick up a kill or two and then they'd fade away for a few rounds. We wouldn't really see them again. And you guys can see that as no one getting above a 60%.
Is this not gonna pop up?
Despite having some pretty top-heavy fraggers there, with Fantasy and Miracle at 11 and 10 kills each.
Yeah, so able to find their mark, but not consistently. And hopefully that's something that we see.
Yeah, Furia could go 0 for 2.
But that's the problem, folks. It's about 5 minutes from now. So you don't really have too much time to cool down and try and have a cool head. You got to walk into not only a difficult matchup, but a difficult matchup that happens to be.
And then Chiefs is in a very bad spot.
Quite a bit about your team.
It should be noted, folks, we are going to give
Do they have
here in between matches, obviously let them cool off a little
BDS
bit.
and Astralis?
Time, especially after
Wait, they have to play BDS again this
the good news is,
next day?
Inside and out, an interregional matchup. They
Oh,
play
that's how it always is.
I'd imagine they scrim against them once a week, if not more, so should be fairly aware of what to expect when it comes to Liquid. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to win those. Liquid is one of, if not the strongest contender coming in the Latin American region of this event.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of people have been on that same boat. You know, this is kind of Liquid's event to lose in a certain way.
Lose.
But, you know, they've been so very strong for so very long. Even with this iteration of the roster, Resets and Ass coming in.
How many group stage play days are there?
On
3.
an international stage. I think that it bodes really well for their chances here at Charlotte, and for Liquid to take a major with our very first crowd back in 2 years.
Major won't get that much views since TSM is there.
Explode, I'm telling you. But luckily,
yeah,
too long to
it is what it is.
Over on Liquid and our friends in Furia. Once again, we're going to send you to a quick break, and we'll be back momentarily.
It is what it is. Yeah, do we have the record for viewers? Most watched Siege. It might have been 2021 invite. Siege 2021 invite, or not Siege, SI 2021 against Liquid might have been it. I don't know how to look that up. Wait, how many viewers does this have right now? Mainstream is 16. 6, 38 in total. Damn, the Brazilians are killing it. And then what's... invite between G2 and Empire the most viewed? On Twitch? I don't know. I think it was like... I don't think so. Like, you might be right. I don't know. I don't know too much. I just remember hearing after our Liquid game, it was like fucking through the roof. I think that was the peak. And then I think the next invite, it wasn't anywhere near that. Siege peaked at 75k today. I think a lot of that is because of the co-streaming. A lot of that. If there wasn't co-streaming, this would probably It would probably have maybe 30K, 30, maybe 40 on the main stream, 5K on the second stream, and then like the same amount of viewers on YouTube. This way, you get literally anybody to watch the game. Casuals, competitive. And it just took fucking long as shit. $12 minutes? Damn, you're just fucking chilling though. What up, Deathly? Is there anything we could do in these 10 minutes?
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Damn, Charlotte looks pretty good. Pretty nice. That's like one of the buildings from GTA. Four. Fire got through the 3. Oh, it's just the scores. Damn, they got 7-2'd? 7-4? 5-7-2. Ah. That was Florida. Rubbing through it. It was fucking humid. Wasn't bad. I remember the... I've been to Orlando before for like Disney and shit, but I just could not remember fucking anything. Didn't see a pic with you, Mickey Mouse ears? Yeah, I already got some at home. I don't need more. I got the R2-D2 ones at home since I was like 13. Man, I should have done that. That would have been a good tweet. Dude, they're like fucking $30 though. Disney's fucking a scam. Goddamn scam. You hear me? Universal is better? So I think Disneyland is better than Disney World. The only positive that Disney World has is Epcot, because it has good food there. Epcot's got really good food. I would say Universal is probably ride-wise better than Disney World. But Disneyland is better than Disney World. And I don't remember Disney or California Universal. I know that they're different. Yeah, you want a tier list? You want a tier list of this? Oh shit, speaking of, we can do a tier list. Let's just do a tier list while we're waiting this shit. Let's do what's a quick one? You guys want to do? Let me. I'll put like some music in the background for this. Low instrumental. That sounds like ass. You guys ever see a goddamn weapon sight tier list?
You said it, man.
Bet you never seen one of these bad boys.
Been holding on to this prime sub waiting for the goat himself to stream again. Much love, cutie. Less than 3.
Wow, you mean that? For realsies? Let's just put this top left. Damn it, not wrong one, man. We'll do top left. Okay. Let me turn down the music just a tad. This is an easy one. Is it? You think so? Real easy? I don't know, because there's some good ones in here that people forget about. Did we just start down the line? I think we do. Okay, 2.0. S. S. Straight up S. I mean, is there you know, any issue? I think it's a unanimous decision on that one. It's just straight up S. It's just so good. The sight's good. The magnification is good. It's all around just crazy. Is this a 3.0? That's definitely a 3.0. Damn. How do we want to base this? Do we want to do like overall just the sight, or like just let's just do everything. Everything, the magnification, the sense, everything. 3.0. 3.0 is sick. 3.0 is sick. I'm thinking A or B. I like the sight, but like it might be a bit much. I think B. I think B's a good spot. I think B's a really good spot. Only in DMR though. Yeah, but we're gonna just go with sights, right? I think we're just gonna. It doesn't matter what gun it's on. It's just a sight. What is this? The Cade pistol? I think it is. The actual sight itself. Can I zoom in here? Oh my god! Ah! This is so much better, actually. Let me reevaluate my camera here. Is that? We'll do it right there. We'll do it right there. Okay. I mean, the sight is cool. It's actually a really good sight. I like the sight. It's just the goddamn pistol it's on sucks ass. It is dog shit. The K pistol is ass. If I could have this, on like an L8, dude, imagine this with like. Imagine instead of the 1.5 on a Roni. Holy shit. That'd be crazy. Dude, I'm thinking A or S. I really like it. It's just so bad. You know, let's do A. I think A is a good spot. I think A. It has potential to be S, but I think the power that it has of me like envisioning it, like I think it's just too much. So we just gotta keep it tame. B? Really? B? No, A.
You said it, man.
Cali? Holy
Nobody
shit.
fucks with the Jesus.
I mean...
Wiener FR? Ash 12 Pog, Ash 12 Pog.
Wiener for real. Thank you for the 15, Chris. Rowboat, thank you for the 11, homie. Much love, much love. This is old. There's no dot in the middle. This is old. Old stuff. Damn. Do I do D or C? Because it's just too much. It's just too much. It's what? It's 5x and then it goes 12, right? Let me do a quick rundown here. I gotta put it at D. It's just a bit too much for me. It's a bit too much. Okay. 1.5. I want to put it at S. I think S is a great spot for it. Honestly, this is probably more concrete than the 2.0. I would have to say. Don't you guys think? Like, yeah, everyone in the chat saying S. Literally everyone.
You said it, man.
I think it's good. 1.5 is S. So this is red dot. This is the newer red dot.
Put me as P2 in guessing your ranks. MD2 was castle in open area with the one tap.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Wolf. They have the 1 year. The one tap was crazy. The one tap was crazy. Red dot. Out of all the 1Xs, let me see. I think I actually like this site. I do. Do I like it A? Do I like it as much as an A site? I think B. I just don't use it. I really don't use it. Old red dot. Dog shit red dot. I kind of want to put it at D. I think it's ass. I don't like this. Maybe C. I might come back to this. We'll see. See? We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we'll come back to this. But I think it's D. The Russian red dot. I like this one. I think it's B. I think it's B. I actually like this one. And I use it. But I don't think I could justify an A on this. Might. Well, we'll B for now. ACOG. I kind of just want to put it at A. I don't. I don't think it's S. I actually don't like ACOG that much. I think A, or the 2.5 is like... I think A is a good spot. I think, yeah, A. Change the red dot? No. Too much. We'll see. Wait, which one? There's 3 red dots. Okay, ACOG is A. I think that's good. And I can sleep at night thinking that. Russian ACOG. B or C. I'm swaying towards C. I have ran this a bit. And I kind of fuck with it. I don't fuck with it more than that. I fuck with it more than this. No, I gotta put it at C. Russian ACOG is at C. I actually do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. But not enough. Hollow. I think it's definitely S or A. You can't go wrong with the 1X Hollow, right? I think it's just no matter what happens. No matter what happens, it's always going to be like a concrete decision. Hollow. I just got to go for it. Normal Hollow. Vortex Hollow. I think they're pretty interchangeable. I think the Vortex Hollow is right on par with the other Hollow. If not slightly better. I don't think it would be S, but I like switching it up depending on the mood I'm feeling. If I'm feeling a little bit, ambitious, a little bit fancy on the day, let's switch it up. The Cybertruck, holy shit! D. I think I gotta. I just have to. Yeah, it's got to be in D. The Cybertruck is dog shit, dude. It's so ass. The other Russian Hollow, I think C is perfect spot, actually. I think it's kind of ass. It's too, like, narrow, isn't it? It's narrow. Is that the word I'm looking for here? It is pretty narrow. Does that describe it well? You don't get a whole lot out of it. It's not like... You're very enclosed, I guess is the word. Yeah. That one is kind of ass. The Reflex. I think B. Yeah, just B. I think it's very middle of the pack. Russian Reflex. Ooh, dude. Before the new change, like in the patch where they gave everybody the 1Xs, this would have been S. But now it's like what did they do to it? They like zoomed it out a bit. Or did they zoom it in? Wait, what did they do? They did something I don't like. And you... It would have been an S, and now I think it's honestly a B. They zoomed it in? Yeah, I think they zoomed it in. They zoomed it in. Yeah, I think it's a B. I honestly don't even think it's an A. Like, the site's good. It's just that change was just like... I'll rather run these two hollows. And honestly, I'd probably even run this red dot. The Russian red dot over this. Reflex... What is this? C? Reflex C? Is this it? Is A tier? A tier? I don't think it's A tier. I think maybe B tier. What's the better reflex here out of these two? Cali reflex is A? I think. Did they? What are you guys saying? Left? What's left? I don't know what you guys are saying. Wait, did they make this bigger? Did they make the chevron on? It's not really a chevron. But did they make this bigger, this patch? Because I feel like there's been times where I've ran this over this. But is it enough for A? No, I don't think it's enough for A. It's B. They're fucking mid. It's mid. I don't care. They're ass. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, dude, if you could have this red dot, the Ella pistol red dot on literally any gun. Oh my god. Like, dude. Imagine this on like Vigil. Just the K1A run around. It feels like I'm playing... I feel like it would be Battlefield. I'd literally be running around in Battlefield with this thing. Dude. Oh my god. Did they put this in like the mobile game or something? It's actually ridiculous how fucking sick this sight is. And yet you're subjected to only with the pistol. Whew. Fuck. Now, do I want to revisit the red dot? I don't think so. I think, actually, do I want to put it at D? I feel like I might even use this over this hollow. This hollow's kind of whack. Bang, 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 bang. I don't think it's that. Yeah, I think that's good. C is a good spot for it. No, it's a D. I don't know. I just... Is it? Man, you're making me second guess myself. Would I run this? You know what? I might run this over this. But maybe I would run... Honestly, yeah, I'm going to keep it there. I think I would rather run the Cybertruck over this. This red dot. The normal basic bitch red dot. Yeah. You know, good spot.
Nobody fucks with the
good spot.
Jesus.
Valid? What are your thoughts on this, guys? I think this is perfect. I honestly, you can't get more concrete than this. I don't care what opinions, you know, are being thrown around. This is literally the definitive sight tier list, without a doubt. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. How do I get out of this shit? What happened to my stream? Oh! It started.
For Team Liquid, they're just waiting upon Furia to misstep and potentially eat one of these from underneath. Nitro out and a kill as Fantasy will go down. PSK also a lot of damage dealt to him, but he'll be able
back
to
it
out of there off of White Stairs and gives it up to Furia because they've already gotten their frag.
Perfect timing on the rotate from Liquid too. You can see Furia just barreling down to clear out Cocktail, but they were a good 5 seconds off by the time that Liquid had managed to get all of their players back down onto the second floor and into a safe position, now ready to defend the bottom floor hold here. From that, Liquid continue to maintain pressure here as once again up 1-0 against Furia here. Furia already down a player or two. There's no real reason for Liquid to try and play aggressive at this point with the opening kill already in their pockets. They're just going to wait.
Damn, they banned Nomad. PSK's heated.
And more importantly, wait for Furia to make their next move.
Yeah, besides the verticality, Furia don't have...
No, he's definitely heated now.
He's going to just kill PSK. I don't necessarily know how that happened, but Nask might be able to potentially give them that man advantage yet again. It'll actually be a miracle to take down resets, and if this is the way that the round breaks down...
Damn, these guys don't have a rotate?
...to see Furia get the first round like this. Paulo will be able to get one. Smoke potentially stopping the plant, but it won't. Rare instead will get one. Nask will rotate up brown stairs and get yet another as we go into a 2v2 post plant.
Paulo has seen the white rotates and knows there's going to be top-down pressure. If he's more focused on catching the library player, won't work out though. STK has the lead in this scenario, and now with Rare supporting from up on top, it's Furia to take it with patience, winning them that round. Just had to wait for the team kill apparently to equalize out the game, and then they had much greater
Wait,
ability.
Furia made 2 roster changes, right? Who do they get rid of?
This is ridiculous. I mean, not exactly the way you want to see Team Liquid.
STK and Handy are new, right?
Bad bullets out of the gun, you know. So things should work going forward for Nask. A very unfortunate situation for him to start this off, but he did end up eventually finding his first kill. Was actually one of the initial deaths for Liquid in the first round.
Lenda.
Taking out PSK for Furious.
Who else? Didn't they get rid of somebody else?
They're gonna head to kitchen.
Blew my mind that BDS lost to Astralis. Why?
To look like just from the operator lineup, it looks like they could potentially extend themselves over towards VIP on the east side, where we see a lot of smoke play with the deployable shield. But I mean, Nest does have that
I think it's completely reasonable.
I wanted to say F90 so badly because of what's her name from earlier, Gridlock. But either way, gonna have him on deck with the SMG, so could potentially go for kind of a different look here. You don't necessarily
Felipe, take the 2. Duarte, take the prime. Untouched scene, take the
Let's
prime.
go Liquid.
Thank you. Wait, Robo, did I get you there at 11, homie? You got in this match? Cafe is Liquid. Ah, Furia fucking smoked our shit on Cafe. Different roster though. Liquid.
No surprises in terms of what Liquid has brought, especially considering we are downstairs now on the first floor of hold.
Oh my god!
They're in, but they're not going to expect Fury at entry this quickly. Rare bursting through, making mincemeat of PSK as he tries to go for the extended defense out behind the bakery counter. Will not work, as of course you guys saw. He goes down with no response. 0-3 in this game currently as well, so PSK continuing to struggle as we saw in the earlier matchup today too. Furia, aside from that though, are happy to slow down the play now that they've been able to get bakery for pretty much free here. Waltzing right in, overwhelming PSK. Top of that, still have a little over 2 minutes to play.
Dude, Furia on Cafe is kind of scary. They just fucking...
Lurching themselves forward, well ahead of schedule to try and take control of this site.
I'm trying to remember exactly what happened last time we played them.
Earlier, but the confidence on that swing from Nesk, man.
They were just fucking in your face.
With his D key to walk right out and shut down the first.
Then again, literally every Brazilian team is, but these guys were very much so.
Resets to now go down. That eliminates the Maestro. Any potential shot that would come out from the Evil Eyes.
Well, Nesk is going to be the only one in this position at the current
I was gonna say, no one's watching that, but then again, there's only fucking 4 people. You guys won? We didn't win Cafe. We won the other maps.
But either way, a nice shot here from Palu. Potential to try and shut down the plan is it's only going to be the initial impact damage. Won't even down the player. Instead, it's Furia to pick up the round and claim the lead for the very first time here on Cafe.
Furia just had Liquid's number right from the very beginning of that round there. Overwatch on nearly every single aggressive position Liquid could have come from, except for this one right here. Bit unfortunate, of course, for Handy, but aside from that, the round was pretty much flawless from Furia there. Waltzing right in. They don't even give much respect to the setup that Team Liquid brought to the table there, as they just bully their way into a round.
Yeah, absolutely. And now for Furia, that they've gotten this lead, hopefully they can continue to build it. The offensive side of Cafe has always been somewhat difficult. And, you know, within recent history, it started to be a little bit more of a teeter-totter in the way that things tend to go. But as of right now, it's looking like Furia have done a bang-up job of being able to secure these opening rounds here. At least, you know, for round 2's sake, not necessarily the case, but for round 3, definitely a lot better. A huge callback to what they did on Clubhouse up against Exit for their very first round. Extremely aggressive, right in the front door, take your gunfights, win them, and then work from that launching pad. They did it fantastic.
Time to see if Liquid can course correct, as they'll be able to return to, surprisingly, the only site they've been able to control for themselves, given the way that this game started out. Looked like Liquid was surely going to be able to go to the second or third site, but hasn't been the case.
Chap.
Third floor hold.
Hi, how was your boat ride? Love you, by Bo Pet.
Thank you for the 59, Chab. Hey, damn, you're close on 60, boy. There was no boat ride, Chab. There was a change of plans.
Looks like it's going to be pretty traditional in this way, as they'll move
It was good.
sidewalk blacktop, whichever you know beautiful setup there for Furia.
I'm lucky.
More than likely know someone's
Where the fuck?
Pixel, and they'll catch Nesk off guard. The window explodes on Ticket. Immediately, bullets are sent flying.
Where did he die? Was he?
More solid Furia we're seeing right now. If you compared to the previous matchup, we saw the same style of aggression coming out.
What the fuck just happened? Was he like laying under that with the drone and then the thingy and then the oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There was one guy in the building. Everybody else is still in windows. Window, window, window. I don't even think they have the hatch open. Oh wait, they do. This is what I'm saying, guys. They're just in your shit. Right in your shithole.
Hold down these different ways that Furia can potentially get out of Christmas. Worried about somebody trying to come through for Train and holding things down for the hatch, but obviously a far cry for Team Liquid's overall strategy at the current moment. They're trying to play this pretty close to the chest and see if they can potentially get a few Furia bodies on the entry.
Very quiet after the initial 2 kills.
I find it a bit annoying that W7M and Furia are complaining about elevators not seeing anything they can't beat. What are they saying?
Nicely played from Ask. Catching STK, not losing a lot of health in the process either. He'll be good for another engagement. And it's also good to throw out the last of his toxic babes very early on in the
Is that guy about to get okay?
There's still another minute to play with about 50 seconds when that
Holy
fades.
shit.
Smokes are going to obscure things as well as they try to wrap back around. There is the angle for Handy, but he's immediately traded out. No, unfortunately, lost our observer, ladies and gentlemen, so stick with us here.
What's he doing fucking Hearthstone?
There we go, we're back. Quick correction.
Miracle.
Good job, production.
He's doing stuff.
We're back into it.
They're locked in. Team Liquid trying to take the fight, but Miracle's going to be able to get some damage on the back end, though, as PSK getting at the shots.
Tech pause. Tech pause.
But Miracle, he's trying to capitalize. 30 seconds remain. Has plenty of time. No more track stingers. And potentially
Tech pause.
Miracle finds it. He sees the head of PSK as an ill-advised peek come through from Liquid. And now Furia.
Yeah, I love you both.
Close back to the 4. I have same prime.
Into a lost round, but since then, it's continued to be fumble after fumble from Team Liquid, whether it's underestimating the aggression we would get out of Furia on the kitchen take, or upstairs here as
Replay.
well, trying to throw themselves at Pixel early on against Furia. Losing that player, trying to trade it back, they bring it down lower, but that player even stays too exposed, and now we go down
How
to
you say shit? Hearthstone?
where they just are not able to
Yeah, that's it.
retain,
Hearthstone.
and Furia
Hearthstone.
slowly
Hearthstone.
but surely bleeds their way into
Hearth.
sight.
Wait, how do you say the big furnace? Hearth? 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 Hearth?
Especially for Ask,
Such a stupid fucking word.
It's just too much at the current moment. If the initial
Hearth?
things would have went Liquid's way, even
Hearth.
in the sense of,
Hearth.
neutrality, like nobody died, it's a 5-on-5
Stupid ass
situation.
fucking word.
Ask more than likely has the potential to win them that round in that position, but there's just too much of a man advantage for Furia at the current moment. And when you have Miracle shooting like that as well, it's going to be really hard fought for PSK inside of that situation. So very well done from him to lock it down in the 1vx and give Furia.
What is the final? The 22nd.
Timeout for Liquid. Expected at this point.
Let's attack.
Like we said, 3 rounds in a row for Furia, so definitely a bit of a dangerous point to have reached. They'll need to reassert themselves, figure out what exactly has gone wrong before they reattempt the bar hold here. Of course, banking.
Wait, how do you say it again? I forgot already. I need to know.
Hearth.
Hearth. Hearthstone. Hearthstone.
Strategy and some input from their support team behind them as well to pick up a second.
All right, you guys are going to want to pay attention to Nesk here and where he applies his Electro Claws, because if he does indeed go and put them downstairs inside of Reading, then we're more than likely going to have Liquid trying to hold onto that area and forcing Furia to clear that out. That way, Handy can actually get the wall open. Freezer is so very pivotal when it comes to a lot of the angles you want to try and abuse here. Trash Wall's also another one, but as you can see, that's open. That's just kind of a team decision. Some teams reinforce it, some teams just open it up at the bottom, some do head holes. You really never know, but for Liquid, it's going to be the head holes here as well as for the single panel.
Damn, that motherfucker got 4 of them? Wait, did he throw? Oh, he threw both of them. Okay, never mind. Holy shit, I was gonna say. How the fuck did he do that?
Just to clarify real quickly as well for anybody who might have been confused about what you saw on the right side of your screen, defenders do not have the ability to repick.
That boy turned that shit into a fucking bunker.
Actually, it's not. It is, but it also isn't in a certain sense. It's if they were on a certain operator inside the lineup before and then switched over to something else before it got locked in. So it'll show you what potentially the defense was thinking at a certain moment, which is kind of cool, but you can kind of take it with a grain of salt at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Wait, that's what they're really saying that? Holy shit.
that because the attackers are the only one that are able to do that, hence why it's called
Attacker repick.
Thank you. making their entrance through the red hash. Liquid doesn't dare try to contest from the inside of Cigar. Instead, they'll do it from the bathroom as Resets goes for the race car big out against Fantasy, knocking him down and putting Liquid back on top here at the beginning of our 5th round.
It was a race car peak if I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, if it makes it feel make those guys feel any better, UB doesn't give us any shit, so.
Fantasy. It's removed from play, and now Team Liquid, they're trying to muster up something here in round 5.
UB has favors, it's just
weird,
strange decisions. Favors.
Ever since Nesk ended up murdering one of his teammates. And now BSK taking a little bit of damage. Nitro sells out some track stingers in here, but those are more than likely going to get destroyed quite quickly, as well as a drone after Miracle gets tagged up here. And Team Liquid, they've done such a bang-up job of maintaining their man advantage here. Nobody's dead. Everyone's fairly healthy.
Feel a lot on guys when I start mad. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would be kind of mad. But I would be a little bit more frustrated if I was elevated.
To entry through bottom white, but Paul is right on top of that. Immediately slaps him down back to earth. Technically was kind of already there, but you know, just wordplay. As we continue to see Furia falter inside of this 5th round here, looking good to already take the advantage.
Cerise, take the prime.
Liquid's gonna be able to tie it up after all. If this is how they'll be
Feel so bad for Albert, yeah. I mean, I talked about it earlier, you know, fucking qualifying for an event. And then you just can't go. You literally just can't go.
Out of position back there, but unfortunately not going to
Did
be
he
enough
fuck that one
damage
up?
to get them out into the open outright. Just has to back up into a different position further.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look how worried they are. These track stringers being destroyed by Palu pulls all of the eyes of Furia towards red stairs, and now he'll be able to just rotate back towards another staircase, whether it be up brown over to white stairs or what have you. More likely going to be fairly easy for him given the circumstances. Stuns in, but that's exactly what PSK thrives in for this environment. Nesk with 2 big kills to be expected out of him, so finally equalize his scoreline at 4-4. STK the last one alive, and can potentially stop this flawless round. Unless Palu has something to say about it, he'll swing the other side of pillar, and STK will lose his noggin. It's a flawless round for the defense. They battle back off the tack timeout.
Is it good that the Elevate are always in good position when they lose? I mean, I guess it's good, but honestly, I think the reason for it is because it's like traditionally, up until, you know, like last year or so, Apex always had such low expectations. And it's like, it's kind of like the not the mindset, but like the idea of like, you know, we're just happy to be here, right? And you know, I think they're slowly breaking out of that. Because they, you know, they've definitely shown that they can fucking smoke everybody's shit.
You know, whether you're able to play with audio or just tag something to get somebody to, you know, pull their aggression somewhere else just for a split moment, that's just enough time in the window for the defense to try and capitalize on really anything, whether it be getting rid of a utility piece or getting a frag. You can never really.
You need to rebuy seats to have a Smurf? Yes.
Was the frag department that pulled them so very far ahead in that one, as well as the potential roam that could have came through that really scared Furia in that moment. Going down to the last minute. Now for Furia, though, they have to win this round in order to be successful on this side and prevent the 3-3 split. Really looking for that 4-2 here on the offensive half.
See if Furia can lock that down, and they've got the best hope for it, considering the site we've gone back.
What are rules of Pro League, like quick peeking? There's no rules of quick peeking. The only like movement restricting. Oh, that was in Mario. Okay, I was gonna say, how the fuck is that guy up there? What side is this? It's basement. Rome. Was there any drones up there?
Well, she's a treat, all right, but she's a treat for Team Liquid as she's immediately gifted over to them. Not even inside of the first 45 seconds. It was like 20 seconds in, and STK goes down inside of White Hall. And finally, even though STK's already been in the building, we're going to get the hatches destroyed on the roof just so we can actually work our way in and try and assist our teammates. Miracle transitioning down the stairs.
Are all their reticles in white perspective? It's just the spectator. The spectator has his crosshairs white. So it makes everybody else's.
Actually all the way downstairs. Nesk is actually going to end up getting punished by the recoil pattern of the MX4 Storm. He was so very close to the noggin of that member, but he'll hit it this time around. Miracle to go down, and yet again.
No, there was literally a guy. Oh, okay. That's him. Holy shit.
Many of these attached fights here, Furia just not able to get themselves back together. You can see Handy trying to get himself back in position with the rest of his team over by pillars here. is what remains of it. It's only him and Rare left in the fray. Rare just going to dash himself into Kitchen too, since there's not really much resistance in the site. Just one waiting in Kitchen, but more than ready for that type of a haphazard swing. He'll get the first kill. Handy will be ready for the re-aggression from Reset, so at least trades that back, but unfortunately the 4v1 is far too much to handle. Palu immediately re-exchanges in the favor of Liquid. They will take
What the fuck is happening?
Here at the end of the first half at 3-3.
And right here, this is where the rubber meets the road, my friend. It's a 3-3 scoreline, and Liquid gathered control of the offensive side. I mean, this could really go either way. I think Furia had a very strong, offensive setup, but eventually Team Liquid was able to capitalize on a lot of the mistakes that they were making early with their very individualistic play style. But now with the defense on the docket for Furia, I mean, obviously it's going to be quite different for them in the way that they can potentially win out these rounds. And, well, they're going to be already throwing us for a loop initially, as we're going to be going to mining and dining.
Different flair coming out from Furia. We can already see that with the way that they've tried to play their attacking side too.
I'm gonna Sexy Cake. They got rid of Sexy Cake and Moringa for Reset the match. I didn't update it ages tier list. I did one like a month, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. I don't know.
Liquid are going to look to take the advantage on the attacking side. Should mind you,
Maybe more like 3 months ago.
versus CAG earlier, they won 5 out of 6 of their attacking rounds.
Yeah, and Cyclops is not a slouch of a team. They are pretty damn incredible, as well as just extremely dynamic in the way that they can play the game. Their overall ideas of what they can potentially
Try to start up soon.
A myriad of different ways, whether
After the major.
or what have you. They've always been a very creative bunch. But either way, here, Furia, things set up inside of the building. Liquid dedicating themselves to their drones, one of the best droning teams in the entire world, as they do a very bang-up job of keeping these things.
Let's go. I just gotta drop.
Gathering information that they're able to capitalize on, and we'll see if that happens here as the drone will go in for ticket. And it's still alive yet again. Like we said, the mechanics of these drones from Liquid, time and time again, impress. STK will finally get that, but obviously that's going to give up his position inside of Pixel, and smart enough, keep back up into Whitehall just a little bit in case there's an explosive purd coming in quickly.
Purd?
Teams hunting desperately for an opening kill, and you can see that neither one wants to get aggressive until they have that advantage here. The attacker specifically needing it seems like, to justify any type of aggression towards the inside of this site, as most of them just hanging out on Repel or right above Red Hatch right now, waiting for the all
Those
clear
kills in the
signal.
scrim or and match? Scrim? I don't know.
All the way back into Cigar
Match?
too. We see members of Liquid try to take that as their initial he's open. They can maybe catch someone on timing, crossing those bullet holes, but so far, nothing coming in just yet from Liquid. Everybody on Furia now.
22, probably?
Wasted over half the round.
Well, we've talked about the info game for Liquid, but they've actually been punished in that department this time around. Only 3 drones.
I've dropped 21
pivotal positions for them.
a good amount. I think I've dropped 22 or 22 in a match.
Furia have given up control of the top floor and trying to play it more into their site setup with nitro cells as well as some yokais waiting in the wings for Team Liquid to arrive. Still plenty of time to be able to try and muster up something though, and also with Sledger along for the ride on.
You only get 1 pack per day. What? 1 pack per day?
Access like cocktail.
1 pack a day? The fuck?
40 seconds still in play now, and for Team Liquid, they have a lot of work to do here. Possibly an unsurmountable amount of it.
22 in S5? I don't know.
Have to work their way down, but it's a good start.
It's I've dropped more than I've dropped 22 before. I just don't know when.
The more aggressive member of Furia going down here, but where is the rest of this push? Where's the rest of the play from Team Liquid? They are out of time. Less than 20 seconds.
Oh, that's go flash, go flash, go flash.
Now, but they don't have the right
you gotta commit.
Their way in. Miracle's more than ready for it with an M590 pump. Rest of the team trying to lean their way in from the red stairs drop here, but again, Miracle prime for these shots. It's a triple for him as he holds at the edge of Train Yard and shuts down the attack for Furia.
Very slow rolling offense from Team Liquid, and honestly, I think it's a situation that you were kind of leaning into earlier. Both of these teams did not want to be the one to make a mistake, and it forced Liquid to use up so much.
Frozen cam. Sick.
Site, at like 20 seconds remaining. Now, they did have some verticality coming in from the sledge upstairs that was built up a little bit prior to that, but past that, that really didn't even give them that much more of an advantage going into that offense. So, for Furia, they'll be able to claim the initial offensive round in the league.
Things looking good for Fury. It's a resurge after a little bit of a drop-off towards the end of the opening half here. This game truly has the potential to go the distance here. As Liquid's able to recenter themselves, as now they'll have to go for a lot of the same thing at the opening 2 minutes of this round. We're now going to go directly to the third floor site, so a lot of the same game in the opening moments of the round here for Fury to deploy against Liquid, meaning they're going to struggle with those same style of entries.
Well, what that does mean, though, is that we need to see a faster version of Liquid. We need to see that gunfight potential come out yet again, because they have the ability. We have seen it time and time before. So now here for round 8, does Liquid usually shift things over?
I donate $10. How much of the $10 actually goes to your bank?
Offensive round. It's gonna be extended hold here from Furia across the entirety of the map. We've got Fantasy all the way.
Well, PayPal takes a fee. They don't take too much, I'm pretty sure. It's mainly just like a processing fee. Probably like $9.70 maybe. It's more than bits. The best way to support a creator is through a donation. Because bits, money gets lost to Twitch when you buy it. Subs, Twitch gets a cut. Either it's half of it or it's 30%. Depends on the streamer. Of course, if you do to the big dogs, they probably get the whole sub. PayPal takes a little bit of a fee, but it's minimal. That's just for supporting the streamer. Of course, subs is fucking gifting subs helps everybody out. Everybody gets some love in the chat, and the streamer gets the love too.
You said it, man.
Yo, TWA purple, take the prime. Appreciate you, homie.
So here for SDK is going to make some new holes here to potentially try and pick up any liquid.
One of the big dogs? No, not. I'm talking like Summit, XQC. They get more of a cut because it's not rare to have a 70-30 split with Twitch. Like some people have it. A lot of comp players have it too if their org has a partnership with Twitch. Or there's even like a minimal amount of subs that you can have, or like a minimum to be eligible for it. But yeah, like the big dogs get crazy shit. What is Fantasy doing? I don't know. Dude, this is literally just ranked at this point. Like, what I'm watching is just ranked. It's fucking crazy. Everybody just...
Oh, wow. Looks as though a Nitro, or rather a Frag Grenade, will pick up STK. The Nitro cell of Rare still on the board, but now Furia, they finally hop two. They'll claim Nesk and Palu, but Resets will be able to at least grab one. Rare looking for the flank, knows the Claymore is here, and he's going to get rid of it as soon as he potentially can. Want to destroy that in behind the Liquid members now. Andy, he switched over towards Christmas. Some fair shots coming through from Liquid, but not enough to be able to take Rare down.
Beaulo Strat just has a contract versus doesn't. Well, if you negotiate a contract with Twitch, like that's for like the big dogs, you probably get more of a split. But that's why a lot of the times you see a lot of those streamers have to run ads. Like I have to run ads too, because that's part of the agreement. I only have to run ads because of TSM and their partnership with Twitch. But the big people, they just do it because they have their own individual partnership with Twitch. I think if you have 1K subs for 3 months, you can begin negotiating. Yeah, 70-30. Yeah, it's something like that. I've had 70-30 for a while.
Like, oh, hi.
Hey, guess what? I've been standing here for a minute awaiting on you.
I don't remember what the threshold is though.
Take out anybody that wants to put their head in any hole where it's not supposed to be, and that's exactly what we see inside of that last round. Team Liquid, though, will try and shift some things up. Not really, though, as Resets is the only one around. We are going to have some disconnects.
Makes them keep picking line, probably just to contain him. Well, PSK would be a Nomad, and they're probably like, you know what? These gridlocks aren't, because I know PSK runs gridlock a lot. These gridlocks aren't going to stop these fucking maniacs.
I mean, yeah, I'm actually surprised Fury, again, given the matchup we just saw versus Exit, is keeping keeping up this closely with
So Lion will contain him a little bit. It is 1K subs? Okay. Ash is the deeds.
Make sure we get all players back in. But yeah, Liquid here, once again, it's so strange how Liquid has like fallen behind in this matchup. That's been the most surprising part to me, because it starts like we talked about before. Just like a little bit of a mistake, a team kill, kind of snowballs into a lost round. Okay, you guys will get over that quickly. But then they get steamrolled on their downstairs hold, back to the 3rd floor where they also struggle. It's like, guys, what happened? Like, who flicked the wrong switch here for Liquid? Thankfully, again, this is a very centered team with obviously a huge amount of experience. That tactical pause came in absolutely massive for them, I think, to kind of reset the strategy a little bit, give them a better idea about how to play. And again, a very quick correction.
Retro through the prime. Thank you.
Be a team to win because of their ability to adapt under pressure. When things look as bleak as they did with that comeback, coming back against them later on in the first half there, they were still able to give themselves a pretty respectable scoreline of 3-3.
Twister, you better not be talking. No hand signals.
Trading out was a pretty rough first round on the attack for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
I'll take a head nod.
Notoriously a game that's very difficult to try and adjust inside of just one map, just because of how little rounds you have on each side. You only have 6, so if somebody gets you over like by 2 rounds with one strategy, it's like, all right, well, they've already got 2. They're potentially going to get 1 more when they adapt. So now you're already, at a loss. So that's exactly what we see happen to Liquid here. You have a couple of mistakes, like you said, just little minute ones. They happen every once in a while, a team kill or whatever. But for Liquid, it was very, very punishing. Fortunately enough,
You two hugs where I'm watching you.
Tech pause is going to help them out quite a bit, as they'll both be able to talk back and forth amongst the bench, not the coaches, but it'll be a nice little.
Do you remember your first sub? Yeah, I actually do remember my first sub. My first sub was. Let me try to user him real quick. It was like wooden pasta.
Liquid after what we saw Liquid do to CAG earlier today.
It looks like we do have most players back in the
No, that is not the name. I don't know, but that was it. I was on Consulate. My first stream, I had a sub button, and that was before affiliate. You either had if you had a sub button, it was because you were a partner, and it was like you had to go through like the application and like literally email them to get it, and I got it. And I was on Consulate, and then Wooden Pasta was the first one. And I'm pretty sure Native had to have been in that stream too. Because Native's on like a crazy fucking sub streak. Sci-Fi, thank you, the gifted. Appreciate it, homie. The 2 gifted. The 2 gifted. Thank you. Much love, much love. How do they stop coaches not at LAN from talking to these teams during these pauses? Sometimes, depends on the league. They have them in a officially moderated TeamSpeak. So whenever they have to get into comms for the game, they have to go into a TeamSpeak. They have the coaches in there with them. Obviously, if you're at home, you can just get out of camera, say, hey, they're gonna hit the site. So there's not really a good way to do it.
Most of them ended up walking directly into the single M590s that were pretty much as you'd expect with no time to release.
You said it, man.
Yeah, that gun's not exactly
Nobody
fun
fucks
to
with the
swing into.
Prince Grizzly, they have the 15, the 19 in total. Thank you.
We've seen time and time again throughout the history of Rainbow Six.
Andrew K. Drama with the 11. Thank you.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
Pump.
I always call it dining shorter. I always go with the shorter things. That's what you really should do if you guys end up playing with a stacker or whatever. But either way, Furia is going to be setting things.
Wait, Andrew, take the 11.
Actually, quite similar to what they were doing for mine, at least with this singular reinforcement here, just potentially shutting down some angles coming through for like red stairs or anything for pre-fires. Rare's also going to lock up the freezer wall upstairs, so whenever they do apply the reinforcements to that, they'll just be immediately electrified. So pretty good circumstances as of right now for Furia's defensive setup.
God damn.
Here on this 3rd floor hold as possible, you were just mentioning. And for Liquid, what have they brought to clear it? Well, mainly Lion is going to come into the fold here for PSK. Is going to be
How you feeling towards Siege now with this break closing out? I'm feeling good. I needed it. I didn't want to play Siege for the longest time.
That's a good way to do so. Is just knock their heads off.
And I'm looking forward to practice and seeing how I feel coming back into it. I'm hopeful.
Indeed, a solid start, but hopefully an even better round to follow. And yes, Ask go find his mark a second time. Everyone seemingly peeking this man all the way out on the black top side. What is happening, guys? Oh,
There's
no. Furia.
They had a drone right there too.
Furia. Guys, no,
That's
not like
probably
this.
how they got both of them, was they just didn't see that drone somehow.
Oh, that's so unfortunate given the circumstances.
Dude,
Now Furia more than likely down around unless they have something serious to say about this. One member rotate back over towards.
I mean, I can respect it, right? You gotta respect the fucking the passion. Psych saving 2. Thank you, thank you.
They're not gonna give you a kill at this
You
current
woo.
moment. They're gonna drone this all out, try and see where these remaining members are, get a head count on site, and then execute from that moment. I mean, just look, John. They've got 9 drones.
Dude, this guy's just fucking chilling.
You said it, man.
Banana Man, take the 7.
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
When does Beaulo play?
I think Liquid's cracked the code. At some point, whenever you play against these teams, you literally just have to be like, all right, guys, just play your gun up.
It's just a matter of caution to make sure they don't overstep and run into those mistakes we saw in the first.
Yeah, Banana, thank you the 7 home. I play tomorrow. Ranked. The return. After the major.
Miracle peeking Palu out from White Stairs, almost claims his life. And STK, critical shots. His ass gets a triple kill.
Dude, it's
now.
reading.
He's doing it
Bathroom
all
is
for
bathroom
Liquid
cated?
moment. Galloping out here on resets.
Well, Freezer's cated.
Red Stairs, a potential swing for Furia to try and get
Dude, why don't they?
into this round, but it's more than likely ill-advised. Look at all the HP that these members on Liquid have. So hard to try and take a gunfight in the current moment, and Liquid are looking for another flawless round here. Miracle tries to swing through. It's going to be a second flawless round. You could call it.
I really want to know what Liquid's saying right now.
Almost happened, but we'll just call it 2 as we will.
I also want to know what Furia's saying.
Liquid will take the lead.
That will force the pause out from Furia, it looks like, as well. And call for it in chat. We got the thumbs up from our admin squad, so we are going to see both teams have the coaches' mics enabled, and that means they can talk to each other, of course. So for Furia, what can they do here? What exactly can they throw at Liquid inside of the early minute, even late round scenario, to try and stop what seems to be a domination spree?
I mean, the big thing is that I wish that they just stopped throwing themselves. That's what I really wish.
Yeah, that last round, a bit of a gap there with double window peak, but
if
that's the problem, right? Is it's like one
I guess you have to do
players
some of that
getting
2v5,
aggressive at the
but
beginning, that slight advantage is all Liquid really needs. So they're just sitting back and waiting for it every single round.
John, let me tell you something.
Don't give it to them.
Yeah, that's all. Well, you know, easier said than done for Liquid. That's
just take a few steps back, bud.
Slow down, bud. Slow down there. You're going over the speed limit.
Like, obviously, there's more to it than that.
Yeah,
Like,
sure, but I mean, for the most
at least
part,
step 1.
Right. Like at least inside of that last round, I think you have a banger of an argument because it's like, the hell are you guys doing just swinging stage like this?
At least check for the drone.
Yeah, I mean, but it is what it is. I mean, it's to be expected, and honestly, it's more than likely why Ass got that kill. I mean, like, the drone could have been there, yeah, but he more than likely was still staring at it like, yeah, they'll swing it again. Like, because they've been doing it the whole game. That's how these teams have been trying to refrag. Is like, somebody dies, a random wall, door, or something explodes, and there's bullets flying through it trying to claim another kill.
I think the other potential mistake Fury maybe
I think Twister's telling him.
Get one over.
Honestly, he's probably just told him to fucking chill out. Play the utility, fucking goddamn assholes.
Inside of their same region fairly often.
I would like to say this.
Even though they don't.
I think that it was
Well, yeah, they have a little bit more utility this time around. They don't have a shield.
Because they're like, oh, we got to slap ourselves awake here. Furia is starting to run it up on us, and we cannot allow them to continue to pick up these rounds. And this right here, this 5-4 scoreline is why everybody has been talking about Liquid. They're the talk of the town right now here at the Charlotte Major, and we expect them to continue on. Well, we'll have to see if they can potentially get past Furia first, but definitely a good shot at that, at least for the given circumstances at the current moment. Liquid, though, finally out and about yet again here for round 10 after the tack pause goes away from Furia. They're going to choose Fireplace Hall and Reading yet again here to try and get one over.
At the end of the day, it's cafe defense.
It's been pretty hard fought through the
Right.
2 more rounds.
Why did they reinforce all of that off?
Down to give themselves a dominating lead in the group here versus Furia, as well as putting Furia
They're not
into
gonna
a very bad position with 0 points to walk home with here today. Hopefully not going to fall upon them. If they can push it to OT, things will look a little bit brighter. However, it's not looking like that is necessarily possible right now in the way that Liquid is handling, especially these earlier rounds here. As we talked about it in the pause, as long as Liquid get that opening kill or two, they are usually in solid positioning to shut down the rest of the round without too much of an issue. And there's that potential lead up towards it. Miracle trying to flirt with some aggression over towards the bottom white stairs door. Thankfully, he's able to back away from it though before things get a bit too dodgy.
Well,
Yes, dude, this guy's in spawn still.
Try and swing me off white again.
Obviously, there's a guy in white window, but still, this guy's in spawn. No, an ad started. Like I just got banged through the fucking humidor.
Continue to take gunfights just in a more controlled environment, and that's exactly what they get. Handy inside a freezer will take out resets as he tries to swing in through Cigar.
Half the round gone now. Furia has done a good job of keeping themselves relatively anonymous throughout most of this one, as well as holding back the tide from Team Liquid. But now Liquid, they're getting feisty. They know they need to push this forward and try to push the envelope a bit closer towards the site. So they'll start to take a bit more.
I mean, Furia's playing a little bit more reserved here, right? It's a minute left until 4v4.
Bring us down to a 4 versus 4 here. Now putting them in fighting shape possibly to push towards the rest of this execute as well. It's going to be a little bit spread out, so a little hard to follow for both teams here. We can see the communication get a bit chaotic inside of it, but it seems like Liquid have a good idea about how to approach this, especially now that Palu moves into Train Yard and gets free control of it.
I mean, look at the way that Team Liquid uses this utility to force Furia back to play safer pastures. Now they've gotten control of mining as well as potentially.
Is that a BP or is that the default?
Try and move through and get a plant down. Multitude of these Furia members around the space, though. Rare's going to be all the way downstairs, more than likely trying to play prevent for this fireplace hall. Palu, he'll find Fantasy.
Is Rare in the basement?
Here inside of Red 90, get rid of the Banshee. Has one close.
Grenade
in hand. Won't do much with that, though, as Handy trying to hold the backspace. He will. He'll take down Ask, and that's a triple kill for him and the case. Can he continue on here? It's going to be a plant attempt here from Nest. A flick from Handy. Doubles back over. He downs one, and the other kill will be picked up by STK. Furia will bring it back and tie us up yet again at a 5-5 scoreline.
Handy, the guardian of the hallway there, shuts down 4 in a row and single-handedly keeps his team in the game now, tying us up yet again. Furia not faltering just yet, and Liquid not finding that siren song to push themselves toward map point either here.
Not bad.
This is still a very close game here, and either team can take it. As finally, Furia find that time-wasting capability once more against Team Liquid, and are able to make them fluster themselves in the final moments of the round, handing over, no pun intended, that great play capability towards Handy.
Yeah, it's super difficult to try and dance around Handy's name, to be fair. The amount of times I wanted to say handedly every time that I mentioned this man, but past that, Team Liquid, pretty rough end of the round there, especially for Palu.
Still playing on main Finca?
Could have gotten a lot done there.
Until it's nerfed, yeah.
Steps up into Red 90, but isn't aware of the rotations that Furia have around the area for reading, and is immediately punished for Liquid.
I hope Finca gets nerfed. Dude, just wind the clock back to fucking the Zo days, man. No Finca, no crazy nade meta. Just fucking Zo. It is so. The game was just so much more enjoyable back then.
Not out of it just yet here is, well, this is looking more and more like overtime by the moment.
Slow lead up yet again here as Furia spread their positions out. Ad infinitum here, huge horizontal play coming in from them as they do not want to flirt with the upstairs play. It just generally seems like Liquid is able to negotiate too much control over that. We've already seen them play into it.
How they balance LMG metas this right now.
Change up their own pacing and fall into something new.
I mean,
quite new we're gonna get just in terms of the
ammo, just the ammo really. Ammo reserve. Or make it just more recoil, honestly, because it's stupid.
Are you serious? The outside deployment here as well is going to allow them to have a bit of a battleground, especially once they get that left wall open for themselves. It'll be quite useful. We'll see the X-Kairos 2 pellet charge just used to get rid of the laser gate, and now they'll be able to open up the inside of Prep Kitchen for themselves.
Yeah, this is called anti-rice swinging. You're just not allowed to swing rice at all. You want to come in prep? No. You want to go into rice? No, not allowed. Os is just going to sit here on his shield.
I think the more bullets you shoot,
insurmountable.
the more bounce you should be. So if you're like 30, 40 bullets into a spray, it's just like multiplied. Like the intensity of the recoil should just be fucking crazy. Kind of like how the opposite of how Maestro's all that used to be. If you like hit fire with it for longer, it would like be more accurate. I think it was hipfire, right? So, yeah.
That's very true. You got me there. I mean, how many mags of that LMG do you think it'd take? 1.5?
I don't actually know. That might take a while.
Also, just don't do that.
And then just dude, remove the recoil on the AK, man.
There was like a game a while
Go
ago.
back.
Boston had to do that at one point. Like 3 players just panic standing on top of it, trying to pass
Do the LMG nerf.
proper utility. That was a good time. But anyway, back into this matchup here.
Because if all you did was just remove the Zo nerf, the AK, people would still run the LMG. You have to actually do some of the LMG.
Gets a bit of a panic cancel on that nade. He's gonna open up at different angles. He knows that
TripAdvisor think it's tier 1.
So hoping that a different position maybe will yield some luck, and it will. Beautifully played out by the Finka, currently on the attack. Palu with some beautiful stuff there, and will now open up a pathway, of course, for Ask to open up this hatch.
Oh, but this is going to start getting pretty risky pretty fast, John. STK with the initial frag.
Where's Liquid at? Wasn't that?
31 seconds. Liquid have got to get
They don't have any holes.
They've locked each other up on the
They have
smoke.
literally no holes for this guy.
Yet they haven't. So much damage coming through as Miracle continues to add to this, especially for
This is a Furia win.
The way that he makes it through the smoke. Ask will drop down. He's immediately bodied. Yet another one out here, and another body to fall. Furia, they're getting away with so much. Team Liquid, what has happened? They've fallen apart at the seams, and although STK will go down, it is surely a Furia
the
round,
frags.
as they have guaranteed themselves overtime and points here.
I love this. I love like the moments before.
From Furia, it seemed like Liquid had full control of this series and was going to warpath their way right up to 7, but no longer the case. Furia resurges for the second time in this matchup here and has now taken the lead away from Liquid, as well as having the bonus round here to try and close this one out 7-5 and give them that additional point in the group.
And they
Dude, did they not make any holes?
Bad at the current moment, and that's more than likely why you're seeing the selection of the site. We've seen
Dude, I feel like where was Palu at? Oh, Sledge, right?
Found their initial success on their defensive ends.
Because
could potentially get that yet again.
the Finka was literally making holes for the hatch, and I don't think there was any holes for like bunker fire. I mean, I could be wrong, but it didn't seem like it.
They know, relatively speaking, what the setup's going to look like, so the execution and overall clearance of the top floor and everything else in between.
Oh, it's on white?
A little bit sharper.
See if that will indeed be the case. It's do or die time for Liquid here now on their own clear. Lion will stay in the fold, but the rest of the
Trying to kill the VIP guy? Well, Sledge should not be killing that guy.
Hey Bo, love you my guy.
Baka, you're the 10. Love you too.
The horizontal clear of the first
Appreciate you.
It's going to be one repick, but it's
Much love,
relatively
homie.
minor in scope. The thematic change the way they're approaching soft breach here as they'll go from a sledge to a buck. Away from that, all the initial picks are going to be locked in.
Yes, indeed. The LNG meta still playing strong here at LAN, as well as PSK bringing in the Lion with that V308. It's a pretty deep magazine on that.
Okay, there's a pixel shield. Will you actually die on pixel?
So Nask will be manning Finka here for the time, as well as resets piloting Zofia. So have a Frag duo in, potentially clear out this top floor pretty quickly, especially with the Furia members on an initial glance. You have them back towards Cocktail at least, but past that, really not too much going on. And as for Liquid, it's back to basics for them. Stick to this drone game early.
Think it'd be a good or a bad idea if R6 adds weapons against them with a bow? I don't know how it would be a bad thing. I mean, they did that with the 3D skins. Poge, I think the 36. Wow.
Bo plumbo 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 plum.
36. Wait a second.
Gonna very quickly give up that position as well, as we would kind of expect right there. Can't maintain that for very long.
Damn, that's crazy. You only subbed to me because I was joining the team, Poge.
Has to play away from that one, especially with the drone spotting out his
The fucking ego.
Just has to give that one up, but he'll prepare that jump out, of course, over on the white.
Take the 36 Poge.
Seconds ago, and now and more than that, just kind of be prepared for the pixel white hall as well as repel swing into the hallway. Should be gifted with that opportunity.
Oh my god. Oh my god, SDK.
Players we have from Liquid right now. But again, trying to work towards a staging ground, however.
It's over. It's over.
Negotiate that first kill deeper into site territory.
Oh my god, he's up there.
That kill, it looks like every single member of the third floor extension is just gone right back to site.
already got their frag, and they know that Liquid have to try and work their way in here. If they're able to close down all of the entry points,
Wait,
this could be fairly
wasn't there a vigil up there?
Problem with that as well, as they still have to worry about this verticality. Miracle, though, he's a miracle worker indeed.
Where did Fantasy go? Didn't he just run up red?
Back downstairs, potentially a nitro cell waiting.
Not a Zoomer Twitch Furia? Alright.
Using that earlier on, but does have that shotgun able to try and tag people through the floor if they do have a pretty solid ping. Be able to get rid of the evil eye for reset's sake and a potential plant happening.
It's over, guys. It's literally over. It is over. Is that guy VIP? It's over. Ah!
Take the challenge, gets hit a little bit there by the stun charge.
That guy's on Red Hatch still.
Technically he's on the M590. Nest will exchange the trade.
Oh, he's in VIP with the yokais. Holy shit, that's commitment. It's still over, guys.
PSK gonna take some of it away, but it's just not enough. 3v1, everything comes down to PSK, who's been struggling here today as well. He could become the hero for this squad inside of this round, but it was not meant to be. Handy gets the last kill, and it's Furia to pick up a victory for themselves, giving them 3 points on the day.
7-5 for
Damn, dude, it's a fucking
Liquid here.
what?
What a game in between.
Is it updated already?
They got it done at the end of the day.
It's literally just fucking split across the board.
Devices, but eventually Furia is shown through.
Everyone is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Uncle Boo Ooh. Love you, man. You got me and my friends back into Siege. We're still Garbo though.
Falling just a little bit too short on their attacking side.
How did the is it the fucking round diff bullshit again?
Earlier today versus CAG, it was not enough, and they take a loss today as well. A chance for redemption will be sent to them tomorrow, but for now, we're gonna go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We do
Round difference, stupid. Head to head. This is so stupid, man. It should be head to head and then round diff. Who the fuck is that guy? Dude, no, it's actually so stupid. They switched it to round diff and then head to head. Did you enjoy wrestling game? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't know what I'll play in next, but we'll see. It's same as soccer rules, ball different than head to head. So round diff and then what's stupid is here. Look, I'll show you an example. This could have happened. Stage 1. So I'm trying to remember what happened exactly. Can I like see like points before? Basically, there was an instance where if the roles were swapped, like DZ's and SSG's points were swapped, or if like their points were swapped, what was it? Basically, there would have been an instance where, like, hypothetically, it was like hypothetical. But if one team had this amount of points and the other team had this amount of points, the team that would beat, like, say SSG would beat DZ, because of round diff, DZ would have qualified. Like, this is all hypothetical. Like, don't, like, you know. There would have been a lot of, like, variables that had to be in place. But theoretically, if you could beat a team, but if you have better round diff, you could still lose that match and still qualify. If that makes sense. It's probably pretty fucking scuffed on how I explained it. Be better if I actually had the numbers, but whatever. Damn, that guy got fucking... Damn. Alright, that's the last match, right? And then tomorrow is... Let's see what's on the agenda for tomorrow. the agenda. What the Okay, so this is tomorrow. This is stream A. BDS Wolves. Astralis Wolves. It's a rematch. OXG Wolves. Dire Wolves. Team 1 OXG. G2 Heroic rematch. G2 W7. I don't know if they played yet. Except Furia rematch. Cyclops Furia. Heroic TZ. That'll be a good one. Cyclops Liquid, another good one. I remember last time they played at like fucking. What was it? Invite? Not bad. I think Chiefs could very well go 0 for 4, and I think that would qualify them for getting knocked out. Because they have to play. Because I think Astralis will beat Chiefs tomorrow. I think they'll beat them for sure. BDS, it was close, 7-5, so it was, a little bit. Cyclops' AIDS, yeah. Did you guys play him today? I think you did, right? I was late to streaming today. What map was it? Club? Damn, you guys were grinding out the club today. Damn, no way the Monty ban. Fucking Anaton. Yeah, good luck. We haven't played Cyclops yet, right? I don't think we've never played him. Thank fucking God. Elevate's the only taste of this type of shit we've had. Orbs, you take the 3. Uncle Boo, love you, man. You got me and my friends back in the siege. We were still garb out though. They're the 3. Appreciate it. Hey, glad to hear that. Predictions? Yeah. All right, I'm probably gonna call it here. I don't really want to play anything tonight. Just chill. And then tomorrow we're gonna probably do some more major watching. And then we'll probably play some ranked or FPO tomorrow at some point. I don't know if I'm going to try to stream all the games if I'm going to be playing later. But shut up, Tommy. What's the next match start? Tomorrow. Actually, do I want to play right now? Do I want to call it? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna probably call it. I'm gonna call it. I don't want to play rank right now. I'll play tomorrow. I'll play tomorrow, Tommy. Oof, god damn. Tomorrow. Hey. Alright, guys. Well, hopefully you enjoyed. Nice day of games. Not too shabby. Our predictions aren't really holding up too well, but hey, maybe it'll come to life tomorrow. And I think tomorrow can technically be we're the first team out. So we'll see if that happens. Other than that, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. ! Socials in the chat for the platforms. Fucking shit. For the platforms, you can find me on YouTube, Second YouTube, Twitter, Insta, TikTok, and ! Clips for the Beaulo Clips YouTube channel. Little YouTube shorts. 1-minute YouTube videos, little clips, little highlights, throwbacks. You know the deal. Check out the Clips channel, all right? Sub to it while you're at it, as you should do it to the other platforms as well. Sub, follow. I'd appreciate it. You'll appreciate it. It's great stuff. You won't regret it. Okay? ! Prime. If you guys want to learn how to get a free Twitch sub every month. If you have Amazon Prime, you link it to your Twitch account, and bang, you get a free sub every month. And of course, if you play Siege, you want wonderful goodies in game. !R6 loot with Prime, you will get free goodies, and that applies to basically every game. Twitch gives you free shit if you have Prime, and of course, !Charm. If you use that Prime sub on me, or any normal sub, doesn't matter. Link it to your Twitch or your Uplay account, your Twitch to your Uplay account, and you will get the bow charm. !Charm. You can also scroll down below, you'll see a picture, all the steps. If you play your cards right, it's free, and I'll love you, and you'll love the charm. Almost guarantee it. Okay? Guys, thank you guys so much for watching, for subbing, for donating, for following, for hosting, for hanging out, chilling. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow, fingers crossed, knock on wood. I will be playing Siege. We're gonna do some more major. We're gonna watch the major some more, and then we're gonna play some Siege after. So hey, get ready, because it's happening. It's been 3 weeks without Siege. I know you want to see it. Okay, that's enough. You guys have a wonderful night and a wonderful day. I'll catch you tomorrow. Where's my cam? See, I'm telling you, I don't. Oh, this is it. Goodbye.